Welcome, survivors, to Station Starfall. This is Atlas, your voice in the endless winter, broadcasting from the heart of what was once Chicago. It's 7 o'clock in the evening, on the 12th of February, 2028. The temperature outside is a bone-chilling minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, with wind chills pushing it even lower. But we're still here, still fighting, still surviving. For those of you just tuning in, or perhaps those lucky enough to have found a working radio recently, let me bring you up to speed. Station Starfall has been your lifeline for the past 3 years, ever since that fateful day when our world changed forever. We've been broadcasting continuously, providing vital information, updates, and yes, a touch of hope in these dark times. Our station is located deep underground, in a former subway station that's been converted into a self-sustaining bunker. We're powered by a combination of geothermal energy and salvaged solar panels that we've managed to keep free of snow and ice. It's not perfect, but it's kept us on the air, and that's what matters. Now, for those of you who might be new to our broadcast, or for those who need a reminder of how we got here, let's take a moment to recap the events that led to our current situation. It all started 3 years ago, on a day that began like any other. Scientists had been tracking an asteroid, but they assured us it would miss Earth by a comfortable margin. They were wrong. The asteroid struck Antarctica with devastating force. The impact itself was catastrophic, instantly vaporizing millions of tons of ice and rock. But that was just the beginning. The real disaster came in the days and weeks that followed. The impact threw an unimaginable amount of dust and debris into the atmosphere, creating a barrier that blocked out the sun's warmth. Global temperatures plummeted almost overnight. Crops failed worldwide, and panic set in as food shortages became widespread. Governments collapsed, infrastructure crumbled, and billions perished in that first terrible year. Those of us who survived did so through a combination of luck, preparation, and sheer determination. Now, 3 years later, we find ourselves in the grip of what scientists are calling a human-induced ice age. The dust in the atmosphere has shown little sign of settling, and temperatures remain far below what we once considered normal. Snow falls almost constantly in many parts of the world, and the landscape as we knew it has been transformed into a frozen wasteland. But humanity endures. We've adapted, learning to survive in this harsh new world. Underground settlements have sprung up, taking advantage of the Earth's residual heat. We've developed new technologies, new ways of growing food, new methods of staying warm. It's not easy, but we're still here. And that's where Station Starfall comes in. We're more than just a radio station. We're a beacon of hope, a source of vital information, and a link between scattered communities of survivors. Every day, we bring you updates on weather conditions, food rations, and potential dangers. We share survival tips, scientific developments, and news from other settlements. And yes, we try to provide a bit of entertainment and normalcy in a world that's anything but normal. Our name, Station Starfall, was chosen to remind us of that night, when it seemed the stars themselves were falling from the sky as the asteroid entered our atmosphere. But it's also a symbol of hope. Even in the darkest night, stars can guide us home. And that's what we aim to do here, guide you through this long, dark winter of humanity. Now, let's talk about what you can expect from today's broadcast. We've got a packed schedule, and I urge you all to stay tuned for the full 3 hours if you can. Your life might just depend on the information we're about to share. First up, we'll be diving into the current weather conditions and what they mean for your immediate survival. Then, we'll move on to a comprehensive update on food rations and distribution. This is crucial information for everyone, so make sure you have something to write with. After that, we'll be covering some essential survival skills. We've got a step-by-step guide on building the perfect igloo, tips on insulating existing structures, and vital information on recognizing and treating frostbite. Trust me, in this weather, that last one could save your life or the life of someone you love. But it's not all grim survival talk. We'll also be sharing some good news from nearby settlements, including some breakthrough research on cold-resistant crops that could revolutionize our food production. And of course, we'll have our popular Warmest Memory segment, where we share stories from before the freeze. It's a reminder of what we're fighting for, and a spark of warmth in these cold times. We'll also be putting out a call for volunteers for some essential roles in our community. If you've got skills in medicine, engineering, or agriculture, we need you. And even if you don't, there are still ways you can contribute. Remember, in this new world, everyone has a part to play in our survival. Towards the end of our broadcast, we'll be discussing some of the long-term challenges we face, and more importantly, how we're working to overcome them. We'll talk about the efforts to clear the atmosphere, the development of underground farming techniques, and the ongoing work to rebuild some form of government and economy. And as always, we'll conclude with our emergency broadcast information. Make sure you know how to tune in if regular broadcasts are interrupted. In this world, staying informed can mean the difference between life and death. So settle in, stay warm, and above all, stay hopeful. This is Atlas, and you're listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Our next segment on current weather conditions will begin shortly, so don't touch that dial. Remember, in this frozen world, we survive together or not at all. Keep listening, keep fighting, and keep that flame of humanity burning bright. Now, let's dive into our current weather conditions. As I mentioned earlier, the temperature outside our bunker is currently sitting at a brutal minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's just the start of it, folks. The wind chill is pushing that down to what feels like minus 60. To put that into perspective, at these temperatures, exposed skin can freeze in less than 5 minutes. So if you absolutely must go outside, make sure every inch of your body is covered. The snowfall we've been experiencing for the past week shows no signs of letting up. We're looking at an additional 12 inches expected over the next 24 hours. This brings our total snowpack to nearly 15 feet in some areas. For those of you in multi-story buildings, that means your ground floors are likely completely buried by now. If you haven't already, it's time to move operations to the upper floors. Visibility is extremely poor. On a good day, you might be able to see about 50 feet in front of you, but with the current blizzard conditions, that's down to less than 10 feet. This makes any kind of outdoor travel extremely dangerous. If you must move between buildings, use guide ropes and always travel in pairs. It's far too easy to get disoriented in these whiteout conditions. Now, let's talk about some of the dangerous weather patterns we're seeing. The extreme cold and constant snowfall are creating some treacherous conditions. We've had reports of massive ice formations on buildings and other structures. These icicles can grow to be several feet long and weigh hundreds of pounds. They pose a serious risk of falling and causing injury or damage. If you see these forming on your shelter, do not attempt to remove them yourself unless you have proper safety equipment. We're also seeing an increase in what meteorologists are calling frostquakes. These are sudden, loud cracking noises that sound like explosions. They're caused by water in the ground freezing and expanding rapidly. While they're generally not dangerous, they can be startling and may cause minor surface damage to structures. Another phenomenon we're tracking is the formation of ice fog. This occurs when water vapor in the air freezes into tiny ice crystals, creating a dense fog. It's not just a visibility issue, though that's bad enough. The ice crystals in this fog can be sharp enough to cause respiratory issues if inhaled. If you see a low-lying glittering fog, stay indoors and seal any cracks or openings in your shelter. We've also been monitoring the lake effect snow coming off what used to be Lake Michigan. The lake has frozen solid in many places, but there are still some areas of open water. When the cold air moves over these relatively warmer patches of water, it can pick up moisture and dump it as snow. Some areas near the lakeshore are seeing an additional 2 to 3 feet of snow from this effect alone. Now, I know this all sounds grim, but there is a sliver of good news. Our meteorologists have noticed a slight, and I stress slight, increase in overall temperatures over the past month. We're talking about a fraction of a degree, but it's the first positive change we've seen in years. It's far too early to call this a trend, but it gives us a glimmer of hope that the worst of this ice age might eventually pass. Let's move on to some specific weather-related alerts for different sectors of our listening area. For those of you in the northern sectors, be on high alert for avalanche conditions. The combination of heavy snowfall and wind has created unstable snowpacks on many slopes. If you're in a hilly or mountainous area, stay away from steep slopes and listen for any rumbling sounds that might indicate an approaching increase in ice storms. These occur when rain or drizzle falls through a layer of cold air near the ground, freezing on contact with surfaces. This can coat everything in a layer of ice, bringing down power lines and making travel impossible. If you're in this area, be prepared for potential power outages and stock up on non-perishable food items. For our listeners in the eastern sectors, the primary concern is the formation of large snowdrifts. The constant wind is piling snow into drifts that can reach heights of 20 feet or more. These can completely block roads and entrances to buildings. If you find yourself trapped by a snowdrift, do not attempt to dig your way out alone. The snow can collapse and bury you. Instead, contact your local emergency services if possible, or signal for help from a window. In the southern sectors, we're actually seeing a dangerous phenomenon called a snow drought. This might sound like a good thing, but it's not. While you're getting less snowfall than other areas, the extreme cold without the insulating layer of snow is causing the ground to freeze deeper than ever before. This is causing pipes to burst and creating fissures in the ground that can damage foundations. If you're in this area, be extra vigilant about protecting your water supplies and check your shelter regularly for signs of structural damage. Now, let's talk about how to protect yourself in these extreme conditions. First and foremost, limit your time outside to absolute necessities. If you must go out, dress in layers. Start with a base layer of moisture-wicking material to keep sweat away from your skin. Add insulating layers of wool or synthetic materials, and top it off with a wind and waterproof outer layer. Don't forget a hat, gloves, and a scarf or mask to cover your face. Be aware of the signs of frostbite and hypothermia. Frostbite often affects extremities first: fingers, toes, nose, and ears. Look for skin that's very cold and has a pale, waxy appearance. It may also feel numb or tingly. Hypothermia is a dangerous lowering of your body temperature. Symptoms include uncontrollable shivering, confusion, and sluggish movements. If you or someone you're with shows these signs, seek warm shelter immediately. For those of you who have to travel, always let someone know your route and expected return time. Carry an emergency kit in your vehicle or sled, including blankets, food, water, and a way to signal for help. If you get stranded, stay with your vehicle or shelter. It's easier for rescuers to find than a moving target. Now, I know many of you are concerned about your food supplies in this weather. The extreme cold actually provides an opportunity for natural refrigeration. If you have a secure outdoor area, you can store certain foods outside. However, be cautious of attracting wildlife and make sure your food storage is animal-proof. Speaking of wildlife, we've had several reports of animals entering settlements in search of food and warmth. While it might be tempting to help these creatures, remember that they can be dangerous, especially when desperate. Secure your food supplies and block any potential entrances to your shelter. For those of you attempting to maintain some form of agriculture, the weather presents significant challenges. However, we've had some success with underground hydroponic systems. These use artificial light and carefully controlled temperatures to grow crops. If you have the resources, consider setting up a small system. Even a few fresh vegetables can make a big difference in your diet and morale. Now, let's address a question many of you have been asking. When will this weather improve? The honest answer is, we don't know. The dust in the atmosphere from the asteroid impact is proving more persistent than initially predicted. However, as I mentioned earlier, we're seeing some very small signs of improvement. Our scientists are working tirelessly to understand these changes and what they might mean for our future. In the meantime, we need to focus on adapting to our current conditions. This weather isn't just a temporary inconvenience, it's our new reality. But remember, humans are incredibly adaptable. We've survived ice ages before, and we'll survive this one. As we move forward, it's crucial that we work together, share resources, share knowledge, and look out for each other. If you have extra supplies or skills that could help others weather this storm, reach out to your local community leaders. And if you're in need of help, don't be afraid to ask. In this new world, we're all in this together. Remember, Station Starfall is here for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If conditions change suddenly, we'll break into our regular programming with emergency alerts. Make sure you know how to access our emergency frequency just in case. Stay tuned, folks. Up next, we'll be diving into our food ration update. This is critical information for everyone, so if you need to take a quick break, now's the time. Grab a warm drink, check your heating systems, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with everything you need to know about our current food situation. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. As promised, we're going to take a deeper dive into the events that have shaped our world over the past 3 years. It's important to understand how we got here, not just to make sense of our current situation, but to learn from our past as we forge ahead into an uncertain future. Let's start at the beginning. It was May 15th, 2025, a day that started like any other. People went to work, children went to school, and life continued as it always had. The asteroid, which would later be named Nemesis, had been tracked by astronomers for months. They assured us it would pass safely by Earth, missing us by millions of miles. We had no reason to doubt them. After all, we'd had close calls before. But something went wrong. Whether it was a miscalculation in the asteroid's trajectory or an unforeseen gravitational interaction with another celestial body, we'll never know for sure. What we do know is that at 2:37 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, Nemesis struck the Earth. The impact site was in East Antarctica, near the coast of Queen Maud Land. The immediate effects were catastrophic. The impact released energy equivalent to billions of nuclear bombs, vaporizing billions of tons of ice and rock. The shock wave circled the globe multiple times, triggering earthquakes and volcanic eruptions worldwide. Tsunamis devastated coastlines across the southern hemisphere. But this was just the beginning. In the days that followed, we began to understand the true scope of the disaster. The impact had thrown an enormous amount of dust and debris into the atmosphere. This created what scientists call an impact winter, similar to a nuclear winter, but on a much larger scale. Sunlight was blocked, causing global temperatures to plummet rapidly. Within a week, frost was reported in equatorial regions. Within a month, snow was falling in the Sahara. Crops around the world began to fail as the growing season was cut short. Panic set in as people realized the magnitude of what was happening. Governments tried to maintain order, but as food shortages became acute, civil unrest spread like wildfire. By the end of the first month, global air travel had all but ceased. The dust in the atmosphere made flying too dangerous, and many airports were overwhelmed by people trying to flee to warmer regions. International shipping also ground to a halt, as ports froze and seas became too treacherous to navigate. As winter set in across the globe, power grids began to fail. The increased demand for heating, coupled with damage from extreme weather events, proved too much for many systems to handle. In colder regions, millions died in that first winter, unable to stay warm or find enough food. By the 6-month mark, it was clear that this wasn't a temporary crisis. The dust showed no signs of settling, and temperatures continued to drop. Many world leaders had perished or gone into hiding. Those that remained struggled to cope with the unprecedented global catastrophe. It was around this time that the first underground settlements began to form. People took shelter in subway systems, mines, and purpose-built bunkers. These became the nuclei of many of our current communities. If you're listening to this broadcast from one of these underground havens, you're part of a tradition of survival that began in those early, desperate days. As we approach the 1-year mark, the world had changed beyond recognition. Snow and ice covered much of the planet. Many species of plants and animals had gone extinct. Unable to adapt to the rapid changes, the human population had been decimated, with estimates suggesting that over 80% of the global population had perished. But even in this darkest hour, humanity showed its resilience. Communities banded together, pooling resources and knowledge. People adapted to the new reality with incredible ingenuity. We learned to grow food underground, to harness geothermal energy, to survive in a world that had become alien to us. It was during this time that Station Starfall was born. A group of survivors, including former radio operators, journalists, and scientists, came together with a mission to keep humanity connected. Using salvaged equipment and improvised antennas, they began broadcasting, sharing crucial information, and providing a beacon of hope in the darkness. We began to see the emergence of new societal structures. With traditional governments largely gone, Communities began to govern themselves. Some adopted democratic systems, others rallied around strong leaders. In some areas, unfortunately, less savory elements took control, leading to the hostile groups we still contend with today. Scientific research continued, albeit under vastly different circumstances. Without the global communication networks of the past, progress was slower, but no less important. Researchers focused on immediate survival needs, cold-resistant crops, efficient insulation methods, and ways to predict and mitigate the extreme weather patterns of our new world. It was also during this second year that we saw the first major migrations. As some areas became completely uninhabitable, people were forced to move, often undertaking dangerous journeys across frozen landscapes. These migrations led to conflicts over resources, but also to the sharing of knowledge and skills that has been crucial to our survival. As we entered the third year, our current year, we began to see signs of stabilization. Not improvement, mind you, but a leveling off of the decline. Temperatures, while still far below pre-impact norms, stopped dropping as rapidly. Those of us who had survived had learned to live in this new world, harsh as it is. Which brings us to today, 3 years after impact. We're still here, still fighting, still surviving. The world outside is a frozen wasteland, but humanity endures. We've learned to grow food in conditions our ancestors would have thought impossible. We've developed new technologies and rediscovered old ones. We've formed new communities and found ways to stay connected across vast frozen distances. But we face ongoing challenges. Food is still scarce, and malnutrition is a constant threat. Medical supplies are limited, and new diseases have emerged that we're still learning to combat. The hostile groups I mentioned earlier continue to be a threat in many areas, preying on weaker communities. And of course, there's the ever-present cold. Frostbite and hypothermia are daily risks. Structures not built for these conditions are failing, creating constant need for repair and relocation. The psychological toll of living in a world of endless winter is immense, leading to depression and other mental health issues that we're still learning to address. But there are glimmers of hope. As I mentioned earlier in our weather report, we're seeing the first signs that temperatures might be stabilizing. It's far too early to celebrate, but it gives us hope that one day, perhaps, the sun might shine warmly on our faces again. We're also seeing incredible innovations. Underground farming techniques are improving yields. We're finding new ways to harness geothermal energy. Communities are establishing trade routes, rebuilding a semblance of an economy. Children born after the impact are growing up, bringing new perspectives and energy to our struggles. So where do we go from here? The truth is, we don't know what the future holds. Will the dust eventually settle, allowing the sun to warm our planet once again? Or is this ice age here to stay, forcing humanity to adapt permanently to a frozen world? Only time will tell. What we do know is this: we've survived 3 years in conditions that our ancestors would have thought unsurvivable. We've shown incredible resilience, adaptability, and most importantly, humanity. In our darkest hours, we've come together, helped each other, shared our resources and knowledge. As we move forward into an uncertain future, we must hold onto that spirit of cooperation and resilience. We must continue to innovate, to adapt, to look out for one another. We must remember our past while focusing on our future. And that, dear listeners, is why Station Starfall exists. We're here to share information, to keep us connected, to remind us of our shared humanity. Whether you're huddled around a radio in an underground bunker, or listening from a fortified skyscraper poking above the snow, know that you're not alone. We're all in this together, facing the longest winter humanity has ever known. Stay tuned, folks. Coming up next, we'll be diving into our food ration update. This is crucial information for everyone, so make sure you're ready to take notes. Remember, knowledge is power, especially in our frozen world. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. As promised, we're going to cover today's agenda in detail. It's crucial that you stay tuned for the full 3 hours if possible. as the information we're about to share could be vital for your survival in the coming weeks and months. Let's start with our food situation. I know this is a topic that's on everyone's mind, so let's dive right in. Our latest reports from the Chicago Underground Agricultural Collective show that we're making steady progress in our hydroponic farms. The new LED lighting systems, salvaged from abandoned office buildings, have increased our crop yields by 15% over the past month. This means we'll be able to increase the vegetable portion of everyone's rations starting next week. However, it's not all good news. Our protein supplies are running dangerously low. The last of the pre-impact canned goods were distributed last month, and our insect farming initiative is still in its early stages. We're putting out an urgent call for anyone with experience in entomophagy or insect cultivation to contact the Agricultural Collective immediately. Your expertise could literally mean the difference between life and death for many in our community. For those of you in the outlying areas, we've received word that the Northside Scavenging Team has successfully raided an old military storage facility. They've recovered a significant cache of MREs, meals ready to eat. Distribution will begin tomorrow at sunrise. Remember, ration cards are required, and there's a strict limit of 2 MREs per person. We know it's not much, but every little bit helps in these trying times. Now, let's talk about water. The good news is that we have an abundance of it, thanks to the endless snow and ice. The bad news is that it's not always safe to consume without proper treatment. Our engineers have developed a new filtration system using layers of charcoal, sand, and salvaged HEPA filters. We'll be broadcasting detailed instructions on how to build these filters later in our program. Make sure you have something to write with, as this information could save your life. Moving on to shelter and warmth, we have some important updates. The Structural Integrity Team reports that the extreme cold is causing increased stress on many of our above-ground buildings. If you're still living above the frost line, it's crucial that you inspect your shelter daily for signs of stress. Look for new cracks in walls or ceilings, doors that suddenly won't close properly, or windows that have developed new drafts. If you notice any of these signs, evacuate immediately and seek shelter in one of the designated underground areas. For those of you already living underground, we have some tips on maximizing your living space. The key is insulation. We found that old newspapers, when shredded and packed between walls, provide excellent insulation. If you don't have access to newspapers, clothing, blankets, or even dry leaves, can serve the same purpose. Remember, in this cold, every layer counts. We've also received numerous requests for information on igloos. While they may seem like something out of an old movie, igloos can provide surprisingly effective shelter in our current climate. Later in the broadcast, we'll have a step-by-step guide on how to construct a basic igloo. It's not as difficult as you might think, and in an emergency, this knowledge could save your life. Now, let's address a topic that's been on many people's minds: health and safety in these extreme conditions. Frostbite and hypothermia remain our biggest immediate threats. Remember, frostbite can occur in minutes in these temperatures. Always cover exposed skin when venturing outside, and be aware of the early signs: numbness, tingling, or a white or grayish-yellow skin color. Hypothermia is equally dangerous and can be more insidious. Early signs include uncontrollable shivering, confusion, and slurred speech. If you or someone you're with shows these symptoms, immediate action is necessary. Get to a warm location if possible. Remove any wet clothing and focus on warming the center of the body first: chest, neck, head, and groin. We've also been seeing an increase in respiratory issues due to the cold, dry air. If possible, try to humidify your living space. Even hanging damp cloths can help add moisture to the air. And don't forget about your mental health. The constant darkness and isolation can take a severe toll. We'll be discussing coping strategies later in the broadcast. On a more positive note, we have some exciting updates from our science team. They've been working tirelessly on developing cold-resistant crops, and they've had a breakthrough with a new strain of potato. This new variety, which they're calling the frostbud, can grow in temperatures as low as 20 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not a solution to all our food problems, but it's a step in the right direction. We'll be distributing seeds to community gardens as soon as they're on their atmospheric clearing efforts. They've developed a new type of drone that can disperse a compound designed to help settle the dust in our upper atmosphere. Initial tests have been promising, showing a 2% increase in solar radiation reaching the surface in treated areas. It's a small step, but it gives us hope that one day we might see the sun again. Now, let's talk about community updates. We've received reports from several nearby settlements, and the news is mixed. The lakefront colony reports that they've successfully adapted an old nuclear submarine reactor to provide power and heat for their entire community. This is a major achievement and could pave the way for similar projects in other areas. However, we've also heard troubling news from the Southside Enclave. They've been experiencing increased pressure from one of the hostile groups we've been tracking. If anyone from the Southside is listening, know that we're organizing a relief effort. Hold on, help is on the way. This brings me to an important point. We need volunteers. Our community is only as strong as the people who contribute to it. We need individuals with skills in medicine, engineering, agriculture, and security. But even if you don't have specialized skills, we need people willing to learn, to help, to be part of rebuilding our world. If you're interested in volunteering, please contact your local community leader or come directly to Station Starfall. Remember, in this new world, everyone has a role to play. Looking ahead, we have some long-term challenges that we need to address. The most pressing is our energy situation. While we've managed to keep some power plants operational, fuel is becoming increasingly scarce. We need to transition to more sustainable forms of energy. Geothermal and wind power seem to be our best options given our current climate. If anyone has expertise in these areas, please come forward. Your knowledge could be invaluable. We're also facing challenges in education and knowledge preservation. With so much of our infrastructure destroyed, we risk losing vast amounts of human knowledge. We're putting out a call for teachers, librarians, and experts in all fields to help us establish a new education system and preserve our collective knowledge for future generations. Before we move on to our next segment, I want to take a moment to address something that I know is on many of your minds: hope. In these dark times, it can be easy to lose hope, to feel like we're fighting a losing battle against an implacable foe. But I want you all to remember something. We are still here. Despite everything that's happened, despite the cold and the dark and the hunger, humanity endures. We've faced extinction-level events before in our long history, and we've always found a way to survive, to adapt, to thrive. Yes, our world has changed. Yes, we've lost so much, but we've also gained things: a new appreciation for the fragility of our planet, a renewed sense of community, an understanding of what truly matters in life. In our old world, many of us were strangers to our neighbors. Now, we depend on each other for survival. In our old world, we took our planet for granted. Now, we understand the delicate balance that sustains life. So hold on to hope. Not a blind, passive hope that things will magically get better, but an active hope. A hope that drives us to work harder, to innovate, to care for each other. A hope that recognizes the challenges we face, but refuses to be defeated by them. Remember, every day that we survive is a victory. Every child born in this new world is a promise for the future. Every seed we plant, every shelter we build, every kindness we show to one another is an act of defiance against the darkness and cold. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if or when the dust will settle, if or when the sun will warm our world again. But we do know this: as long as we stand together, as long as we keep that flame of humanity burning in our hearts, we have a future. It may not be the future we once imagined, but it's ours to shape. So stay strong, stay hopeful, and above all, stay tuned to Station Starfall. We're here for you, 24 hours a day, providing the information and connection you need to survive and thrive in this new world. Coming up next, we'll be diving into our detailed guide on igloo construction. Whether you're in need of emergency shelter or just looking to expand your survival skills, you won't want to miss this. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. As promised, we're going to dive into today's broadcast agenda. We've got a packed schedule for the next 3 hours, and every minute could be crucial to your survival. So grab something to write with if you can, because you'll want to take notes. First up, we'll be covering the current food situation. This includes an update on rations, distribution methods, and some vital nutrition tips for making the most of our limited resources. Food is life in this frozen world, and knowing how to manage what we have could mean the difference between survival and starvation. After that, we'll move on to water purification techniques. With most of our water sources frozen solid, knowing how to safely melt snow and ice for drinking is essential. We'll also cover how to identify and avoid contaminated water sources, which is crucial given the changes in our environment. Next, we have a special segment on shelter construction, focusing on how to build an igloo. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking, an igloo? Really? But trust me, in our current conditions, knowing how to quickly construct a shelter that can keep you warm could save your life. We'll go through this step by step, so even if you've never seen snow before the impact, you'll be able to build a sturdy igloo by the end of our broadcast. We'll follow that up with a segment on insulation techniques for existing structures. Many of us are living in buildings that weren't designed for these extreme temperatures, and proper insulation can make a huge difference in your ability to stay warm and conserve precious fuel. Speaking of staying warm, we'll then move on to discuss safe heating methods. With resources scarce and the risks of fire and carbon monoxide poisoning high, it's crucial to know how to heat your shelter safely and efficiently. Health is wealth, especially in our current situation, so we'll be dedicating a significant portion of our broadcast to medical information. We'll start with how to recognize and treat frostbite. In temperatures like these, frostbite can set in quickly, and knowing how to spot the early signs could save your fingers, toes, or even your life. We'll also cover hypothermia prevention. With temperatures as low as they are, hypothermia is a constant threat. We'll discuss risk factors, proper layering techniques, and emergency warmth strategies that could make all the difference in a crisis. Mental health is just as important as physical health, perhaps even more so in our isolated conditions. We'll be discussing ways to cope with long-term isolation, recognizing signs of depression, and the importance of maintaining social connections even in these challenging times. But it's not all grim survival talk. We'll also be sharing some good news from nearby settlements. It's easy to feel alone in this frozen world, but there are pockets of humanity thriving against all odds. Hearing about their successes can give us all hope and maybe even some new ideas for our own communities. We'll also be putting out a call for volunteers for some essential roles. If you have skills in medicine, engineering, agriculture, or really any field, your expertise could be crucial to our collective survival. Even if you don't have specialized skills, there are still ways you can contribute. Remember, in this new world, everyone has a part to play. For those of you who might be separated from loved ones, we'll have our regular Lost and Found segment. We've reunited families and friends through these broadcasts before, and we'll keep doing it as long as there's hope of bringing people back together. We'll then move on to discuss recent scavenging missions. As our supplies dwindle, knowing what resources are out there and how to safely obtain them is crucial. We'll share reports from successful expeditions, discuss the most valuable and needed resources, and provide safety tips for those of you planning your own scavenging trips. Science hasn't stopped just because the world has frozen. We'll be providing updates on ongoing research and experiments, including efforts to clear the atmosphere and developments in cold-resistant crops. These advancements could be key to our long-term survival and potentially even to reversing the effects of this human-induced ice age. Safety is always a priority, so we'll be discussing recent avalanche incidents and how to protect yourself if you're in an area at risk. We'll also touch on the activities of hostile groups in various regions. As much as we'd like to believe that this disaster has brought out the best in everyone, the sad truth is that there are still those who prey on the vulnerable. Knowing how to protect yourself and your community is essential. On a related note, we'll discuss changes in wildlife behavior. As animals adapt to this new world alongside us, their patterns and behaviors have shifted. Some have become more aggressive as they compete for scarce resources, Understanding these changes can help keep you safe when venturing. We'll discuss long-term survival strategies. This includes underground farming techniques, energy conservation and generation methods, and ways to maintain and repair technology in these extreme conditions. We're in this for the long haul, and planning for the future is crucial. Of course, we'll have our popular Warmest Memory segment. In these cold times, remembering the warmth of the past can keep our spirits up and remind us of what we're fighting for. We'll be sharing stories submitted by listeners, and I'll share one of my own memories as well. Education is key to our future, so we'll discuss how we're adapting to teach children in this new world. We'll cover the challenges of preserving knowledge and culture, as well as the new skills that are essential in our frozen reality. We'll also touch on the emerging forms of governance in survivor communities. As we rebuild society, it's important to consider how we organize ourselves and make decisions that affect our collective future. Towards the end of our broadcast, we'll discuss some signs of improvement we've been observing. It's important to stay realistic, but equally important to hold on to hope. We'll share some successful adaptation stories and scientific theories about how long this ice age might last. We'll wrap up with a segment on maintaining human connections in these isolated times. We'll discuss the importance of community bonds, ideas for organizing events even in harsh conditions, and efforts to restore long-distance communication. Finally, we'll close with a recap of key points, a motivational message to keep you going in the days ahead, and a preview of our next broadcast. We'll also provide emergency information, including how to tune in if regular broadcasts are interrupted. Remember, Station Starfall is here for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're more than just a radio station. We're a lifeline connecting the scattered remnants of humanity. Together, we'll weather this storm. So stay tuned, stay warm, and above all, stay hopeful. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, the flame of humanity burns bright. Our next segment on the current food situation will begin shortly, so don't touch that dial. In this frozen world, information is heat, and Station Starfall is here to keep you warm. All right, survivors, it's time to dive into one of the most critical aspects of our daily lives: food. Our current food situation remains precarious, but with careful management and some innovative thinking, we're holding steady. Let's break down the current state of our food supplies, distribution methods, and some crucial nutrition tips to keep you healthy in these harsh conditions. First, let's talk about our current food stocks. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our agricultural teams and scavenging groups, we've managed to maintain a stable, albeit limited, food supply. Our underground hydroponic farms are producing a variety of vegetables, primarily leafy greens, tomatoes, and some root vegetables. These fresh foods are supplemented by our stores of preserved and dried goods salvaged from pre-impact stockpiles. Protein sources remain one of our biggest challenges. We've had some success with cultivating insects, particularly mealworms and crickets, which are high in protein and require minimal resources to raise. I know it might not sound appetizing to some, but in times like these, we can't afford to be picky. We're also maintaining small populations of chickens and rabbits in our underground facilities, which provide both meat and eggs. Now, let's talk rations. Currently, each adult is allocated 1,800 calories per day. This is below what would be considered ideal in normal circumstances, but it's enough to sustain life and allow for light to moderate activity. Children, pregnant women, and those engaged in heavy physical labor are allocated additional calories as needed. A typical daily ration consists of 200 grams of mixed vegetables from our hydroponic farms, 100 grams of protein, usually a mix of insect protein, and small amounts of meat or eggs, 300 grams of carbohydrates, primarily from stored grains, and whatever root vegetables we can grow, a small amount of preserved fruit when available, to provide essential vitamins. We're also distributing daily multivitamin supplements to help prevent deficiencies. These are crucial, especially given our limited diet and lack of sunlight exposure. Distribution of these rations occurs at designated points throughout our settlement. For those of you in the main underground complex, rations are available at the central commissary from 6 in the morning until 8 in the evening. For outlying shelters, We have mobile distribution units that make daily rounds. Check with your local community leader for the schedule in your area. It's crucial that everyone adheres to the rationing system. We understand the temptation to hoard food, but this puts a strain on our entire community. Remember, we're all in this together. If you're struggling with your rations or have special dietary needs, please speak with one of our nutrition counselors. They can work with you to adjust your rations within our available resources. Now, let's talk about making the most of these limited resources. First and foremost, don't waste anything. Every scrap of food is precious. Save vegetable trimmings and bones to make broths. These not only add flavor to meals, but also provide additional nutrients. When preparing your meals, try to combine different food groups. This not only makes meals more satisfying, but also helps your body absorb nutrients more effectively. For example, pair your protein sources with vitamin C-rich vegetables to enhance iron absorption. Stay hydrated. Proper hydration is crucial for your body to utilize the nutrients in your food effectively. Aim to drink at least 2 liters of water per day. If you're engaged in physical labor, you'll need even more. Now, I know these rations might seem monotonous, but there are ways to add variety to your meals. Experiment with different preparation methods. Roasting vegetables can bring out different flavors compared to steaming them. Try fermenting some of your vegetables. This not only changes the flavor, but also increases their nutritional value and helps them last longer. For those of you who manage to salvage herb seeds or plants, now's the time to put them to use. Even a small herb garden can make a big difference in flavoring your meals. Mint, basil, and chives are particularly easy to grow in our hydroponic systems. Let's address a question many of you have been asking. When will we be able to increase rations? The honest answer is, we don't know. Our current production and stockpiles are just barely meeting our needs. However, our agricultural teams are working tirelessly to increase yields and diversify our crops. We're experimenting with new hydroponic techniques and exploring the possibility of cultivating cold-resistant plants in some of our more sheltered outdoor areas. Speaking of which, we have some exciting news from our research team. They've made progress in developing a strain of cold-resistant wheat. It's still in the early stages, but if successful, this could be a game changer for our food production. We'll keep you updated on this development in future broadcasts. Now, I know some of you have been supplementing your rations through foraging or hunting. While we understand the desire to do this, it's crucial that you exercise extreme caution. Many plants and animals have been altered by our changed environment, and what was once safe to eat may no longer be. If you do choose to forage, please consult with our botanists first. They can provide guidance on what's safe and what to avoid. As for hunting, remember that the extreme cold makes this a dangerous activity. If you must hunt, always go in groups and make sure someone knows your planned route and return time. Be aware that many animals have become more aggressive as they compete for scarce resources. And of course, always properly cook any meat you obtain to avoid foodborne illnesses. For those of you with children, we know it can be particularly challenging to ensure they're getting proper nutrition. Our pediatric nutritionists have developed guidelines for feeding children in these conditions. Remember, children need a higher proportion of fats and proteins relative to their body size compared to adults. If you're concerned about your child's nutrition, please don't hesitate to consult with our medical team. Now, let's talk about food safety. With our limited resources, we can't afford to lose any food to spoilage or contamination. Always wash your hands thoroughly before handling food. If you're using snow or ice for water, make sure it's been properly purified first. We'll be covering water purification techniques in our next segment, so stay tuned for that. Keep your food preparation areas clean. We know it's challenging in these cramped conditions, but it's crucial for preventing the spread of foodborne illnesses. If you're storing food, make sure it's in airtight containers to protect it from pests. And yes, even in these freezing conditions, we still have to deal with pests. Rats and cockroaches are surprisingly resilient. For those of you in areas where the temperature fluctuates above freezing, be especially vigilant about food safety. Thawing and refreezing can create perfect conditions for bacterial growth. If you're unsure whether food is safe to eat, err on the side of caution and discard it. It's better to lose a meal. Let's talk about the role of nutrition in maintaining your health. A balanced diet is your first line of defense against disease. The vitamins and minerals in your rations aren't just there to keep you from getting scurvy or rickets. They play a crucial role in maintaining your immune system. Vitamin C, which you're getting from your vegetable rations and supplements, is particularly important. It helps your body resist infections and can even help prevent complications from common colds, which can be dangerous in our current conditions. Vitamin D is another crucial nutrient. Before the impact, most of us got our vitamin D from sunlight. Now, with the sun blocked out, we're relying entirely on dietary sources and supplements. Vitamin D is crucial for bone health and also plays a role in supporting your immune system. Zinc is another important nutrient for immune function. You'll find it in your protein rations, particularly in the insect protein. And don't forget about probiotics. The fermented foods I mentioned earlier aren't just for flavor. They provide beneficial bacteria that support your gut health, which in turn supports your overall immune system. Now, I know we've covered a lot of information here, and it might seem overwhelming. Remember, you don't have to navigate this alone. We have nutritionists and health counselors available to answer your questions and provide personalized advice. Don't hesitate to reach out to them. Before we move on to our next segment, I want to address something that I know is on many of your minds. Yes, our food situation is challenging. Yes, the diet we're subsisting on is far from what we were used to before the impact. But remember, every meal you eat is a testament to human resilience and ingenuity. 3 years ago, many thought it would be impossible to grow food in these conditions. Yet here we are, not just surviving, but working towards thriving. Each bite you take is the result of countless hours of work from our farmers, our researchers, our distribution teams, and so many others. When you sit down to your rations, take a moment to appreciate the community effort that went into providing that meal. And know that with every day that passes, we're learning more, adapting better, and moving closer to a future where food is plentiful once again. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be diving into water purification techniques. In this frozen world, knowing how to safely melt snow and ice for drinking could mean the difference between life and death. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, and we're continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. Now that we've covered our food situation, let's move on to another crucial aspect of survival: water. In our frozen world, having access to clean, safe drinking water is just as important as food, if not more so. Let's dive into the techniques you need to know to purify water and keep yourself hydrated. First, let's address the obvious. We're surrounded by water in the form of snow and ice. It might seem like we have an endless supply of water at our fingertips, but it's not that simple. Snow and ice can contain contaminants that can make you seriously ill if consumed without proper treatment. These contaminants can range from harmless dirt and debris to dangerous bacteria and chemical pollutants. The first step in water purification is melting your snow or ice. Never eat snow directly, as this can lower your body temperature and put you at risk of hypothermia. Instead, collect clean snow or ice in a container and bring it inside to melt. If you're in a survival situation outdoors, you can melt snow in a container over a fire or portable stove. When collecting snow or ice, try to gather from areas that appear clean and undisturbed. Avoid snow that's discolored or that has visible debris. Also, don't collect snow from areas where animals might have urinated or defecated. Freshly fallen snow is generally the safest option if it's available. Once you've melted your snow or ice, you'll need to purify it. There are several methods you can use, depending on your situation and available resources. Let's go through them one by one. Boiling is one of the most effective and straightforward methods of water purification. Bring your melted snow or ice to a rolling boil and let it boil for at least 1 minute. If you're at a high altitude, you'll need to boil for longer, about 3 minutes, as water boils at a lower temperature at higher elevations. Boiling will kill most pathogens that cause waterborne diseases. If you don't have the means to boil water, chemical treatment is another option. Iodine tablets or liquid chlorine bleach can be used to disinfect water. If you're using iodine tablets, follow the instructions on the package carefully. For liquid bleach, use 2 drops of unscented bleach per quart of water. or 8 drops per gallon. Mix well and let the water stand for 30 minutes before drinking. Be aware that chemical treatments may not be effective against all types of parasites, and they can affect the taste of the water. For those of you in our main settlement or larger outposts, we've set up water filtration systems. These use a combination of physical filtration and UV light to purify water. If you have access to these systems, they're your best option for safe drinking water. Make sure to follow the posted instructions for using these systems and report any malfunctions to our maintenance team immediately. For those in smaller outposts or on scavenging missions, portable water filters can be a lifesaver. These devices use a fine mesh to physically remove contaminants from water. They're effective against most bacteria and parasites, though they may not remove viruses. If you're using a portable filter, make sure to maintain it properly and replace the filter element as recommended by the manufacturer. Now, let's talk about water storage. Once you've purified your water, it's important to store it safely to prevent recontamination. Use clean, food-grade containers with tight-fitting lids. Glass or stainless steel containers are ideal, but high-quality plastic containers can also be used. Avoid containers that have been used to store non-food items, as they may contain residues that can contaminate your water. Store your water in a cool, dark place if possible. While our current temperatures make bacterial growth less of a concern, it's still a good practice to protect your water from light and heat. If you're storing water for long periods, it's a good idea to treat it with a small amount of bleach to prevent algae growth. Use 1/4 teaspoon of bleach per gallon of water for long-term storage. Let's address a question many of you have asked. Is it safe to drink water from lakes or rivers? In our current situation, surface water sources can be particularly dangerous. Many of our pre-impact water sources have been contaminated by industrial runoff, sewage, and other pollutants that were released when infrastructure collapsed. Additionally, the extreme cold has changed the behavior of many water bodies, potentially concentrating pollutants. If you must use surface water, always treat it using one of the methods we've discussed. Be particularly cautious of water from slow-moving or stagnant sources. Fast-moving streams are generally safer, but they still require treatment before drinking. Now, let's talk about the importance of staying hydrated. In our cold environment, it's easy to underestimate how much water you're losing. Cold, dry air increases water loss through respiration, and if you're engaging in physical activity, you're losing even more water through sweat. Even if you don't feel sweaty due to rapid evaporation in the cold, dry air, dehydration can sneak up on you in cold weather. It can cause fatigue, headaches, and dizziness, all of which can be dangerous in our harsh environment. Severe dehydration can lead to hypothermia and frostbite, as your body loses its ability to regulate temperature effectively. Aim to drink at least 2 liters of water per day, more if you're physically active. Don't rely on thirst as an indicator of when to drink, as the sensation of thirst is diminished in cold environments. Make a conscious effort to drink water regularly throughout the day. Remember, not all hydration has to come from plain water. Herbal teas, broths, and soups all contribute to your daily fluid intake. These warm liquids have the added benefit of helping to maintain your body temperature. Just be cautious with caffeinated beverages like coffee or black tea, as these can have a mild diuretic effect. For those of you engaged in outdoor activities or scavenging missions, it's crucial to have a plan for water. Carry purified water with you, and know how you'll obtain and purify more if needed. In extreme cold, be aware that water can freeze quickly. Insulated containers can help prevent this, or you can carry water close to your body to use your body heat to keep it liquid. If you find yourself in a survival situation without the means to melt snow or purify water, there are some emergency techniques you can use. One method is to use your body heat to melt snow. Fill a water bottle or plastic bag with snow and place it between layers of your clothing, close to your body but not directly against your skin. Your body heat will gradually melt the snow. This method is slow and can lower your body temperature, so use it with caution and only as a solar disinfection, or SODIS. This involves filling clear plastic bottles with water and leaving them in direct sunlight for at least 6 hours, or 2 days if it's cloudy. The UV radiation from the sun can kill many harmful microorganisms. However, this method is less effective in our current conditions due to the limited sunlight reaching the Earth's surface. Let's also discuss the signs of waterborne illness. If you experience symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or abdominal pain after drinking water, seek medical attention immediately. In our current situation, diseases that were once easily treatable can become life-threatening if left unchecked. Before we wrap up this segment, I want to emphasize the importance of community in our water management. If you have access to more water than you need, consider sharing with those who might be struggling. If you discover a new water source, report it to your local leaders so it can be properly assessed and, if safe, shared with the community. Remember, water is life. Protecting our water sources and ensuring everyone has access to clean, safe drinking water is crucial for our collective survival. By working together and following these purification techniques, we can overcome one of the biggest challenges of our frozen world. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be covering an essential survival skill: how to build an igloo. You might think igloos are just for Eskimos, but in our current climate, knowing how to quickly construct a shelter that can keep you warm could save your life. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Starfall. We're about to dive into a crucial survival skill that could save your life in our frozen world: how to build an igloo. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. An igloo? Really? Isn't that just for Eskimos? But trust me, in our current climate, knowing how to quickly construct a shelter that can keep you warm is invaluable. Let's start with the basics. An igloo is a dome-shaped shelter built from blocks of compacted snow. When properly constructed, it can provide surprisingly effective insulation against the bitter cold outside. The key is in the design and the properties of snow itself. First, let's talk about the snow you'll need. Ideal snow for igloo building is firm and compactable. You want snow that you can form into solid blocks. If the snow is too powdery, it won't hold its shape. If it's too icy, it'll be difficult to work with. The best snow is usually found where the wind has packed it down naturally. Before you start building, you'll need to gather your tools. The traditional Inuit tool for cutting snow blocks is called a panna, which is a kind of snow knife. If you don't have access to a panna, a large knife, a saw, or even a sturdy piece of scrap metal can work. You'll also need a shovel or something to dig with. Now, let's get into the step-by-step process of building your igloo. First, you need to choose your site. Look for a flat area with deep, compacted snow. Avoid areas that might be prone to avalanches or where wind tends to create deep drifts. Once you've chosen your site, use your shovel to clear a circular area slightly larger than you plan your igloo to be. This cleared area will be the foundation of your igloo. Pack down the snow in this area to create a firm base. Next, it's time to start cutting your snow blocks. Each block should be about 2 feet long, 1 foot high, and 8 inches thick. The exact size can vary depending on the snow conditions and your own strength, but consistency is key. You want your blocks to be as uniform as possible. Begin by cutting blocks from the area just outside your cleared circle. As you remove blocks, you'll create a trench around your igloo site. This trench will actually help with insulation once your igloo is complete. Now comes the crucial part: laying your first row of blocks. This is the foundation of your igloo, and it's important to get it right. Arrange your blocks in a circle, following the edge of your cleared area. Angle each block slightly inward. This is key to creating the dome shape of your igloo. As you place each block, use your knife or saw to shape it so it fits snugly against its neighbors. Pack snow into any gaps to ensure a tight fit. This first row should lean inward at about a 20-degree angle. Once you've completed your first row, it's time to start spiraling upward. Each subsequent row should lean in slightly more than the one below it. This is how you'll create the dome shape of your igloo. As you work, continue to shape each block to fit tightly against its neighbors. As the walls get higher, you'll need to cut a ramp into the snow inside the igloo. This will allow you to reach the top as you continue building. Don't worry, you'll fill this in later. When you reach the top of your dome, you'll need to create a capstone to close the hole. This is typically a circular block that's shaped to fit snugly into the remaining opening. This can be tricky, so take your time and shape it carefully. Once your dome is complete, it's time to smooth the interior. Use your knife or saw to shave down any protruding edges and fill any gaps with loose snow. The goal is to create a smooth inner surface. This isn't just for aesthetics. It helps prevent drips as your body heat causes the interior to melt slightly and refreeze. Now, let's talk about the entrance. You'll want to cut a small entrance at the base of your igloo. The entrance should be a short tunnel that slopes down slightly before coming up into the main chamber. This design helps trap cold air in the tunnel, preventing it from flowing into your living space. Inside the igloo, dig out the floor to create a sleeping platform raised above the entrance. Cold air will sink to the lowest point, keeping your sleeping area warmer. Finally, poke a small ventilation hole near the top of your igloo. This is crucial for preventing the buildup of carbon dioxide and allowing moisture to escape. Now, let's address some common questions and concerns about igloos. First, won't body heat melt the igloo from the inside? Actually, this is part of how an igloo works. Your body heat will cause a thin layer of snow on the interior to melt and refreeze, creating an icy inner shell that adds strength and insulation to your shelter. What about stability? A properly built igloo is surprisingly strong. The dome shape distributes weight evenly, and the slight inward lean of each block helps lock the structure together. An igloo can support the weight of a person standing on top of it. How warm can an igloo get? It might surprise you to learn that the interior of an igloo can be as much as 100 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than the outside air temperature. Your body heat, trapped by the insulating properties of the snow, can bring the temperature inside an igloo up to around freezing, even when it's -50 outside. Now, I know building an igloo sounds like a lot of work, and you might be wondering if it's really worth the effort. But consider this. If you find yourself stranded in our frozen wasteland, an igloo could mean the difference between life and death. It can shelter you from wind and snow, protect you from predators, and most importantly, help you maintain your body temperature. But igloos aren't just for emergency situations. Some of our more remote outposts use large igloos as semi-permanent structures. They're relatively quick to build, use readily available materials, and can be surprisingly comfortable with a few adaptations. For those of you in long-term igloo settlements, here are a few tips for making your snow home more livable. First, consider creating multiple chambers. A small entrance chamber can serve as an additional buffer against the cold. You can also create separate sleeping and living areas. To make your igloo more comfortable, line the floor and sleeping platforms with insulating materials. Furs are traditional, but any insulating material you can scavenge will help. Some of our outposts have had success with salvaged foam insulation or even dried grass. For light, carefully cut small windows and fill them with clear ice. This will allow some natural light in while maintaining insulation. For artificial light, be very careful with any flame sources. The enclosed space of an igloo can lead to dangerous buildup of carbon monoxide. If you must use a flame, make sure your ventilation hole is clear and consider adding additional ventilation. Remember, an igloo is not a permanent structure. As temperatures fluctuate, the snow will gradually deform. You'll need to maintain your igloo, reshaping blocks and patching holes as needed. In warmer conditions, an igloo might only last a few days before becoming unstable. In our current deep freeze, a well-maintained igloo can last for weeks or even months. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, but Atlas, I live in an underground bunker. Why do I need to know how to build an igloo? Well, survivors, in our unpredictable world, you never know when this knowledge might come in handy. Maybe you'll be on a scavenging mission that takes longer than expected. Maybe you'll need to establish a temporary outpost. Or maybe you'll use these principles to create snow shelters to extend your living space above ground. The principles we've discussed here about using snow for insulation and creating protected spaces can be applied in various ways. Even if you never build a full igloo, understanding how to work with snow as a building material segment, I want to emphasize the importance of practice. Building an igloo is a skill, and like any skill, it takes practice to master. If you have the opportunity, try building a small igloo or snow shelter in a safe area near your settlement. The experience will be invaluable if you ever need to build one in an emergency situation. And remember, while an igloo can be an effective shelter, It's not a substitute for proper winter survival gear. Always be prepared with warm clothing, emergency supplies, and a way to signal for help if you're venturing out into our frozen world. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing insulation techniques for existing structures. Whether you're in a high-rise apartment or a suburban home, knowing how to properly insulate your shelter can make a huge difference in your ability to stay warm and conserve precious fuel. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. Now that we've covered how to build an igloo, let's talk about insulating existing structures. Many of us are living in buildings that weren't designed for the extreme cold we're experiencing now. Proper insulation can make a huge difference in your ability to stay warm and conserve precious fuel. Let's start with the basics. Insulation works by slowing the transfer of heat. In our case, we're trying to keep the heat inside our shelters and the cold outside. The key areas to focus on are walls, floors, ceilings, windows, and doors. Any place where there's a barrier between the inside of your shelter and the outside world is a potential source of heat loss. First, let's talk about walls. If you're in a modern building, you probably have some insulation in your walls already. But in our current conditions, it's likely not enough. One of the easiest ways to add insulation to your walls is to use what we call the poor man's insulation technique. This involves hanging thick fabrics, blankets, or even cardboard on your walls. The air trapped between the fabric and the wall acts as an additional layer of insulation. For those of you with access to more resources, consider adding a layer of rigid foam insulation to your walls. This can be attached directly to the existing wall with adhesive or mechanical fasteners. Just be sure to seal any gaps or seams with tape to prevent drafts. Floors are often overlooked when it comes to insulation, but they can be a significant source of heat loss, especially if you're in a multi-story building with unheated space below you. Thick rugs or carpets can provide some insulation. If you have access to materials, consider laying down a layer of rigid foam insulation, covered with plywood for a more permanent solution. When it comes to ceilings, the principle is similar to walls. Hanging fabrics or adding a layer of rigid insulation can help. If you have an attic space, make sure it's well insulated. Remember, heat rises, so a poorly insulated ceiling or attic can be a major source of heat loss. Windows are often the weakest point in a building's insulation. If you have access to materials, the best option is to install storm windows or add a layer of clear plastic sheeting to create a double pane effect. If that's not possible, heavy curtains or blankets can make a significant difference. During the day, open the curtains to let in any available sunlight for warmth, then close them as soon as the sun sets to retain that heat. Doors are another common source of drafts. Weather stripping around the edges of the door can help seal gaps. You can also use a door sweep at the bottom of the door to prevent cold air from seeping in. For an extra layer of insulation, consider hanging a heavy curtain or blanket over the door on the inside. Now, let's talk about some DIY insulation materials. In our post-impact world, we often have to get creative with what we have available. Here are some materials you might not have thought of as insulation. Newspaper. Crumpled newspaper trapped between two layers of material can provide surprisingly good insulation. This works well for filling gaps in walls or creating improvised window coverings. Cardboard. Like newspaper, cardboard can be an effective insulator. Use it to line walls or create false walls in large spaces to create a smaller, more easily heated area. Bubble wrap. If you can find it, bubble wrap can be an excellent insulator, especially for windows. The air trapped in the bubbles provides insulation, and it still allows light to pass through. Hay or straw. For those of you in rural areas, hay or straw can be used as insulation in walls or attics. Just be aware that it can be a fire hazard if not properly sealed. Old clothes. Stuffing the spaces between walls with old clothes can provide additional insulation. This works particularly well for attic spaces. Remember, when using any of these improvised materials, it's important to create a vapor barrier to prevent moisture buildup, which can lead to mold and reduce the effectiveness of your insulation. Now, let's address some specific challenges you might be facing depending on your shelter situation. For those of you in high-rise buildings, you're likely dealing with large windows and possibly drafty elevator shafts. Focus on insulating your windows as much as possible. For elevator shafts, try to seal off any openings on your floor to prevent cold air from rising up the shaft. If you're in a suburban home, your biggest challenges are likely to be drafty doors and windows, and possibly poorly insulated attics. Pay special attention to sealing gaps around doors and windows, and add extra insulation to your attic if possible. For those in older buildings, you might be dealing with issues like chimneys or old-fashioned radiators. If you're not using your fireplace, make sure to block off the chimney to prevent heat loss. For radiators, you can improve their efficiency by placing a sheet of reflective material, like aluminum foil, on the wall behind them to reflect heat back into the room. Now, I know some of you are in makeshift shelters or repurposed buildings. In these cases, your main goal should be to create a smaller, well-insulated space within the larger structure. Use whatever materials you have available to create false walls and ceilings, essentially building a shelter within a shelter. Let's talk about some common mistakes to avoid when insulating your shelter. First, don't block off all ventilation in your efforts to seal up drafts. Proper ventilation is crucial for preventing the buildup of moisture and potentially dangerous gases. Make sure you have some way for fresh air to circulate. Another common mistake is focusing solely on walls and forgetting about floors and ceilings. Remember, heat can escape in all directions, so a comprehensive approach is key. Be cautious about using materials that could pose a fire hazard, especially if you're using open flames for heating or lighting. Always keep flammable insulation materials well away from heat sources. Now, let's address a question many of you have asked. What about underground shelters? If you're in an underground bunker or repurposed subway station, you're actually at an advantage when it comes to insulation. The earth itself acts as an insulator, helping to maintain a more stable temperature. However, you still need to pay attention to insulating your entrance and any ventilation shafts to prevent cold air from seeping in. For those of you attempting to grow food indoors, proper insulation is crucial for maintaining the temperatures your plants need. Consider creating a separate, well-insulated space for your indoor garden. This will allow you to maintain higher temperatures for your plants without having to heat your entire living space to the same degree. Remember, insulation isn't just about keeping warm in the winter. As we look to the future and the possibility of the climate eventually stabilizing, good insulation will also help keep your shelter cool in warmer weather. The principles are the same. You're just trying to keep heat out instead of in. Now, I know some of you are concerned about the potential for mold growth with added insulation. This is a valid concern, especially in our current conditions where proper ventilation can be challenging. The key is to create a proper vapor barrier and ensure some air circulation. If you notice any signs of mold, address it immediately. In our current situation, respiratory issues from mold can be particularly dangerous. Before we wrap up this segment, I want to emphasize the importance of ongoing maintenance when it comes to insulation. Regularly check for gaps or areas where your insulation has shifted or degraded. Pay special attention after storms or extreme temperature fluctuations, as these can cause materials to shift or create new gaps. And remember, insulation is just one part of staying warm. It works hand in hand with your heating methods, which we'll be discussing in our next segment. The better insulated your shelter is, the less fuel you'll need to use for heating, which is crucial given our limited resources. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be covering safe heating methods. In our current conditions, knowing how to heat your shelter efficiently and safely could mean the difference between life and death. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline survivors in the end. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Starfall. We've covered insulation, and now it's time to talk about one of the most critical aspects of survival in our frozen world: safe heating methods. In these extreme temperatures, proper heating isn't just about comfort, it's a matter of life and death. But with our limited resources and the dangers inherent in many heating methods, we need to approach this topic carefully. Let's start by discussing the approved heating devices for our current situation. In most of our settlements, we're relying on a combination of electric heaters powered by our emergency generators propane or kerosene heaters, and in some cases, wood-burning stoves. Each of these has its advantages and risks, so let's break them down. Electric heaters are generally the safest option when it comes to indoor use. They don't produce any harmful emissions, and there's no risk of fuel spills. However, they're entirely dependent on our limited power supply. If you're using an electric heater, make sure it's in good condition with no frayed wires. Keep it away from water sources, and never overload your electrical circuits. Propane and kerosene heaters are more fuel efficient and can produce a lot of heat, but they come with significant risks. These heaters burn fuel and produce carbon monoxide, an odorless, colorless gas that can be lethal in high concentrations. If you're using one of these heaters, it's absolutely crucial that you have proper ventilation. Never use them in a completely sealed room. Make sure you have a working carbon monoxide detector in any space where you're using a fuel-burning heater. If your detector goes off, or if you start experiencing symptoms like headaches, dizziness, or nausea, evacuate the area immediately and seek fresh air. Wood-burning stoves and fireplaces can be very effective, especially for those of you in more rural areas with access to wood. They can provide both heat and a means of cooking. However, they also require careful management. Make sure your chimney or flue is clear and in good condition. A blocked chimney can cause smoke to back up into your living space, which is both a health hazard and a fire risk. Speaking of fire risks, let's talk about fire safety. In our current situation, a fire could be catastrophic. Many of our water systems are frozen, making firefighting extremely challenging. So, no matter what heating method you're using, fire prevention needs to be a top priority. Keep all heating devices well away from flammable materials. This includes furniture, curtains, bedding, and any fuel sources. If you're using a wood-burning stove, make sure you have a proper fire-resistant base underneath it. For all heating devices, maintain a clear space of at least 3 feet around the heater. Never leave heating devices unattended. If you need to sleep or leave your shelter, make sure your heater is off and cool. For wood stoves, make sure the fire is completely out before you leave or go to sleep. Now, let's talk about fuel conservation. Our fuel supplies are limited, so using them efficiently is crucial. Here are some tips to help you maximize your heating while minimizing fuel use. First, heat only the spaces you're actively using. Close off unused rooms and focus on heating your main living area. Use draft stoppers or rolled-up towels to block the gaps under doors to unused rooms. Layer your clothing and use blankets. The more you can warm yourself, the less you need to warm the air around you. Wearing a hat indoors can make a big difference, as we lose a lot of heat through our heads. If you're using a fuel-burning heater, consider using a small fan to circulate the warm air. This can help distribute heat more evenly and make your heater more effective. For those of you with windows that get direct sunlight, open your curtains or coverings during the day to let in solar heat, then close them as soon as the sun goes down to trap that heat inside. Consider creating a smaller, well-insulated sleeping area. You can do this by hanging heavy curtains or blankets to partition off a section of your living space. This allows you to heat a smaller area for sleeping, using less fuel. Now, let's address some alternative heating methods that some of you might be considering. We've had reports of people using camp stoves or barbecue grills indoors for heat. I cannot stress this enough. This is extremely dangerous. These devices produce high levels of carbon monoxide and are not designed for indoor use. The risk of carbon monoxide poisoning or fire is simply too high. We've also heard of people trying to use their ovens as heating devices. While this might seem like a good idea, it's both inefficient and potentially dangerous. Ovens aren't designed to heat large spaces, and leaving a gas oven running for long periods can lead to carbon monoxide buildup. Some of you might be thinking about using candles for heat. While candles can provide a small amount of warmth, they're not an effective heating method for our current conditions. They also pose a significant fire risk if left unattended or placed near flammable materials. For those of you in vehicles or using generators for power, never run a vehicle or generator indoors or in a partially enclosed space like a garage. The exhaust produces carbon monoxide, which can build up quickly in enclosed spaces. Now, let's talk about some emergency heating methods for those times when your primary heat source isn't available. One option is the flower pot heater. This involves placing a small candle or alcohol burner under an inverted terracotta pot. The pot absorbs and radiates the heat, making it more effective than the candle alone. However, this should only be used as a short-term emergency measure and requires careful monitoring to prevent fire. Another emergency option is using hot water bottles or heated rocks to warm your sleeping area. If you have a way to heat water, fill bottles with hot water and place them in your bed before you sleep. Similarly, if you have a fire, you can heat rocks. Be careful not to use river rocks as they can explode when heated. Wrap them in cloth and use them to warm your sleeping area. Again, be very careful with these methods to avoid burns or fire. For those of you in extreme situations without any conventional heating methods, your priority should be to create a small, well-insulated space. This could be as simple as creating a tent-like structure with blankets and then huddling inside with others if possible. Body heat alone can warm a small, well-insulated space surprisingly well. Let's also discuss the importance of staying active. Physical activity generates body heat. If you're feeling cold, doing some light exercises, or even just walking around your shelter can help warm you up. Just be careful not to sweat, as damp clothing can quickly lead to heat loss in cold conditions. Now, I know some of you are concerned about the health effects of constant exposure to cold. Prolonged exposure to cold temperatures can indeed have serious health consequences, including increased risk of respiratory infections, cardiovascular stress, and in extreme cases, hypothermia. This is why maintaining a warm shelter is so crucial. However, it's also important to note that humans can acclimatize to colder temperatures over time. Many of you have probably noticed that temperatures you found unbearable when this all started now feel more manageable. This is your body adapting. However, this adaptation has limits, and it's still crucial to maintain a warm core body temperature. Before we wrap up this segment, let's talk about the signs of carbon monoxide poisoning, as this is one of the biggest risks with many heating methods. The symptoms include headache, dizziness, weakness, nausea, vomiting, chest pain, and confusion. If you or someone you're with experiences these symptoms, get to fresh air immediately and seek medical help if available. Remember, your safety is paramount. No matter how cold it gets, never compromise on safety when it comes to heating. A few minutes of warmth isn't worth risking your life. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing how to recognize and treat frostbite. In our current conditions, knowing how to spot the early signs of frostbite could save your fingers, toes, or even your life. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered safe heating methods, and now it's time to discuss a critical health issue in our frozen world: frostbite. In these extreme temperatures, frostbite is a constant threat, and knowing how to recognize and treat it could save your fingers, toes, or even your life. Let's start with the basics. Frostbite is an injury caused by freezing of the skin and underlying tissues. It most commonly affects the fingers, toes, nose, ears, cheeks, and chin. The risk of frostbite is increased in people with reduced blood circulation, and among those who are not dressed properly for extremely cold temperatures. There are 3 stages of frostbite, each more severe than the last. The first stage is called frostnip. This mild form of frostbite doesn't cause permanent damage to the skin. Symptoms include numbness and skin that's turned red or pale. You might also experience a pins and needles sensation, or a burning feeling as the affected area warms up. The second stage is superficial frostbite. At this stage, the skin may feel warm even though it's not yet thawed. As the skin begins to thaw, the area may swell, change color, or burn. Skin may appear red, pale, or bluish-gray, and you might see fluid-filled blisters appear. 12 to 36 hours stage is deep frostbite. This affects all layers of the skin and the tissues below. The affected area will feel hard and cold to the touch. After rewarming, large blisters form 24 to 48 hours later. Eventually, the area turns black and hard as the tissue dies. Now that we understand what frostbite is and its stages, let's talk about how to recognize the early signs. The first thing you might notice is a cold, prickling feeling in the affected area. This is often followed by numbness. The skin may look red, white, bluish-white, grayish-yellow, or even waxy-looking. the affected body part may feel hard or rubbery to the touch. It's crucial to catch frostbite early, so be vigilant about checking yourself and others for signs, especially after being outside. Pay particular attention to exposed skin and extremities. Remember, in the early stages, the affected person may not realize they have frostbite because the frozen tissues are numb. If you suspect you or someone else has frostbite, it's important to take action immediately. The first step is to get out of the cold. If you can't get indoors right away, at least protect the affected area from further exposure. Frostbitten cheeks and nose can be covered with warm hands. Hands can be tucked into armpits. Above all, don't try to keep walking on frostbitten feet or toes. This can cause further damage. Once you're in a warm place, begin first aid treatment immediately. If there's any chance the affected areas will freeze again, don't thaw them out. Refreezing thawed frostbitten tissue causes severe tissue damage. If you're sure the area won't refreeze, begin warming the area using body heat. For example, use your hands to warm frostbitten fingers. Tuck frostbitten hands into your armpits. If possible, warm frostbitten areas in warm, not hot, water. The water should be between 104 and 108 degrees Fahrenheit. If you don't have a thermometer, test the water temperature with a non-frostbitten hand or elbow. It should feel very warm, but not painful. Soak the affected area in the warm water for 15 to 30 minutes until the skin becomes its normal color or loses its numbness. If warm water isn't available, use body heat to warm the affected areas. Be extremely gentle when handling frostbitten areas. Don't rub or massage them, as this can cause more damage. As the frostbitten area thaws, you might experience pain, burning, and swelling. The skin may turn red and blister. This is normal, but if you develop severe pain, increased redness, fever, or any signs of infection, seek medical help immediately if it's available. After warming the affected areas, loosely wrap them in clean bandages, separating affected fingers and toes with layers of dry, sterile gauze. Move the affected areas as little as possible to avoid further tissue damage. Now, let's talk about some common myths and misconceptions about treating frostbite. First, never use direct dry heat like a heating pad, heat lamp, or fire to warm frostbitten areas. The affected areas are numb and can burn easily. Another dangerous myth is that you should rub snow on frostbitten areas. This is absolutely wrong and can cause more damage to the frozen tissue. Similarly, don't try to thaw out frostbitten areas with friction or massage. Some people believe that you should deliberately refreeze a thawed frostbitten area if medical help isn't immediately available. This is incorrect and very dangerous. Once you start thawing frostbite, the affected areas should be kept thawed. Refreezing can cause severe tissue damage. There's also a misconception that drinking alcohol can help prevent frostbite by warming you up. In reality, alcohol can be very dangerous in cold weather. It causes your blood vessels to dilate, making you feel warmer while actually increasing heat loss from your body's core. Alcohol also impairs your judgment, which could lead to risky behavior in cold conditions. Now, let's discuss prevention, because as always, prevention is better than cure. The best way to prevent frostbite is to limit your time outdoors in extreme cold. When you do go out, make sure you're properly dressed. Wear several layers of loose, warm clothing. Layering provides better insulation than a single thick layer. Make sure the outer layer of your clothing is tightly woven and wind-resistant to reduce body heat loss caused by wind. Wear a hat or headband that fully covers your ears. Heavy woolen or windproof materials make the best headwear for cold protection. Wear mittens rather than gloves. Mittens provide better protection. Or wear a thin pair of gloves under a pair of heavier mittens. You can remove the outer pair if you need increased dexterity without exposing your bare hands to the cold. Wear 2 pairs of socks. The inner pair should be made of a synthetic fiber like polypropylene to draw moisture away from your skin. The outer pair should be wool or another thick, warm material. Make sure your clothing and shoes aren't too tight. Tight clothing can reduce blood circulation, increasing your risk of frostbite. Watch out for wind chill. A strong wind can cause your body to lose heat much faster. Check weather forecasts for wind chill information and plan accordingly. Stay hydrated. Dehydration increases your risk of frostbite. Avoid caffeine and alcohol, which can cause dehydration. Don't smoke. Smoking narrows your blood vessels, which can increase your risk of frostbite. Know your risk factors. Some medical conditions can increase your risk of frostbite. These include diseases that affect your ability to feel or respond to cold, such as diabetes, peripheral neuropathy, and Raynaud's syndrome. Some medications can also increase your risk, particularly beta blockers, which decrease the flow of blood to your skin. Now, let's address a question many of you have asked. What should we do if someone has severe frostbite and we don't have access to medical care? This is a challenging situation, but there are steps you can take. First, get the person to a warm, dry place as quickly as possible. Remove any wet or tight clothing that may cut off blood flow to the affected area. Do not attempt to thaw the frostbitten area if there's any chance it may freeze again. If you're able to keep the affected area thawed, warm it in water that is 104 to 108 degrees Fahrenheit. Don't use water hotter than 112 degrees, as it can cause burns. If you don't have a thermometer, test the water temperature with a part of the body that isn't frostbitten. It should feel very warm, but not hot or painful. Gently place the frostbitten part in the water and keep it there until the affected area becomes red and feels warm. This typically takes about 15 to 30 minutes. If you don't have warm water, use body heat. For example, you can tuck frostbitten fingers into your armpit. After warming, handle the area very gently. Don't rub or massage it, and be careful not to break any blisters. Loosely wrap the area with sterile bandages, if available. If toes or fingers are frostbitten, place cotton or gauze between them before bandaging. Encourage the person to move the affected area as the skin thaws, but not to walk on frostbitten feet or toes. Give the person warm, non-alcoholic drinks to help them warm from the inside out. Monitor for signs of hypothermia, which often accompanies frostbite. These signs include intense shivering, slurred speech, drowsiness, and loss of coordination. Remember, frostbite can have long-term consequences, including increased sensitivity to cold, chronic pain, numbness, and changes in skin color. In severe cases, it can lead to tissue death and even amputation. That's why it's so crucial to take preventive measures and seek treatment as soon as possible if frostbite occurs. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing hypothermia prevention. In our current conditions, understanding how to maintain your core body temperature could be the difference between life and death. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've just covered frostbite, and now we're moving on to an even more serious threat in our frozen world, hypothermia. Understanding how to prevent hypothermia and recognizing its early signs could very well save your life or the lives of those around you. Let's start with the basics. Hypothermia occurs when your body loses heat faster than it can produce it, causing a dangerously low body temperature. Normal body temperature is around 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, or 37 degrees Celsius. Hypothermia sets in when your body temperature falls below 95 degrees Fahrenheit, or 35 degrees Celsius. What makes hypothermia particularly dangerous is that it affects your brain, making it difficult to think clearly or move well. This means that someone with hypothermia may not even realize what's happening or be able to do anything about it. Now, let's talk about the risk factors for hypothermia. Obviously, exposure to cold temperatures is the primary risk factor, but it's not the only one. Wet conditions, even if it's not particularly cold, can lead to hypothermia because water conducts heat away from the body much faster than air. Age is another significant factor. The very young and the very old are at higher risk. Infants lose heat faster than adults, and older adults typically produce less body heat. Medical conditions like thyroid problems, diabetes, and Parkinson's disease can affect the body's ability to regulate temperature. Certain medications can also interfere with your body's ability to increase your risk of hypothermia. Alcohol causes your blood vessels to dilate, increasing heat loss. It also impairs judgment, which might lead to risky behavior in cold conditions. Many drugs can affect your body's ability to regulate temperature. Now that we understand the risk factors, Let's discuss the signs and symptoms of hypothermia. It's crucial to recognize these early, because as hypothermia progresses, the affected person becomes less and less able to help themselves. The first signs of mild hypothermia include shivering, which is your body's attempt to warm itself up. You might also notice cold, pale skin, and slight confusion or difficulty thinking clearly. Speech may become slurred, movements clumsy, and you might feel tired. As hypothermia progresses to a moderate stage, shivering often stops. This isn't a good sign. It means the body no longer has enough energy to try to warm itself. The person may become increasingly confused and drowsy. Their pulse and breathing will slow down. In severe hypothermia, the person may lose consciousness. Their breathing may be difficult to detect, and their pulse may be very faint or even undetectable without medical equipment. The skin may be very pale or even bluish in color, and it may look puffy or swollen. It's important to note that infants and older people might not show the same symptoms. An infant with hypothermia may have very low energy and bright red cold skin. Older people with hypothermia might just seem like they have less energy than usual. Now that we know how to recognize hypothermia, let's talk about prevention. The key to preventing hypothermia is to stay warm and dry. Here are some strategies. Dress in layers. The layer closest to your skin should be made of a synthetic material that wicks moisture away from your skin. Wool is an excellent insulating middle layer. The outer layer should be windproof and waterproof. Keep your head covered. You can lose a significant amount of body heat through your head, so always wear a hat or hood when it's cold. Protect your hands and feet. Wear mittens rather than gloves, as they keep your hands warmer. Wear 2 pairs of socks with a moisture-wicking inner layer and a warm outer layer. Stay dry. Wet clothes lose their insulating value and can quickly lead to hypothermia. If your clothes get wet, change into dry ones as soon as possible. Avoid overexertion. When you sweat, you lose body heat. In very cold conditions, heavy exertion can lead to hypothermia as your sweat cools your body too quickly. Stay hydrated and well fed. Your body needs fuel to generate heat. Drink plenty of water and eat regular meals. Avoid alcohol and caffeine, as these can interfere with your body's heat regulation. Be prepared. If you need to go outside, always let someone know where you're going and when you expect to return. Carry emergency supplies like extra clothing, food, and water. Now, let's address what to do if you suspect someone has hypothermia. The first step is to get the person out of the cold. If you can't move the person out of the cold, shield them from the wind and insulate them from the cold ground. Remove any wet clothing and replace it with warm, dry clothing or blankets. If you have warm compresses, apply them to the neck, chest wall, and groin. Don't apply them to the arms or legs, as this can drive cold blood back to the heart, lungs, and brain, causing the core body temperature to drop further. If the person is conscious, give them warm, sweet, non-alcoholic drinks. Warm broth is ideal if available. Handle the person gently. Rough handling can trigger dangerous heart rhythms. If the person is unconscious, monitor their breathing and pulse. If they've stopped breathing or have no pulse, begin CPR immediately if you're trained to do so. Do not warm the person too quickly, such as with a hot bath or shower. Rapid warming can cause dangerous heart rhythms. In a survival situation where medical help isn't available, skin-to-skin contact under loose, dry layers of blankets or clothing can help warm the person. Remember, even if a person with hypothermia appears to have died, they may still be alive. The old saying, "You're not dead until you're warm and dead," applies here. In severe hypothermia, the metabolism slows so much that a pulse might not be detectable. Continue warming and CPR efforts until you're sure there's no chance of revival. Now, let's talk about some specific scenarios you might encounter in our current world. For those of you in underground shelters, you might think you're safe from hypothermia. While you're certainly at less risk than those above ground, the constant cold and potential dampness in these environments can still lead to hypothermia, especially if you're not moving around much or if your clothing gets wet. For those of you who need to venture outside for scavenging or other necessary tasks, be extra vigilant. The wind chill in our current conditions can cause hypothermia to set in very quickly. Always go out in pairs if possible, so you can watch out for each other. Take frequent breaks in sheltered areas to warm up. If you're trapped in a vehicle during a storm, stay with the vehicle. Run the engine for about 10 minutes each hour for heat, but make sure the exhaust pipe is clear of snow to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Keep moving your arms, legs, fingers, and toes to improve circulation and stay warm. Huddle with others if possible. For those of you caring for infants or elderly individuals, be especially watchful. These groups are at higher risk and may not be able to communicate that they're feeling cold. Keep their environment warm and check on them frequently. Now, I know some of you have been experimenting with cold adaptation techniques. While it's true that the human body can adapt somewhat to cold conditions over time, it's crucial to approach this carefully. Gradual exposure to cold can help your body become more efficient at conserving heat, but pushing too far too fast can be dangerous. Always listen to your body and don't ignore signs of cold stress. Before we wrap up this segment, I want to address a question many of you have asked. How do we balance the need to conserve fuel with the need to stay warm enough to prevent hypothermia? This is indeed a challenging balance. The key is to focus on personal insulation rather than heating large spaces. Use the layering techniques we discussed earlier and create small, well-insulated spaces for sleeping and resting. Remember, it's easier to warm your body than to warm the air around you. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing mental health in isolation. In these long, dark days, taking care of your mind is just as important as taking care of your body. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered the physical dangers of our frozen world, but now it's time to address a threat that's just as real, though often less visible. The impact of isolation and extreme conditions on our mental health. In these long, dark days, taking care of your mind is just as important as taking care of your body. Let's start by acknowledging that what we're all going through is not normal. The stress of survival, the loss of our previous lives, the constant cold and darkness, these are all enormous psychological burdens. It's natural and expected to struggle with these circumstances. If you're finding it hard to cope, you're not alone, and you're not weak. You're human, facing an inhuman situation. One of the most common mental health challenges in our current situation is depression. The symptoms of depression can include persistent sadness, loss of interest in activities you once enjoyed, changes in appetite or sleep patterns, difficulty concentrating, and in severe cases, thoughts of self-harm or suicide. In our current conditions, it can be hard to distinguish between a natural response to our circumstances and clinical depression. But if these feelings persist and interfere with your ability to function, it's important to seek help if possible. Anxiety is another prevalent issue. The constant threat to survival, uncertainty about the future, and the stress of adapting to our new reality can all contribute to anxiety. Symptoms can include excessive worry, restlessness, difficulty concentrating, irritability, and physical symptoms like rapid heartbeat or trembling. In severe cases, anxiety can lead to panic attacks, which can be terrifying experiences that mimic the symptoms of a heart attack. Post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, is also a significant concern. Many of us have experienced or witnessed traumatic events during and since the impact. Symptoms of PTSD can include flashbacks, nightmares, severe anxiety, and uncontrollable thoughts about the event. If you find yourself constantly reliving traumatic moments, or if you're going to extreme lengths to avoid reminders of traumatic events, you may be dealing with PTSD. Isolation itself can have profound effects on mental health. Humans are social creatures, and prolonged isolation can lead to a range of psychological issues, including depression, anxiety, cognitive decline, and even hallucinations in extreme cases. Even for those of you in group shelters, the inability to move freely and interact with a wider community can create a sense of isolation. Now that we've identified some of the mental health challenges we're facing, let's talk about coping strategies. Remember, these are not substitutes for professional help when it's available, but they can be valuable tools for managing your mental health in our current circumstances. Try to maintain a routine. Our world has been turned upside down, but creating structure in your daily life can provide a sense of normalcy and control. Set regular times for waking, eating, working on tasks, and sleeping. Include time for physical activity, which is crucial for both physical and mental health. Stay connected with others as much as possible. If you're in a group shelter, make an effort to interact with your fellow survivors, even if you don't feel like it. If you're isolated, use whatever means of communication are available to you. Even if it's just listening to this broadcast, knowing that you're not alone can make a big difference. Practice mindfulness and relaxation techniques. Meditation, deep breathing exercises, or even simple focused attention on your immediate surroundings can help manage stress and anxiety. In our constant state of high alert, it's important to give your mind regular breaks from worry and fear. Engage in activities that give you a sense of purpose. This could be contributing to your community's survival efforts, working on a personal project, or helping others. Having goals and working towards them can provide a sense of meaning and accomplishment. If possible, expose yourself to light. The lack of sunlight in our current conditions can disrupt our circadian rhythms and contribute to depression. If you have access to artificial light, try to use it to mimic natural day-night cycles. Some of our larger settlements have set up light therapy areas, which can be particularly helpful. Maintain your physical health as much as possible. We've talked about nutrition and avoiding hypothermia, but remember that physical health and mental health are closely linked. Regular exercise, even if it's just stretching or walking in place, can help improve your mood and reduce stress. Practice gratitude. In our harsh circumstances, it might seem like there's little to be grateful for, but focusing on small positives can help shift your perspective. Maybe you're grateful for a warm meal, a kind word from a fellow survivor, or simply for making it through another day. Acknowledging these small victories can help build resilience. If you're struggling with traumatic memories or PTSD, try grounding techniques. These involve using your five senses to connect with the present moment and pull yourself out of traumatic flashbacks. For example, you might focus on 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. For those of you dealing with anxiety and panic attacks, remember that these feelings, while intense, are not physically dangerous and will pass. Practice slow, deep breathing. Inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 4, and exhale for a count of 4. Repeat this until you feel calmer. If you're having trouble sleeping, which is common in our stressful circumstances, try to establish a calming pre-sleep routine. Avoid stimulating activities before bed. Practice relaxation techniques, and try to make your sleeping area as comfortable and dark as possible. For those of you caring for children, be aware that they may express mental health struggles differently than adults. They might become more clingy, exhibit regressive behaviors, have tantrums, or complain of physical symptoms like stomach aches. Maintaining routines, providing reassurance, and allowing them to express their feelings can help. Also remember that children often take their emotional cues from adults, so managing your own stress can help them feel more secure. Now, let's address some specific challenges that many of you have reported. A common issue is guilt, particularly among those who have survived when others didn't. This survivor's guilt can be incredibly painful. Remember that your survival is not a slight against those who didn't make it. The best way to honor those we've lost is to keep living, keep fighting, and work towards a future where their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Another challenge many of you have mentioned is the loss of identity. Our previous roles, careers, and social positions have been stripped away. This can lead to a profound sense of loss and confusion. Try to remember that you are more than your job or social status. Focus on the core values and personal qualities that define you, as these remain even when external circumstances change. Conflict in group living situations is another significant stressor. Close quarters, limited resources, and the stress of survival can all contribute to increased tension. If you're in this situation, try to practice patience and empathy. Remember that everyone is struggling, and often what looks like anger or aggression is actually fear or pain in disguise. For those of you who are alone or separated from loved ones, the loneliness can be overwhelming. Create connections where you can, even if it's just through this broadcast. Write letters to loved ones, even if you can't send them. Keeping a journal can also help process your emotions and provide a sense of companionship. Some of you have reported feeling a loss of hope, a sense that there's no point in continuing to fight for survival. This is perhaps the most dangerous mental state in our current situation. Remember that as long as we're alive, there's hope. Humanity has faced and overcome tremendous challenges before. We've survived ice ages, plagues, and disasters. We will survive this too. If you're struggling with thoughts of suicide, please reach out for help if at all possible. Your life has value, and your survival matters, not just to you, but to all of us. We're all in this together, and every life lost diminishes our collective strength. Before we wrap up this segment, I want to emphasize that seeking help for mental health issues is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength and self-awareness. In many of our larger settlements, we've established mental health support systems. If these are available to you, please use them. If you don't have access to formal support, reach out to those around you. Sometimes, just talking about what you're going through can make a big difference. Remember, survivors, that even in the darkest winter, spring will come again. Our world has changed, but humanity's resilience remains. We've faced the unimaginable, and we're still here. Each day we survive is a victory. Each kindness we show to one another is an act of defiance against the harsh reality we face. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be sharing some news from nearby settlements. In these isolated times, knowing that others are out there, fighting and surviving just like us, can be a powerful source of hope. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. It's time for one of our most anticipated segments, news from nearby settlements. In these isolated times, knowing that others are out there, fighting and surviving just like us, can be a powerful source of hope and inspiration. Let's start with some exciting news from the Detroit Underground. Our contacts there have reported a significant breakthrough in their vertical farming efforts. They've successfully adapted a pre-impact hydroponic system to work in their limited space and with their reduced power supply. This new system has increased their vegetable yield by nearly 30%, providing a much-needed boost to their food supplies. They're particularly proud of their success with leafy greens and root vegetables, which are crucial for maintaining nutritional diversity in our limited diets. The Detroit team has generously offered to share their blueprints and methodologies with other settlements. If you're in a position to implement hydroponic farming and want more information, try to make contact with the Detroit Underground. Remember, knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. Moving southeast, we've received an update from the Cincinnati Caverns. They've made remarkable progress in their geothermal energy project. By tapping into underground heat sources, they've managed to create a stable power supply that's not dependent on scavenged fuel or the temperamental wind turbines many of us rely on. This has allowed them to maintain a more consistent temperature in their living quarters and even power some basic manufacturing equipment. The Cincinnati team warns that their method isn't suitable for all locations, as it requires specific geological conditions. However, they're working on a guide for other settlements to assess whether geothermal energy might be a viable option for them. This could be a game changer for many of us struggling with unreliable power sources. We've also heard from the Chicago Skybridge community. For those who aren't familiar, this group has created a network of bridges between the upper floors of several skyscrapers, allowing them to move between buildings without having to brave the dangerous conditions at ground level. They've recently expanded their network, successfully bridging to 2 more buildings. This has not only increased their living space, but also given them access to new scavenging opportunities in previously unreached areas of the city. The Skybridge team emphasizes the importance of thorough structural assessments before attempting anything similar. They've had some close calls with weakened buildings and stress that safety must be the top priority. Let's head south to the Atlanta tunnel dwellers. They've made a fascinating discovery in their ongoing exploration of the city's underground network. In an abandoned subway tunnel, they found a cache of medical supplies that had been stored there as part of a long-forgotten emergency preparedness plan. The supplies include antibiotics, wound care materials, and even some vaccines. While some of the items have expired, many are still usable and will significantly boost the settlement's medical capabilities. This discovery underscores the importance of continued exploration and scavenging efforts, even in areas we think have been picked clean. You never know what overlooked resources might be waiting to be found. We've received a brief but intriguing message from the Miami Shoreline Collective. They report observing changes in the local marine life. As the oceans have cooled, they've noticed species typically found in more northern waters appearing in their area. They're working on cataloging these changes and studying how the shifting ecosystem might provide new food sources. However, they caution that not all these new species are safe to eat, and thorough testing is necessary before adding any new marine life to our diets. The New York Subway Nation has reached out with an update on their ongoing efforts to map the city's underground spaces. They've discovered several previously unknown tunnels and chambers, some of which show signs of recent human habitation. The Subway Nation is reaching out to make contact with these potential new groups of survivors. They remind us all of the importance of caution when approaching unknown settlements, but also stress the potential benefits of expanding our network of allies. From the Heartland, we've received news from the Kansas Silo Society. They've successfully adapted several grain silos into vertical living spaces, creating efficient, well-insulated homes. The circular shape of the silos provides excellent protection against the wind, and their sturdy construction has held up well against the extreme weather. The Silo Society is working on a guide for converting similar structures and hopes to share this knowledge with other rural settlements. The Vancouver Island Colony has sent word of their progress in developing cold-resistant crop strains. Building on pre-impact research into Arctic agriculture, they've had some success with hardier varieties of wheat, barley, and potatoes. While their yields are still small, this represents a significant step towards re-establishing agriculture in our frozen world. They're looking to connect with other settlements working on similar projects to share findings and coordinate research efforts. We've also heard from the Denver Mountain Haven. They've been experimenting with using the natural insulation provided by snowpack to create more efficient living spaces. By carefully excavating into snowdrifts and reinforcing the structures, they've created a network of interconnected snow caves that maintain a much more stable temperature than traditional above-ground shelters. They stress that this technique requires careful engineering to ensure safety, but it could be a valuable approach for settlements in areas with reliable snowpack. The Seattle Aquasphere has reported success with their aquaponics system. They've created a closed-loop system that combines fish farming with hydroponic plant growth. The fish waste provides nutrients for the plants, while the plants filter the water for the fish. This system is allowing them to produce both protein and vegetables in a very space and resource-efficient manner. They're particularly excited about their success with tilapia, a hardy fish species that's well suited to these controlled environments. From the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge, we've received a fascinating report. The community there has been observing and documenting wildlife adaptation to our new climate. They've noted some species showing remarkable resilience, developing thicker fur coats, and changing their behavior to cope with the extreme cold. This research could provide valuable insights into survival strategies and potentially lead to new approaches in cold weather gear for humans. The Las Vegas Undercity has reached out with news of their water reclamation project. They've developed an impressive system for capturing and purifying the small amounts of precipitation they receive, as well as reclaiming moisture from the air. While their techniques are specially adapted to their arid environment, some of their innovations could be applicable to water conservation efforts in other settlements. We've received an intriguing message from the Houston Space Center Enclave. They've been working on adapting space exploration technologies for our current Earthbound survival needs. They've had particular success with improving the efficiency of oxygen reclamation systems, which could be crucial for underground settlements struggling with air quality issues. They're also exploring ways to adapt spacesuit heating systems to create more energy-efficient personal heating options for surface excursions. The New Orleans Flotilla has sent word of their ongoing efforts to create a stable, mobile community on the water. They've lashed together a variety of vessels to create a floating settlement, taking advantage of the relative temperature stability provided by the water. They face unique challenges, particularly in terms of fresh water production and weather protection, but their innovations in marine survival techniques could be valuable for coastal communities. From the Appalachian Mountain Network, we've received news of their success in creating a system of fortified, interconnected camps throughout the mountain range. They've become experts in navigating the treacherous mountain terrain and winter conditions, and have established a robust trade network between their various outposts. Their techniques for secure mountain travel and their strategies for maintaining communication across difficult terrain could be invaluable for other settlements dealing with challenging landscapes. The Philadelphia Library Collective has sent an update on their crucial work preserving knowledge. They've been systematically digitizing their vast collection of books and documents, creating a database of human knowledge that can be more easily shared and protected. They're reaching out to other settlements to coordinate efforts, hoping to ensure that our accumulated knowledge and culture isn't lost in our struggle for survival. We've heard from the San Francisco Bay Bridgers, who have repurposed the iconic Golden Gate Bridge into a multi-level settlement. They've enclosed sections of the bridge to create living spaces and used the height of the structure to their advantage for wind power generation. Their innovative use of existing infrastructure serves as an inspiration for reimagining our built environment to suit our new reality. The Honolulu Deep Sea Initiative has reported progress in their efforts to harness geothermal energy from underwater volcanic vents. While their location is unique, their research into efficient heat transfer and energy storage could have applications for many other settlements. They're also exploring the potential of deep-sea organisms as food sources, though this research is still in its early stages. From the Great Lakes Fleet, we've received word of their success in adapting ships for year-round habitation on the now frozen lakes. They've developed techniques for cutting through ice to move between settlements, and have created a network of ice roads connecting various points around the lakes. Their innovations in cold weather navigation and ice construction could be valuable for any settlements near large bodies of water. The Austin cave dwellers have sent news of their breakthroughs in fungal cultivation. They've developed techniques for growing a variety of mushrooms in their cave system, providing a valuable source of nutrients and potentially medicinal compounds. They're eager to share their methods with other underground settlements looking to diversify their food sources. We've received a report from the Alaska permafrost pioneers, who have been leveraging their pre-impact experience with extreme cold to develop new survival techniques. They've made particularly impressive strides in creating well-insulated, energy-efficient housing using locally available materials. Their expertise in cold weather construction and survival is a valuable resource for all of us adapting to this new ice age. The Mammoth Cave Sanctuary in Kentucky has reached out with news of their long-term sustainability project. They're working on creating a completely self-contained ecosystem within the vast cave system, including hydroponic farming, fish cultivation, and even small-scale animal husbandry. While their project is still in its early stages, their holistic approach to underground living could provide a model for other subterranean settlements. Lastly, we've received a brief but heartening message from the International Space Station. Despite the challenges, the crew aboard the station is continuing their mission, conducting valuable research on Earth's changing climate from their unique vantage point. They stand as a reminder of humanity's resilience and our ability to adapt to even the most extreme environments. These reports from settlements across the country and beyond serve as a powerful reminder that we are not alone in our struggle. Humanity's ingenuity and determination shine through in every innovation, every discovery, every small victory against the harsh reality we face. Each of these settlements, in their own way, is contributing to our collective knowledge and improving our chances for long-term survival. The very existence of these communities, their continued efforts to not just survive, but to improve and adapt, is a testament to the indomitable human spirit. We've faced an unimaginable catastrophe, but we have not been defeated. In every corner of our frozen world, people just like you are fighting, innovating, and holding on to hope. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be putting out a call for volunteers for some essential roles in our community. Your skills and efforts could be crucial to our collective survival. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. Now, we're moving on to a crucial segment of our program, a call for volunteers. In our post-impact world, every skill, every pair of hands, every ounce of effort can make the difference between survival and extinction. We're putting out a call for several essential roles that need filling in our community. Even if you don't have specialized skills, there are still ways you can contribute. Remember, in this new world, everyone has a part to play in our survival. Let's start with our most urgent need: medical personnel. If you have any experience in healthcare, whether as a doctor, nurse, paramedic, or even a veterinarian, we need you. Our medical team is stretched thin, dealing with everything from frostbite and hypothermia to malnutrition and infectious diseases. Even if your medical experience is limited, it could be invaluable. We're particularly in need of someone with experience in cold weather injuries and emergency medicine. For those with medical skills, please report to the main infirmary in Sector 3. Dr. Erica Chen is coordinating our medical efforts and will assess your skills and assign you where you're most needed. Remember, in our current situation, even basic first aid knowledge can save lives. Next, we're in desperate need of engineers and technicians. Our survival depends on maintaining and improving our infrastructure in these extreme conditions. If you have experience in electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, or any kind of technical repair work, we need your expertise. We're facing constant challenges with our power generation systems, heating equipment, and water purification facilities. We're particularly looking for someone with experience in geothermal energy systems. As we heard from the Cincinnati Caverns, geothermal energy could be a game changer for our long-term survival, but we need the right expertise to explore this option. If you have relevant engineering or technical skills, please report to the main workshop in Sector 2. Our Chief Engineer, Marcus Winters, will evaluate your skills and put you to work where you're most needed. Agriculture is another critical area where we need volunteers. If you have any experience in farming, gardening, or even just houseplants, we could use your help. Our hydroponic systems and underground farms are our lifeline, providing the majority of our fresh food. We're constantly working to improve yields and diversify our crops to ensure a balanced diet for our community. We're particularly interested in anyone with experience in fungiculture or aquaponics. As we heard from the Austin cave dwellers and the Seattle aquasphere, these techniques could significantly boost our food production capabilities. If you have agricultural experience or are willing to learn, please report to the main hydroponics bay in Sector 4. Our lead botanist, Dr. Amelia Foster, will assess your skills and provide training as needed. Security is another area where we always need volunteers. The harsh conditions outside our settlement aren't the only threat we face. We need people to help patrol our perimeter, guard our resources, and maintain order within our community. If you have any military or law enforcement background, your experience could be invaluable. Even if you don't, we can provide training for those willing to take on this crucial role. For those interested in joining our security team, please report to the security office in Sector 1. Chief of Security Frank Martinez will evaluate your capabilities and provide necessary training. We're also in need of educators. In our struggle for survival, we can't neglect the education of our younger generation. If you have teaching experience or expertise in any academic field, we need your help in maintaining and adapting our educational programs. We're not just teaching reading and math anymore, but also crucial survival skills and the knowledge needed to rebuild our world. If you're interested in joining our education team, please report to the Community Center in Sector 5. Our Head of Education, Sarah Thompson, will discuss how you can contribute to our teaching efforts. For those with experience in psychology or counseling, we desperately need your skills. The mental health challenges in our post-impact world are enormous, as we discussed earlier. If you have any background in mental health support, even if it's not professional, please consider volunteering. Sometimes, just having someone to talk to can make all the difference. If you're willing to help with mental health support, please report to the Wellness Center in Sector 3. Dr. James Nakamura is coordinating our mental health efforts and will provide guidance on how you can help. We're also looking for volunteers for our scavenging teams. This is dangerous but essential work. We need people who are physically fit, have good problem-solving skills, and ideally, knowledge of urban exploration or wilderness survival. Our scavenging teams are our lifeline to the resources of the old world, bringing back crucial supplies that we can't produce ourselves. If you're interested in joining a scavenging team, please report to the Expedition Center in Sector 1. Our head of scavenging operations, Lisa Chen, will assess your suitability for this role and provide necessary training. For those with experience in communications or electronics, we need your help maintaining and expanding our communication networks. Our ability to stay in touch with other settlements and coordinate our efforts is crucial for our long-term survival. If you have any experience with radio equipment, network infrastructure, or even amateur ham radio operation, your skills could be invaluable. If you have relevant communications experience, please report to the Communications Hub in Sector 2. Our Communications Chief, Alex Rodriguez, will evaluate your skills and put them to use. We're also in need of volunteers for general labor and maintenance. This might not sound as exciting as some of the other roles, but it's absolutely essential. We need people to help with everything from clearing snow and ice to repairing living quarters, managing waste systems, and distributing supplies. If you're physically able and willing to work hard, we need you. For those willing to help with general labor and maintenance, please report to the Community Services Office in Sector 5. Our Facilities Manager, Grace Kim, will assign you to where you're most needed. If you have experience in logistics or inventory management, we could really use your help. Keeping track of our resources, managing distribution, and planning for future needs is a complex and crucial task. If you have any background in supply chain management or similar fields, your skills could help ensure that we're using our limited resources as efficiently as possible. Those with logistics experience should report to the Resource Management Center in Sector 4. Our head of logistics, David Okafor, will discuss how you can contribute to our resource management efforts. For those with skills in crafting or manufacturing, we need your expertise to help produce and repair essential items. Whether you're experienced in metalworking, woodworking, textile production, or any other craft, your skills can help us become more self-sufficient and less reliant on scavenging. If you have relevant crafting or manufacturing skills, please report to the workshops in Sector 2. Our production coordinator, Maria Gonzalez, will assess your skills and put them to use. We're also looking for volunteers to help with our ongoing research efforts. If you have a background in any scientific field, from physics to biology to materials science, we need your expertise. We're constantly working to better understand our new environment and develop new technologies to help us survive and eventually thrive in it. Those interested in contributing to our research efforts should report to the research labs in Sector 4. Our chief scientist, Dr. Yuki Tanaka, will discuss how your expertise can be applied to our current research projects. For those with experience in water management or hydrological engineering, we need your help optimizing our water systems. Ensuring a steady supply of clean water is one of our most critical challenges. If you have any relevant experience, from water treatment to plumbing to hydrology, your skills could be crucial. If you have water management experience, please report to the water treatment facility in Sector 3. Our water systems manager, Hassan Al-Fayed, will evaluate your skills and put them to use. We're also in need of volunteers to help with childcare, with many of our adults engaged in critical survival tasks. Ensuring the safety and well-being of our children is a constant challenge. If you have experience in childcare or are simply good with kids, your help would be greatly appreciated. Those interested in helping with childcare should report to the Community Center in Sector 5. Our childcare coordinator, Emily Chen, will discuss how nutrition or dietetics. We need your expertise to help ensure we're making the most of our limited food resources. Balancing nutritional needs with available supplies is a constant challenge, and your knowledge could help keep our community healthy. Those with nutrition experience should report to the Health Center in Sector 3. Our lead nutritionist, Dr. Michael Okonkwo, will discuss how you can contribute to our dietary planning efforts. For those with experience in energy management or sustainable technologies, we need your help optimizing our power usage and exploring new energy sources. If you have any background in these areas, from solar power to wind energy to battery technology, your expertise could be crucial in ensuring our long-term energy security. If you have relevant energy experience, please report to the Power Management Center in Sector 2. Our Energy Systems Coordinator, Dr. Fatima Al-Rashid, will evaluate your skills and put them to use. We're also looking for volunteers to help with our archival efforts. Preserving knowledge and culture is crucial for our long-term survival and eventual rebuilding of society. If you have experience in library science, archiving, or even just a passion for organizing information, we could use your help. Those interested in helping with our archival efforts should report to the Knowledge Preservation Center in Sector 5. Our head archivist, Dr. Robert Chang, will discuss how you can contribute. Remember, survivors, even if you don't see your specific skills mentioned here, that doesn't mean we don't need you. Every person in our community has something to contribute. If you're unsure how your skills might be useful, please report to the Volunteer Coordination Office in Sector 5. Our team there can help find a role that suits your abilities and interests. And for those of you who might be thinking, I don't have any special skills, I want to emphasize that your willingness to help is a skill in itself. We need people who are ready to learn, to adapt, and to work hard. In this new world, the ability to learn and grow is perhaps the most valuable skill of all. For our younger listeners, don't think this call for volunteers doesn't apply to you. Your energy, your adaptability, and your fresh perspectives are incredibly valuable. There are many ways you can contribute, from helping with basic tasks to assisting with childcare, or even bringing new ideas to our research teams. And for our older listeners, your life experience and wisdom are irreplaceable resources. Even if you're not able to take on physically demanding tasks, your knowledge and guidance can be crucial in training others and helping our community make wise decisions. Remember, in our post-impact world, the old divisions of society have largely fallen away. Your past job title or social status doesn't matter anymore. What matters is your willingness to contribute, to be part of something larger than yourself. We're all in this together, and every contribution, no matter how small it might seem, is vital to our survival and our eventual thriving. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be moving to our Lost and Found segment, where we'll share reports of missing persons and found items. In these difficult times, helping to reunite families and friends is one of the most important services we can provide. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've now reached our Lost and Found segment, a crucial part of our efforts to reunite families and friends in these difficult times. We'll be sharing reports of missing persons and found items. If you have any information about the people or items mentioned, please contact us or your local community leader immediately. Remember, in our fragmented world, information is a lifeline, and your knowledge could be the key to bringing loved ones back together. Let's start with our missing persons reports. We've received word from the Chicago Skybridge community about Maria Rodriguez, age 35. She was last seen 3 days ago when she left for a scavenging mission in the lower levels of the Willis Tower. Maria is described as 5'6" tall, with long, dark hair and a scar on her left cheek. She was wearing a blue parka and carrying a black backpack. If anyone has seen Maria or has any information about her whereabouts, please contact the Chicago Skybridge security team immediately. From the Detroit Underground, we have a report about twins, Jack and Jill Thompson, both aged 12. They were separated from their parents during an emergency evacuation of a compromised section of their settlement 2 days ago. The twins have blonde hair and blue eyes. Jack was wearing a red coat and Jill a green one. Their parents are frantic with worry. If you have any information about Jack and Jill, please contact the Detroit Underground Command Center. The Kansas Silo Society has put out an alert for Dr. Amelia Winters, a 58-year-old agricultural scientist. Dr. Winters left the settlement a week ago to check on an experimental crop site and hasn't returned. She's described as having short gray hair and glasses and was last seen wearing a white protective suit. Her expertise is crucial for the settlement's ongoing food production efforts. If anyone has seen Dr. Winters or has any information, please contact the Kansas Silo Society immediately. We've received a concerning report from the Vancouver Island colony about Michael Chen, a 28-year-old engineer. Michael was part of a team working on the colony's wind turbines when a sudden storm hit. The rest of the team made it back safely, but Michael is still unaccounted for. He's described as 5'10" tall, with short black hair, and was wearing a yellow safety vest. The colony is extremely worried and asks anyone with information to contact them urgently. The New Orleans flotilla has reported that one of their smaller vessels, the Hope's Anchor, has been missing for 3 days. The vessel was crewed by the Johnson family, Peter and Sarah Johnson, both in their 40s, and their teenage children, Alex and Emma. The Hope's Anchor is a converted fishing trawler with a blue hull. If any coastal settlements have seen this vessel or family, please contact the New Orleans Flotilla Command Ship immediately. From the Philadelphia Library Collective, we have a report about Olivia Garcia, a 25-year-old archivist. Olivia left the settlement 2 days ago on a mission to retrieve important documents from a nearby university library. She hasn't returned and missed her check-in time. Olivia is described as 5'4" tall, with curly brown hair, and was wearing a brown leather jacket. The collective is very concerned and asks anyone with information to contact them as soon as possible. The Appalachian Mountain Network has alerted us about a missing group of travelers. The group of 5, led by experienced guide Robert Blackbear, was traveling between outposts when they were caught in a sudden blizzard. They're now 2 days overdue. The group was last seen near the old Blue Ridge Parkway. If any settlements in the area have seen these travelers or have any information, please contact the Appalachian Mountain Network's Central Communication Hub. Now, let's move on to our found persons and items reports. The Seattle Aquasphere reports they found a woman who appears to be suffering from amnesia. She's approximately 30 years old, with auburn hair and green eyes, and has a distinctive tattoo of a compass on her right wrist. She was found near the ruins of the Space Needle, wearing a tattered green raincoat. If this description matches someone you know, please contact the Seattle Aquasphere Medical Center. The Denver Mountain Haven has reported finding a group of 3 survivors in a remote cabin. The group consists of an elderly man who identifies himself as George and a young couple who give their names as Zoe and Ethan. They say they've been isolated since the impact and have no idea what's happened to the rest of the world. If anyone has been searching for people matching these descriptions, please contact the Denver Mountain Haven. The Atlanta tunnel dwellers have found a cache of personal items that may belong to survivors from another settlement. The items include a family photo album with the name Rossi written inside, a set of dog tags for a Sergeant L. Michaels, and a diary belonging to someone named Chloe. If these items sound familiar, please contact the Atlanta tunnel dwellers. They're eager to return these personal effects to their rightful owners. The Las Vegas Undercity reports they've found a working ham radio in an abandoned bunker. The radio's logbook indicates it belonged to an operator with the call sign KD7XYZ. If anyone knows this operator or has information about radio operators in the Las Vegas area, please contact the Undercity's communications team. The Houston Space Center Enclave has reported finding a group of international students who were part of a space camp program when the impact occurred. The students are from various countries and are eager to find out if their home nations survived and if there's any way to contact them. If any of our international listeners have information that could help these students, please contact the Houston Space Center Enclave. The New York Subway Nation has found a large quantity of medical supplies in an abandoned pharmacy. The supplies include antibiotics, painkillers, and various other medications, many of which are still viable. They're willing to trade these supplies with other settlements in need. If your community is in desperate need of medical supplies, please contact the New York Subway Nation to discuss possible trade arrangements. They've recovered a partially damaged but potentially repairable snowmobile from the ice. The snowmobile has the name Frost Runner painted on the side and could be a valuable asset for winter transportation. If this vehicle belongs to your settlement, or if you have the expertise to repair it, please contact the Great Lakes Fleet. The Miami Shoreline Collective has found a waterproof case containing important-looking documents. The documents appear to be scientific research related to climate patterns and long-term weather prediction. Given our current situation, this information could be invaluable. The case is labeled with the initials CFM. If these documents belong to your research team, please contact the Miami Shoreline Collective. The Alaska Permafrost Pioneers report they've found a survivor in an advanced state of hibernation in a malfunctioning cryogenic chamber. The chamber is labeled with the name Dr. Elena Petrova. They've managed to safely revive Dr. Petrova, but she's disoriented and unclear about how long she's been in stasis. If anyone has information about Dr. Petrova, or the cryogenics project she was part of, please contact the Alaska Permafrost Pioneers urgently. The San Francisco Bay Bridgers have reported finding a large stockpile of seeds in a forgotten storage unit. The seeds are for a variety of fruits, vegetables, and grains, many of which could be crucial for expanding our food production capabilities. They're willing to share these seeds with other settlements. If your community has the capacity to start new agricultural projects, please contact the San Francisco Bay Bridgers to discuss seed distribution. The Honolulu Deep Sea Initiative has recovered a waterproof data drive from the ocean floor near an old research station. The drive contains what appears to be extensive oceanographic data and research on deep-sea organisms. This information could be valuable for understanding the changes in our oceans and potentially identifying new food sources. If your settlement has marine biology experts who could make use of this data, please contact the Honolulu Deep Sea Initiative. The Austin cave dwellers report they've found a survivor who claims to be a former government official with knowledge of pre-impact contingency plans. The individual, who identifies himself only as Smith, is cautious about revealing too much information, but suggests he has crucial knowledge that could aid our long-term survival efforts. If any other settlements have encountered individuals with similar claims, or have any information about pre-impact government survival plans, please contact the Austin cave dwellers. The Mammoth Cave Sanctuary has discovered a hidden cache of advanced water filtration equipment. The equipment appears to be military grade and could significantly improve water purification efforts. They're willing to share this technology with other settlements. If your community is struggling with water purification and has the technical expertise to implement this system, please contact the Mammoth Cave Sanctuary. Remember, survivors, every piece of information, every reunion, every recovered item brings us one step closer to rebuilding our world. Your knowledge, your eyes, your ears could be the key to bringing families back together or recovering crucial resources. Don't hesitate to reach out if you have any information about the people or items mentioned in this segment. For those of you who are still searching for lost loved ones, don't lose hope. We've seen countless reunions happen through these broadcasts, sometimes months or even years after people were separated. Keep listening, keep sharing information, and keep believing. And for those of you who have been found or reunited through our broadcasts, we'd love to hear your stories. Your experiences can bring hope to others who are still searching. Contact us with your reunion stories, and we'll share them in future broadcasts. Before we move on, I want to remind everyone of the importance of documentation in our current world. If you're going on a scavenging mission or traveling between settlements, always leave a detailed plan with someone you trust. Include your intended route, expected return time, and any specific locations you plan to visit. This information can be crucial if a search becomes necessary. Also, consider keeping a journal or log of your daily activities and the people you interact with. In a world where our usual methods of staying in touch have been disrupted, this kind of record keeping can be invaluable in tracing missing persons or tracking the spread of information and resources. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing recent scavenging missions, including successful expeditions, valuable resources recovered, and the dangers encountered. This information could be crucial for those of you planning your own scavenging efforts. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. Now, we're moving on to a crucial segment about recent scavenging missions. The information I'm about to share could be vital for those of you planning your own expeditions. We'll cover successful missions, valuable resources recovered, and the dangers encountered. Remember, in our post-impact world, scavenging isn't just about finding useful items. It's about rediscovering and preserving the knowledge and resources of the world we lost. Let's start with a report from our own scavenging team here in Chicago. Last week, a group led by veteran scavenger Sarah Martinez ventured into the frozen remains of O'Hare International Airport. Their primary goal was to locate aviation fuel, which can be refined for use in our generators. The mission was a success, with the team recovering over 500 gallons of jet fuel from abandoned tanker trucks. However, The expedition wasn't without its dangers. The team encountered a pack of wolves that have made the airport their territory. Sarah reports that the wolves seemed unusually large and aggressive, likely adapted to our harsh new environment. The team was forced to use precious ammunition to defend themselves. This serves as a reminder to all scavengers. Wildlife has changed just as much as our world has, and animals we once considered harmless may now pose significant threats. Moving on to a report from the Detroit Underground, we have news of a remarkable find. A team exploring the ruins of the Detroit Institute of Arts made an unexpected discovery. In a climate-controlled vault that miraculously maintained power, they found a cache of preserved seeds from the Institute's historical garden program. These seeds, representing plants from around the world, could be invaluable for our agricultural efforts. The team also recovered several art preservation texts, which could help us maintain other delicate resources. The Detroit team notes that they encountered dangerous structural instabilities in many of the buildings they explored. They stress the importance of having an engineer or someone with structural knowledge on your scavenging teams. In one close call, they nearly lost a team member when a weakened floor gave way. Always remember, the buildings we once thought indestructible are now potential death traps. From the New York Subway Nation, we have a report of a successful mission to the New York Public Library. The team, led by former librarian turned scavenger Michael Chang, recovered a significant number of books on practical skills like agriculture, engineering, and medicine. They also found a collection of technical manuals for various types of machinery, which could prove invaluable for maintaining and repairing our equipment. The New York team faced an unexpected challenge. Much of the library had been looted already, but not for books. Previous scavengers had stripped the building of wood, using books as fuel for fires. This serves as a sad reminder of the knowledge we've already lost, and the importance of our ongoing efforts to preserve what remains. We've received an intriguing report from the Miami Shoreline Collective. A team exploring a partially submerged shopping mall made a valuable discovery in an overlooked sporting goods store. They recovered a large quantity of fishing gear, including nets, rods, and lures. In our new world, where traditional agriculture is challenging, fishing could become an increasingly important food source. The team also found a stock of cold weather gear, which, while originally intended for winter sports, is now essential survival equipment. The Miami team warns of the dangers of exploring flooded structures. They lost valuable time and nearly lost a team member when a sudden shift in water levels trapped them in a lower level of the mall. They stress the importance of always having a clear escape route and never assuming that water levels will remain stable. From the Seattle Aquasphere, we have news of a risky but successful mission to a container port. The team, using a combination of diving equipment and ice-breaking tools, managed to access several containers that had been submerged when sea levels rose in the chaotic weeks following the impact. Their efforts paid off with the recovery of a container full of solar panels and another containing medical supplies. However, the Seattle team faced a harrowing encounter with what they describe as a monstrously large orca. The orca, seemingly adapted to the colder waters, attacked their boat, nearly capsizing it. This is another reminder that marine life, like land animals, has changed in ways we're still struggling to understand. If you're scavenging in coastal areas, maintain constant vigilance both above and reports a successful expedition to an abandoned military base. The team recovered a significant cache of cold weather survival gear, including thermal clothing, snowshoes, and Arctic tents. More importantly, they found a stock of long-lasting emergency rations. While these rations are past their official expiration date, our experts believe they're still safe to consume and could provide a crucial calorie boost to our diets. The Vancouver team notes that they encountered evidence of other survivors having visited the base. They found recent campfire remains and discarded supplies. This is a reminder that we're not the only ones out here scavenging. Always be prepared for potential encounters with other groups, and approach such situations with caution, but also openness to potential allies. We have an exciting report from the Houston Space Center Enclave. A team venturing into a previously unexplored section of the Johnson Space Center made a remarkable discovery. They found a sealed clean room containing prototype equipment for a Mars habitat. This includes advanced air and water recycling systems, compact hydroponic units, and energy-efficient lighting designed for plant growth. While intended for use on Mars, this technology could be adapted to greatly improve our current living conditions. The Houston team faced an unexpected danger: residual rocket fuel in an abandoned testing area. A spark from their equipment nearly caused an explosion. They stressed the importance of treating every unknown substance as potentially hazardous. In our scavenging efforts, we're often dealing with materials and equipment we don't fully understand, and caution is always warranted. From the Denver Mountain Haven, we have news of a challenging but fruitful expedition into the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. The team recovered a substantial amount of agricultural chemicals, including fertilizers and pesticides, from an old storage facility. These could significantly boost our crop yields. They also found a stock of veterinary medicines, which could be adapted for human use in emergencies. However, the Denver team reports a disturbing encounter with a herd of bison. The animals, already formidable before the impact, seem to have grown larger and more aggressive in the new climate. The team was forced to abandon one of their vehicles when it was attacked and overturned by a bison bull. They warn other scavengers to give wide berth to any large wildlife, no matter how docile the animals might have been in the past. The Kansas Silo Society shares news of a successful mission to an abandoned wind farm. The team recovered several intact wind turbine blades and a stock of spare parts. While transporting the massive blades is a challenge, the potential for increased energy production makes it worthwhile. They also found technical manuals and maintenance records, which will be crucial for getting the turbines operational. The Kansas team notes that they faced unexpected competition at the site. Another group of survivors, previously unknown to the Silo Society, was also scavenging the wind farm. While the encounter was tense, the two groups managed to negotiate a peaceful split of the resources. This is a reminder that diplomacy and negotiation skills can be just as important as physical capabilities in our scavenging efforts. We have a report from the Philadelphia Library Collective about a mission to the ruins of a pharmaceutical research facility. The team recovered a variety of medications, including antibiotics and painkillers. More importantly, they found laboratory equipment and research notes that could help us produce our own medicines in the future. The Philadelphia team faced a dangerous situation when they triggered an old security system, releasing a cloud of tear gas. They stressed the importance of treating every door, every cabinet, as potentially booby-trapped. Many automated systems are still functioning, and they don't distinguish between authorized personnel and scavengers. From the Atlanta tunnel dwellers, we have news of a successful expedition to an abandoned CDC facility. The team recovered a stock of vaccines, including some for diseases we thought were eradicated but which might make a resurgence in our new world. They also found research materials on epidemic control, which could be crucial if we face disease outbreaks. The Atlanta team reports a chilling discovery: evidence of a last-ditch effort by CDC scientists to understand and combat the climate changes caused by the impact. They found journals describing increasingly desperate attempts to model the atmospheric changes, along with prototype designs for survival equipment. This serves as a stark reminder of the speed and scale of the catastrophe we faced. The Austin cave dwellers share news of a productive mission to a forgotten military storage depot. The team recovered a substantial amount of long-lasting food supplies, water purification equipment, and cold weather gear. They also found a stock of high-capacity batteries which, while discharged, could potentially be recharged and put to use. However, the Austin team faced a harrowing ordeal when they became trapped in the depot by a sudden ice storm. They were forced to wait out the storm for 2 days, rationing their supplies and battling hypothermia. This incident underscores the importance of always being prepared for extended missions and having contingency plans for extreme weather events. From the Alaska Permafrost Pioneers, we have a report of a challenging but successful expedition to an abandoned oil drilling platform. The team recovered a significant amount of fuel, as well as cold weather survival equipment designed for Arctic conditions. They also found technical manuals and geological surveys, which could help in future resource extraction efforts. The Alaska team warns of a new danger they encountered: methane eruptions from the thawing permafrost. They describe sudden, violent releases of gas that can create dangerous sinkholes and potentially explosive conditions. This is a threat we're only beginning to understand, and it adds a new layer of risk to scavenging efforts in Arctic regions. Lastly, we have news from the San Francisco Bay Bridgers of a daring mission to a partially submerged tech company campus. The team recovered a wealth of computer equipment, including servers that may contain valuable data. They also found a cache of prototype energy storage devices that could revolutionize our power systems if we can get them operational. The San Francisco team faced a unique challenge. Much of the campus was overgrown with rapidly evolved algae thriving in the new climate. This algae made surfaces treacherously slippery and released spores that caused respiratory distress. It's a vivid example of how even microscopic life has adapted to our new world, creating new dangers we're still learning to navigate. Remember, survivors, every scavenging mission is a balance of risk and reward. The resources and knowledge we recover are crucial for our survival and eventual rebuilding of society. But every expedition also puts valuable lives at risk. Always plan carefully, be prepared for the unexpected, and never underestimate the dangers of our transformed world. For those of you planning your own scavenging missions, take these reports to heart, learn from the successes and the close calls of others, and always prioritize the safety of your team over any potential find. No resource is worth a human life in our depleted world. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing high-priority scavenging items, including what resources are most needed and where you might find them. This information could be crucial for maximizing the effectiveness of your scavenging efforts. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. Now that we've covered recent scavenging missions, let's dive into a crucial topic: high-priority scavenging items. Knowing what resources are most needed and where to find them can make the difference between a successful expedition and a wasted effort. In our post-impact world, every scavenging mission puts lives at risk, so it's vital that we focus our efforts on the most critical resources. Let's start with one of our most pressing needs: medical supplies. Antibiotics, painkillers, and wound care materials are always in high demand. When scavenging for medical supplies, don't just focus on hospitals and pharmacies. These obvious locations have likely been picked clean. Instead, look for overlooked sources like veterinary clinics, school nurse offices, and sports medicine facilities. Remember, many animal medications can be adapted for human use in emergencies, though this should only be done under the guidance of a medical professional. Another critical category is water purification equipment. While we've developed methods for purifying water, specialized equipment can make the process more efficient and reliable. Look for water treatment plants, camping supply stores, and even pool supply shops. Chlorine tablets, portable filters, and UV purification devices are all valuable finds. Don't overlook less obvious sources like laboratory supply companies, which might have high-grade filtration equipment. We need it for heating, power generation, and transportation. While gas stations are an obvious source, they're likely to be depleted. Instead, focus on less obvious fuel sources. Marinas often have large fuel reserves for boats. Airport fuel depots, if you can access them, are excellent sources of high-grade fuel. Even abandoned vehicles can be a source of fuel if you have the means to safely siphon it. Cold weather gear is crucial for survival in our frozen world. Beyond the obvious sporting goods stores, consider uniform supply companies that might have stock of insulated workwear. Military surplus stores, if any remain unlooted, are excellent sources of high-quality cold weather gear. Don't overlook specialized clothing from industries like refrigeration or cryogenics research facilities, which might have extreme cold weather gear. Tools and equipment for repair and construction are vital for maintaining and improving our settlements. Hardware stores are an obvious choice, but also consider construction sites, factories, and vocational schools. Look for hand tools, which are valuable in our low-power world, as well as specialized equipment like welding gear or machining tools. Seeds and agricultural supplies are critical for our long-term survival. Garden centers and agricultural supply stores are good starting points, but also consider less obvious sources. Botanical gardens often have seed banks, Some universities have agricultural departments that might have stocks of seeds and equipment. Even abandoned homes might have valuable heirloom seeds in their garden sheds. Electronics and communication equipment are crucial for maintaining our information networks. Beyond electronic stores, consider office buildings, which often have stockpiles of computers and communications equipment. Television and radio stations are excellent sources of specialized communication gear. Don't overlook the potential of salvaging components from seemingly broken electronics, as our engineers can often repurpose them. Batteries and power storage devices are always in high demand. Look beyond the obvious sources like electronics stores. Golf courses often have stockpiles of batteries for their carts. Solar power installation companies might have high-capacity batteries for off-grid systems. Even abandoned electric vehicles can be a source of powerful batteries if we can figure out how to repurpose them. Books and educational materials are vital for preserving knowledge and training the next generation. Libraries are an obvious source, but don't overlook specialized collections. Law firms often have extensive libraries. Universities, especially their special collections and rare book rooms, can be treasure troves of knowledge. Even primary schools can be valuable sources of basic educational materials and textbooks. Industrial chemicals and materials are crucial for many of our manufacturing and research efforts. Chemical supply companies, if any remain accessible, are obvious targets. But also consider less obvious sources like photo development labs, which often have stocks of useful chemicals. Pool supply companies have chlorine and other water treatment chemicals. Even beauty salons can be sources of useful chemicals, like hydrogen peroxide. Now, let's talk about some specific locations that are often overlooked, but can be rich sources of valuable resources. Self-storage facilities are often untouched gold mines of resources. They can contain everything from tools and equipment to canned food and warm clothing. The random nature of their contents means you never know what you might find, but it's often worth the effort to explore them. Abandoned military installations, if you can access them safely, are excellent sources of high-quality equipment. They often have stockpiles of food, medical supplies, and cold weather gear. Be extremely cautious when exploring these sites, as they may have active security systems or hazardous materials. Ports and shipyards can be valuable scavenging locations. Ships often have large fuel reserves, sophisticated communication equipment, and stockpiles of long-lasting food. The shipping containers found in ports can contain a wide variety of goods, though accessing them can be challenging. Zoos and wildlife preserves, while potentially dangerous due to released animals, can be valuable sources of veterinary medicines, specialized cold weather gear for Arctic animals, and industrial-grade water filtration systems. Scientific research stations, particularly those in remote or harsh environments, often have stockpiles of supplies meant to last for extended periods. They can be sources of specialized equipment, long-lasting food, and advanced medical supplies. Mines and quarries might seem like odd places to scavenge, but they often have stockpiles of fuel, industrial equipment, and sometimes even emergency food and medical supplies for workers who might get trapped. Wealthy residential areas, particularly gated communities or luxury bunker complexes, may have stockpiles of high-quality supplies. Some wealthy individuals may have prepared extensive doomsday bunkers that could contain valuable resources. Movie and television production studios can be surprising sources of useful items. They often have workshops full of tools, stockpiles of building materials, and sometimes even vehicles modified for extreme conditions for action films. When planning your scavenging missions, it's important to think creatively about where valuable resources might be found. Sometimes the most useful items are in the least obvious places. Always be prepared to adapt your plans if you discover unexpected resources or dangers. Remember, successful scavenging isn't just about finding useful items. It's about doing so safely and efficiently. Always scout your target locations carefully before committing to a full expedition. Be aware of potential hazards like structural instability, hostile wildlife, or other groups of survivors who might be protective of their territory. It's also crucial to have a diverse team with a range of skills. Someone with lockpicking skills can provide access to secured areas. A team member with engineering knowledge can identify the most valuable technical equipment. Someone with medical training can quickly identify the most crucial medical supplies. A member with military or security experience can help navigate potential dangers. Always have a clear plan for how you'll transport your findings. Some valuable resources, like large batteries or industrial equipment, can be difficult to move. Have strategies in place for dealing with heavy or bulky items. Sometimes it might be necessary to make multiple trips or to establish a temporary outpost to fully exploit a rich scavenging location. Be prepared to make tough decisions about what to take and what to leave behind. Sometimes you'll find more useful items than you can safely transport. Prioritize based on immediate needs and long-term value. If you have to leave potentially useful items behind, make careful note of their location for future expeditions. It's also important to consider the preservation of the items you scavenge. Some resources, like medications or sensitive electronics, may require special handling or storage. Be prepared to protect your findings from the elements during transport and have appropriate storage ready at your settlement. Lastly, remember that information itself is a valuable resource. Any manuals, books, or digital storage devices you find could contain crucial knowledge. Even if some items seem useless now, the information on how to use or repair them could become valuable in the future as we rebuild our technological capabilities. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be sharing an update on scientific efforts to clear the atmosphere. While it may seem like a distant concern compared to our immediate survival needs, this research could hold the key to eventually reclaiming our world from this endless winter. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered crucial information about scavenging, and now we're moving on to a topic that might seem distant from our daily struggles, but could hold the key to our long-term survival. Scientific efforts to clear the atmosphere, while we focus on immediate needs, like food, shelter, and warmth. Teams of dedicated scientists are working tirelessly to understand and potentially reverse the climate catastrophe that has plunged our world into this endless winter. Let's start with an update from the team at the former NOAA facility in Boulder, Colorado. Dr. Sarah Chen and her colleagues have been analyzing atmospheric data collected from weather balloons and the few remaining functional satellites. Their findings are both concerning and hopeful. The good news is that the density of particulate matter in the upper atmosphere has decreased by approximately 15% since its peak immediately after the impact. This suggests that natural processes are slowly clearing the air. However, Dr. Chen warns that at the current rate, it could take decades for the atmosphere to return to its pre-impact state naturally. The team is exploring ways to accelerate this process. One promising avenue involves using high-altitude drones to seed clouds with compounds that could help precipitate the particulate matter out of the atmosphere. The challenge lies in producing and deploying these drones with our Houston Space Center enclave. A team led by Dr. Marcus Alvarez is taking a different approach. They're exploring the possibility of using lasers to break down the particulate matter in the atmosphere. The concept is based on pre-impact research into removing space debris from orbit. The team has successfully tested their method on a small scale, using concentrated light to disintegrate atmospheric particles in a controlled environment. The next step is to scale up the technology for use in the open atmosphere. Dr. Alvarez estimates that with a network of ground-based lasers, they could potentially clear significant portions of the sky. However, the power requirements for such a system are enormous and far beyond our current capabilities. The team is now focusing on developing more efficient lasers and exploring alternative power sources. In Geneva, Switzerland, at the remains of CERN, Dr. Elisa Mueller is leading a team investigating a more radical approach. They're exploring the possibility of using particle accelerator technology to generate a powerful electromagnetic field that could potentially deflect some of the particulate matter in the upper atmosphere. The concept is highly theoretical and fraught with potential risks, but if successful, it could dramatically speed up the clearing of the atmosphere. Dr. Mueller stresses that their work is still in the very early stages, and it could be years before they're ready for even a small-scale test. However, the potential of this technology has drawn interest from other scientific enclaves around the world. leading to a global collaboration despite our limited communication capabilities. At the Beijing Institute of Atmospheric Physics, or what remains of it, Professor Li Wei and his team are taking a biological approach to the problem. They're investigating the use of genetically modified algae that could be dispersed in the upper atmosphere. These algae would be designed to consume the particulate matter, potentially clearing the air while also producing oxygen. The challenge lies in creating algae that can survive in the harsh conditions of the upper atmosphere, and ensuring that their introduction doesn't cause unintended consequences for the environment. Professor Li's team has had some success in the lab, but they're proceeding cautiously, acutely aware of the potential risks of further disrupting our already fragile ecosystem. In an unexpected collaboration, scientists from the Sydney Oceanographic Institute and the Moscow State University have joined forces to study the role of the oceans in our current climate crisis. Their research suggests that the oceans have been absorbing a significant amount of the heat and carbon dioxide released by the impact and subsequent climate changes. While this has likely mitigated some of the atmospheric effects, it's also leading to concerning changes in ocean chemistry and circulation patterns. The team is exploring ways to enhance the ocean's natural carbon sequestration processes. One proposal involves seeding certain areas of the ocean with iron, which could stimulate the growth of phytoplankton. These microscopic organisms absorb carbon dioxide as they grow, potentially helping to reduce greenhouse gas levels. However, the scientists warn that such large-scale geoengineering efforts could have unpredictable effects on marine ecosystems. At the International Space Station, the small crew that has remained in orbit since the impact is providing invaluable data on atmospheric conditions. Their unique vantage point allows for comprehensive monitoring of global weather patterns and the distribution of particulate matter in the upper atmosphere. Commander Elena Volkov reports that they've observed subtle but encouraging changes in atmospheric composition over the past year, supporting Dr. Chen's findings from Boulder. The ISS team is also conducting experiments on the effects of various materials on the particulate matter in the microgravity environment. Their findings could inform future efforts to develop materials for atmospheric cleaning satellites, should we ever regain the capability to launch them. In a breakthrough at the University of Tokyo's Atmospheric Science Division, Dr. Hiroshi Tanaka and his team have developed a new type of weather modification drone. These autonomous aircraft are designed to fly into the heart of storm systems, releasing compounds that can influence cloud formation and precipitation patterns. While the primary goal is to help clear the atmosphere, this technology could also potentially be used to bring much-needed rain to drought-stricken areas. Dr. Tanaka's team has conducted several successful tests on a small scale, demonstrating the ability to create artificial rain in controlled conditions. The challenge now is to scale up the technology and navigate the ethical considerations of such weather manipulation. The team is acutely aware that any large-scale weather modification could have far-reaching and potentially unforeseen consequences. At the Cape Town Climate Research Center, Dr. Amelia Nkosi is leading a team studying the impact of the changed atmosphere on solar radiation. Their research has shown that while the particulate matter in the atmosphere is blocking much of the sun's warmth, it's also altering the spectrum of light that reaches the Earth's surface. This has significant implications for plant growth and solar energy production. Dr. Nkosi's team is working on developing new types of solar panels that can operate more efficiently under these changed conditions. They're also exploring ways to artificially replicate the specific light frequencies needed for optimal plant growth, which could revolutionize our indoor farming efforts. In an innovative approach, a team at the Amazon Rainforest Research Station, led by Dr. Carlos Mendez, is investigating the potential of using the world's remaining forests to help clear the atmosphere. They're experimenting with genetically modified trees that could grow faster and absorb more carbon dioxide than their natural counterparts. The team is also studying how to make these trees more resistant to the colder temperatures and reduce sunlight of our current climate. While the potential benefits are significant, Dr. Mendez cautions that introducing genetically modified organisms into the environment on a large scale comes with substantial risks. His team is working closely with ecologists to model the potential impacts and develop safeguards. At the Reykjavik Geothermal Institute, Dr. Freya Johansdottir and her colleagues are exploring an unconventional approach to atmospheric clearing. They're investigating ways to harness the power of volcanoes to counteract the cooling effect of the particulate matter in the atmosphere. The idea is to carefully stimulate mild volcanic activity, releasing heat and certain types of ash that could help neutralize the cooling particulates. Dr. Johan Stottier stresses that this approach is highly theoretical and potentially very dangerous. Any miscalculation could lead to devastating volcanic eruptions. However, given the dire nature of our situation, the team believes it's worth carefully researching all possible options. In a collaborative effort spanning several continents, scientists from the remains of NASA, ESA, and Roscosmos are working on designs for a solar shield. The concept involves deploying a large, thin membrane at a stable point between the Earth and the Sunday. This shield could potentially be used to fine-tune the amount of solar radiation reaching Earth, helping to warm the planet once the particulate matter starts to clear. While we currently lack the capability to launch such a device, the scientists argue that planning for future possibilities is crucial. They're focusing on designs that could be feasible with near-future technology, hoping that as we rebuild, we'll regain our spacefaring capabilities. At the McMurdo Station in Antarctica, a small team of scientists led by Dr. Emily Parker is studying ice cores to better understand past climate changes and how they might inform our current crisis. Their research has uncovered evidence of rapid climate shifts in Earth's past, providing valuable data on how the planet's systems respond to sudden changes. Dr. Parker's team is using this historical data to refine climate models, helping to predict how our current atmosphere might evolve and what interventions might be most effective. Their work is providing crucial context for many of the other atmospheric clearing projects around the world. In a surprising development, a team of citizen scientists in the Midwest United States, led by former high school science teacher Robert Grayson, has proposed a low-tech solution to help clear the atmosphere. Their idea involves using large, tethered balloons to lift fine mesh nets into the upper atmosphere. These nets could potentially trap particulate matter, which would then be brought back to the ground when the balloons are retrieved. While the idea is met with skepticism from some quarters, its simplicity and low resource requirements have attracted attention. Several scientific institutions are now collaborating with Grayson's team to refine and test the concept. At the Pune Atmospheric Research Facility in India, Dr. Priya Sharma and her team are developing advanced atmospheric modeling software. Using data gathered from around the world, they're creating the most comprehensive simulation of our current atmosphere to date. This model is crucial for predicting the potential outcomes of various intervention strategies and understanding the complex interactions between different atmospheres, helping to coordinate the global scientific effort, allowing teams around the world to test their theories virtually before committing limited resources to real-world experiments. These diverse approaches to clearing our atmosphere represent the full spectrum of human ingenuity in the face of crisis. From high-tech solutions leveraging cutting-edge physics to low-tech ideas born of necessity, every avenue is being explored. While we're still far from a breakthrough that could end our long winter, each of these efforts brings us one step closer to understanding and potentially reversing the atmospheric changes that have so dramatically altered our world. It's important to remember that this research, while it might seem abstract in the face of our daily struggles for survival, is crucial for our long-term future. The brilliant minds working on these projects represent hope. Hope that one day we might see the sun clearly again, feel its warmth on our faces, and step out of our shelters into a world renewed. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing recent advancements in cold-resistant crops, another crucial area of research that could dramatically improve our food security. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've just covered the ongoing efforts to clear our atmosphere, and now we're moving on to another crucial area of research: advancements in cold-resistant crops. In our frozen world, developing plants that can thrive in extreme cold and low-light conditions is vital for our long-term survival. Let's dive into the exciting progress being made in this field. Let's start with the groundbreaking work being done at the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. Dr. Ingrid Larson and her team have been tirelessly working to adapt the vast collection of seeds stored there to our new climate conditions. They've had particular success with a strain of cold-resistant wheat. This new variety, which they've dubbed frost-heart wheat, can germinate and grow in temperatures as low as 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Dr. Larson reports that in controlled trials, frost-heart wheat has shown yields of up to 60% of pre-impact wheat under similar growing conditions. While this is still a significant reduction, it represents a massive improvement over conventional wheat strains, which fail to thrive in our current climate. The team is now working on scaling up production and distributing seeds to agricultural settlements around the world. Meanwhile, at the Lima Agronomic Institute in Peru, Dr. Carlos Mendoza has made a breakthrough in developing cold-resistant potato varieties. Building on the genetic diversity of native Andean potato species, Dr. Mendoza's team has created a hybrid that can grow in soil temperatures barely above freezing. This new potato, nicknamed isotato, also demonstrates impressive nutrient density, packing more calories and vitamins into each tuber than conventional varieties. The isotato has already been successfully cultivated in test plots in several South American settlements. Dr. Mendoza is now collaborating with agricultural scientists in other parts of the world to adapt the isotato to different soil conditions and day-night cycles. In what remains of the University of Alaska Fairbanks, Dr. Sarah Takak is leading a team focusing on cold-resistant leafy greens. They've made significant progress with a variety of kale that not only tolerates extreme cold, but actually becomes sweeter and more nutritious as temperatures drop. This sweet frost kale could become a vital source of vitamins and minerals in our limited diets. Dr. Takak's team is also working on cold-resistant varieties of spinach and chard. They're utilizing both traditional breeding techniques and carefully controlled genetic modification to create plants that can thrive in our new climate while providing maximum nutritional benefit. At the Beijing Agricultural University, Professor Zhang Wei and his colleagues have turned their attention to rice, a staple food for billions before the impact. They've developed a cold-resistant rice variety that can grow in flooded paddies with water temperatures as low as 40 degrees Fahrenheit. While the yield is lower than traditional rice and the growing season is longer, this glacial rice represents a significant step towards re-establishing rice production in our changed world. Professor Zhang notes that one unexpected benefit of the colder temperatures is a significant reduction in rice pests and diseases. This allows for cultivation with minimal pesticide use, which is crucial given our limited chemical resources. In a surprising development, a team of citizen scientists in the former Netherlands, led by botanist Dr. Eva van der Meer, has made significant progress in adapting tulip bulbs for food production. While tulips aren't traditionally considered a food crop, Dr. van der Meer's team has developed a variety with bulbs that are not only edible, but highly nutritious. These sustenance tulips are rich in carbohydrates and contain a surprising amount of protein. They can be grown in cold, low-light conditions and have the added benefit of producing beautiful flowers, bringing a touch of color to our often bleak surroundings. Dr. van der Meer suggests that these could be an ideal crop for underground or indoor growing operations. At the Christchurch Botanical Research Centre in New Zealand, Dr. James Towware is taking a different approach. Instead of adapting traditional crop plants to the cold, he's investigating native Antarctic and subantarctic plants for their potential as food sources. His team has had particular success with a species of cushion plant that produces edible, nutrient-rich seeds. While the yield from these plants is relatively low, they require almost no care once established and can survive in the harshest conditions. Dr. Towware believes they could be an important supplement to our diets, particularly in areas where other crops struggle to grow. In northern Canada, at the remains of the Saskatoon Research and Development Centre, Dr. Emily Redbird is focusing on cold-resistant fruits. Her team has developed a variety of apple tree that can survive winter temperatures as low as -60 degrees Fahrenheit. These frost apple trees produce small, tart apples that are incredibly rich in vitamin C. Dr. Redbird's team is also working on cold-resistant varieties of berries, including strawberries, raspberries, and Saskatoon berries. These fruits could provide crucial micronutrients and variety to our often monotonous diets. At the International Potato Center in Peru, which has become a crucial hub for cold-resistant crop research, Dr. Lucia Alvarez is leading a team investigating the potential of root vegetables beyond potatoes. They've had promising results with cold-resistant varieties of carrots, turnips, and radishes. Of particular interest is their work on a cold-resistant sweet potato variety. This polar sweet potato can grow in much colder conditions than traditional sweet potatoes and retains high levels of vitamin A, a crucial nutrient that's often lacking in post-impact diets. In a collaborative effort between the Reykjavik Geothermal Institute and the Iceland Agricultural University, a team led by Dr. Magnus Sigurdsson is exploring the potential of geothermally heated greenhouses for crop production. They've developed a system that uses the heat from underground hot springs to create oases of warmth where a wide variety of crops can be grown. While this approach is limited to areas with geothermal activity, Dr. Sigurdsson believes it could be a game changer for settlements near volcanic regions. His team is now working on portable, modular greenhouse designs that could be quickly set up wherever geothermal heat is available. At the Crop Development Center in Saskatoon, Canada, Dr. Aisha Patel and her team have made a breakthrough in developing cold-resistant legumes. Their new variety of lentil, dubbed frost lentil, can germinate in near-freezing soil temperatures and mature in a much shorter growing season than traditional lentils. This is particularly exciting because legumes are a crucial source of protein and play an important role in nitrogen fixation, which helps maintain soil fertility. Dr. Patel's team is now working on applying similar cold resistance traits to other legumes like peas and beans. In an unexpected twist, a team of mycologists at the former Paul Stamets Mycological Research Center in Washington State has been investigating the potential of cold-resistant fungi as a food source. Led by Dr. Fei Wang, the team has identified several species of mushrooms that not only tolerate but thrive in cold conditions. Of particular interest is a variety they've named frostheart mushroom, which produces large, protein-rich fruiting bodies even in freezing temperatures. Dr. Wang suggests that these mushrooms could be cultivated on agricultural waste products, providing an additional food source that doesn't compete with traditional crops for resources. At the Vavilov Institute of Plant Genetic Resources in St. Petersburg, Dr. Nikolai Kuznetsov is leading a team that's taking a unique approach to cold-resistant crop development. Instead of focusing on food crops, they're working on cold-resistant fiber plants. Their breakthrough is a variety of flax that can grow in much colder conditions than traditional flax. This ice flax could provide a crucial source of natural fiber for clothing and other textiles, reducing our reliance on scavenged pre-impact materials. Dr. Kuznetsov notes that the ice flax also produces edible seeds in Australia, making it at the University of Adelaide's Wake campus. Dr. Abigail Chen is leading research into cold-resistant fodder crops. While much of our livestock was lost in the impact and its aftermath, some settlements have managed to maintain small populations of animals. Dr. Chen's work focuses on developing cold-resistant varieties of alfalfa, clover, and other plants that can sustain these crucial animal populations. Her team has had particular success with a variety of ryegrass that remains green and nutritious even under snow cover. This evergreen rye could be a game changer for settlements attempting to maintain dairy cows or other grazing animals. At the International Rice Research Institute, now operating out of a fortified compound in the Philippines, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Fayed is working on an ambitious project to develop rice varieties that can be grown on vertical surfaces. This wall rice is designed to maximize yield in confined spaces like underground shelters or the interior of buildings. While still in the early stages, Dr. Al-Fayed's work could revolutionize urban and underground farming, allowing for significant food production in areas with limited horizontal space. In a collaborative effort between several African research institutions, a team led by Dr. Amara Okafor is working on developing cold-resistant varieties of cassava and yams. These staple crops, crucial to many African diets before the impact, have struggled in the new climate conditions. Dr. Okafor's team has made significant progress, particularly with a cold-resistant cassava variety they've named frostroot. This hardy plant can survive ground frost and produces tubers with a higher protein content than traditional cassava. The team is now working on scaling up production and distributing frostroot to settlements across Africa and beyond. At the former Monsanto Research Facility in St. Louis, now repurposed as a public agricultural research center, Dr. Lisa Chen is leading a team investigating the potential of genetic engineering to create crops that can photosynthesize more efficiently in low-light conditions. Their work focuses on modifying the genes responsible for chlorophyll production and light harvesting. While still in the experimental stages, Dr. Chen's team has produced prototype plants that can grow with as little as 2 hours of dim sunlight per day. If successful, this research could dramatically expand our ability to grow crops in the often dark conditions of our post-impact world. In New Zealand, at the Plant and Food Research Institute, Dr. Tain Hohipa is taking inspiration from native plants that grow in the harsh conditions of the Southern Alps. His team has successfully transferred cold resistance genes from several alpine plants into more traditional crop species. Their most promising result so far is a variety of cold-resistant quinoa, which they've dubbed Alpinoa. This hardy plant can grow at high altitudes and in temperatures well below freezing, producing protein-rich seeds that could become a staple food for many settlements. These advancements in cold-resistant crops represent more than just scientific achievement. They represent hope. Each new variety developed, each successful harvest in our harsh new conditions, is a step towards a more secure and sustainable future. While we're still far from the agricultural abundance we once knew, these breakthroughs show that we can adapt, that we can find ways to thrive even in the most challenging circumstances. Remember, survivors, that every meal you eat, every plant you grow, is a testament to human resilience and ingenuity. The scientists working on these cold-resistant crops are fighting for our future, one seed at a time. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing recent avalanche incidents and how to protect yourself if you're in an area at risk. This vital information could save your life if you need to venture out into our treacherous, snow-covered world. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've just covered the exciting advancements in cold-resistant crops, and now we're moving on to a critical safety topic: recent avalanche incidents and how to protect yourself if you're in an area at risk. In our post-impact world, where massive snowfall and unstable weather patterns are the norm, understanding avalanche risks and safety measures could mean the difference between life and death. Let's start with a recent incident reported from the Rocky Mountain Haven settlement. 3 days ago, a scavenging team was caught in a massive avalanche while exploring an abandoned ski resort for supplies. The team of 5 was traversing a slope when they triggered a slab avalanche, a particularly dangerous type, where a large plate of snow breaks away all at once. 2 team members were completely buried, while the other 3 were partially buried. Thanks to their proper equipment and quick action, they were able to locate and dig out their fully buried comrades within 15 minutes, saving their lives. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the ever-present danger in our snow-covered world, but also demonstrates the importance of proper training and equipment. Moving to the Alps, we have a report from the Geneva Enclave about a series of avalanches that have closed several crucial supply routes. The increased snowfall we've been experiencing has led to an unusually high number of spontaneous avalanches, where the snow gives way without any immediate trigger. The Geneva Enclave has had to reroute all of their supply runs, significantly increasing travel times and risks for their scavenging teams. They've implemented a new system of avalanche monitoring, using a network of sensors salvaged from old ski resorts. This early warning system has already prevented several potential tragedies by alerting teams to high-risk conditions. In the Andes, the Cusco Highlands settlement reports a narrow escape for one of their hunting parties. The group was tracking a herd of cold-adapted llamas when they entered a narrow valley. Unknown to them, the valley was actually a terrain trap, a topographical feature that can increase the danger of avalanches by concentrating their force. A small avalanche, likely triggered by the sound of their movement, came down the valley walls. Fortunately, the team had undergone avalanche safety training, and recognize the danger signs in time to take shelter behind large boulders. This quick thinking saved their lives and serves as a reminder of the importance of understanding the terrain you're traversing. Now, let's talk about how to protect yourself if you're in an avalanche-prone area. First and foremost, the best protection is avoidance. If you don't have to travel in avalanche terrain, don't. However, we understand that in our current world, sometimes these risks are unavoidable. If you must travel in avalanche terrain, always go prepared. The essential gear for avalanche safety includes an avalanche beacon, a probe, and a shovel. The beacon sends out a signal that can help rescuers locate you if you're buried. The probe is used to pinpoint the exact location of a buried victim, and the shovel is crucial for quick excavation. Always travel with at least one partner when in avalanche terrain. If someone is buried, their best chance of survival comes from an immediate rescue by their companions. Survival rates drop dramatically after about 15 minutes of complete burial, so every second counts. Before setting out, check the avalanche forecast if one is available for your area. Many settlements have established basic weather monitoring stations that can provide this crucial information. Pay attention to recent weather patterns. Avalanche risk often increases after heavy snowfall, during rapid temperature changes, or during periods of high winds. As you travel, constantly assess the terrain and snow conditions. Look out for signs of recent avalanche activity, such as broken trees or large deposits of snow at the base of slopes. Be wary of slopes between 30 and 45 degrees, as these are the most common angles for avalanches. Listen for hollow sounds as you move across the snow. This can indicate a weak layer beneath the surface that could give way. Watch for cracks shooting out from your feet or skis as you move. This is a sign of an unstable snowpack. If you do find yourself caught in an avalanche, your actions in the first few seconds are crucial. Try to move to the side of the avalanche, out of its main path. If you can't escape, try to grab onto a tree or rock to avoid being swept away. If that's not possible, use a swimming motion to try to stay on top of the moving snow. As the avalanche slows, push snow away from your face to create an air pocket. If possible, try to stick an arm or leg out of the snow to make yourself more visible to rescuers. If you're completely buried, conserve your oxygen by breathing slowly and calmly. For those of you in settlements near avalanche-prone areas, consider establishing safe routes that avoid high-risk terrain. Mark these routes clearly and maintain them regularly. If possible, create avalanche barriers above crucial infrastructure or frequently used paths. These can be as simple as lines of sturdy poles or as complex as engineered snow sheds, depending on your resources. It's also crucial to establish and enforce clear protocols for travel in avalanche terrain. This should include mandatory gear requirements, partner systems, and check-in procedures. Many avalanche deaths could have been prevented. Let's address some specific challenges we face in our post-impact world when it comes to avalanche safety. Many of us are using scavenged or improvised equipment that might not meet pre-impact safety standards. If you're using makeshift avalanche gear, make sure to test it thoroughly in safe conditions before relying on it in the field. Our changed climate has also altered avalanche patterns in ways we're still trying to understand. Areas that were once considered safe might now be high risk, and vice versa. Always approach unfamiliar terrain with caution, regardless of what pre-impact information might suggest about its safety. The breakdown of pre-impact infrastructure has created new avalanche risks in some areas. Abandoned buildings or other structures on slopes can act as anchors for the snowpack. If these structures fail, they can trigger large avalanches. Be especially cautious when scavenging in hillside towns or ski resorts. For those of you engaged in underground agriculture or other subterranean activities, be aware that the vibrations from your work could potentially trigger avalanches on slopes above you. If your settlement is near steep terrain, consider monitoring for seismic activity and correlating it with avalanche occurrences to better understand this risk. We've received reports from several settlements about the use of controlled avalanches as a defensive measure against hostile groups. While this can be effective, it's extremely dangerous and should only be attempted by those with extensive avalanche experience. The risk of unintended consequences is high, and you could easily endanger your own people or crucial resources. For those of you in coastal areas, be aware of the risk of submarine avalanches. The extreme cold, has caused unusual ice formation in some bodies of water, and the breakup of this ice can trigger underwater landslides. These can cause sudden, localized tsunamis that can be devastating to coastal settlements. If you're near the coast, establish a warning system and have a quick evacuation plan in place. Now, let's talk about some innovative avalanche safety measures that settlements have developed. The Himalayan Sky Cities, a network of settlements in the high mountains of Nepal and Tibet, have repurposed old helicopter drones for avalanche monitoring. These drones use thermal imaging to detect weak layers in the snowpack that could lead to avalanches. While the technology is still being refined, it's already helped predict several major avalanches, saving countless lives. In the former ski resorts of the Alps, the Geneva Enclave has established a network of avalanche control systems using repurposed artillery. These systems can trigger small, controlled avalanches to prevent the buildup of dangerous snow loads. While effective, this method requires significant expertise and resources to implement safely. The Andes Alliance, a group of settlements stretching from Colombia to Chile, has developed a low-tech but effective avalanche warning system using a network of observers and signal fires. Designated watchmen monitor high-risk slopes and use a system of colored smoke signals to quickly communicate changing danger levels across large areas. In Alaska, the permafrost pioneers have adapted indigenous snow knowledge to develop new techniques for reading the snowpack. By combining traditional wisdom with modern scientific understanding, they've created a highly accurate system for predicting avalanche conditions. They're now working on creating a manual to share this knowledge with other settlements. Remember, survivors, that in our world of endless winter, the danger of avalanches is ever present. But with knowledge, preparation, and caution, we can mitigate this risk. Every time you safely navigate avalanche terrain, every life saved through proper precautions is a victory against the harsh world we now inhabit. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing the activities of hostile groups in various regions. While it's a grim topic, understanding the threats we face from other humans is crucial for our continued survival. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered avalanche safety, and now we must turn our attention to a darker aspect of our post-impact world, the activities of hostile groups in various regions. While it pains me to report on the worst of human nature, understanding these threats is crucial for our continued survival. Let's start with a report from the Midwest Alliance, a network of settlements spanning the former states of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. They've been dealing with an increasingly aggressive group known as the Frost Wolves. This band of raiders, easily identifiable by their white fur cloaks and blue face paint, has been targeting small outposts and scavenging parties. The Frost Wolves appear to be well organized and equipped, using a combination of pre-impact weapons and improvised cold weather gear. They're known for their hit-and-run tactics, striking quickly and disappearing into the vast snowy wilderness. The Midwest Alliance has increased patrols and fortified their outer settlements, but the Frost Wolves' mobility makes them difficult to pin down. Moving to the Rocky Mountain region, we have troubling news from the Denver Mountain Haven. They've reported increased activity from a group calling themselves the Elevation Army. This militant organization seems to be driven by a twisted ideology that views the impact and subsequent climate change as a divine judgment, believing that only those who can survive at high altitudes are worthy of inheriting the earth. The Elevation Army has been pressuring smaller settlements to join their cause or face violent consequences. They've been known to sabotage lowland communities' power and water supplies, forcing them to retreat to higher ground, where the Elevation Army holds sway. The Denver Mountain Haven is working to coordinate a unified response with other mountain settlements, but the harsh terrain makes communication and mutual defense challenging. In the southeast, the Atlanta Tunnel dwellers have alerted us to a new threat emerging from the Florida Peninsula. A group known as the Swamp Stalkers has been making incursions into Georgia and Alabama. These raiders have adapted to the new swamplands created by rising sea levels and melting ice, using makeshift boats and amphibious vehicles to launch surprise attacks on coastal and riverside settlements. The swamp stalkers are particularly dangerous due to their use of biological weapons, specifically a type of toxic algae they cultivate in the warm, stagnant waters of their territory. They've been known to poison water supplies, causing outbreaks of severe illness in targeted communities. The Atlanta tunnel dwellers are working on developing detection methods for these biological agents, but in the meantime, they advise all settlements in the region to be extra vigilant about water security. From the West Coast, we have a report about a techno-cult calling themselves the Silicon Saviors. Based in the remains of California's Bay Area, this group has managed to keep a significant amount of pre-impact technology operational. While this might sound like a good thing, the Silicon Saviors use their technological advantage to exploit and control other settlements. They've been known to offer tantalizing tech solutions to struggling communities, only to use backdoors and kill switches to hold these settlements hostage. The Silicon Saviors believe that technology is the key to surviving and eventually reversing the impact winter, and they're willing to go to extreme lengths to gather the resources and manpower they think they need. Settlements in the region are warned to be extremely cautious about accepting any technological assistance from unknown sources. In the Northeast, the New York subway nation has reported increased tensions with a group known as the High-Rise Horde. This organization has taken control of several skyscrapers in Manhattan, using their elevated position to monitor and control movement through the city. They demand tribute from anyone seeking to pass through their territory, which unfortunately includes several crucial supply routes. The High-Rise Horde is well armed and has the advantage of height, making direct confrontation extremely risky. The subway nation is working on mapping and expanding the underground tunnel network to create alternative routes, but this is a slow and dangerous process. In the meantime, they advise all travelers in the region to avoid above-ground routes through Manhattan if possible. From the Great Lakes region, we have news of a naval threat. A fleet of ice-breaking ships known as the Frozen Armada has been raiding coastal settlements around the lakes. This group appears to be made up of former military personnel and experienced sailors who have adapted pre-impact vessels for the new Ice Age conditions. The Frozen Armada's mobility and firepower make them a severe threat to any settlement near the Great Lakes. They've been known to use the cover of snowstorms to launch surprise attacks, retreating to the mist-covered lakes before a defense can be mounted. The Great Lakes Alliance is working on establishing a network of early warning stations, but the Armada's ability to strike anywhere along the vast coastline makes defense. A Phoenix Oasis settlement reports increased activity from a group they call the Sunday Cult. These fanatics believe that the key to ending the impact winter is to perform mass sacrifices to appease the sun gods. They target smaller settlements, abducting people for their barbaric rituals. The Sunday Cult is particularly dangerous because of their disregard for self-preservation. They fight with a fervor that borders on suicidal, making them unpredictable and difficult to deter. The Phoenix Oasis is working to unite the scattered settlements of the Southwest into a mutual defense pact, but the vast, unforgiving desert makes coordination difficult. From the Pacific Northwest, we have reports of a group known as the Cascade Kings causing trouble. This organization has taken control of several dams along the Columbia River, using their control over hydroelectric power as leverage against other settlements. They demand exorbitant tributes in exchange for electricity, and they're not above causing artificial floods to punish those who refuse their demands. The Cascade Kings' control over the region's water and power infrastructure makes them a formidable threat. Settlements in the area are working on developing alternative power sources, but the process is slow and resource-intensive. In the meantime, they advise communities to be prepared for sudden power outages and potential flooding. In the Appalachian region, the Mountain Network reports increased activity from a group they call the Coal Barons. These raiders have seized control of several old coal mines, using them as fortified bases. They're attempting to revive coal power, offering heat and electricity to desperate settlements in exchange for food, medicines, and loyalty. While the promise of warmth is tempting in our frozen world, the Coal Barons are known for their brutal treatment of workers and their disregard for the long-term environmental consequences of their actions. The Mountain Network is working to develop and share more sustainable energy solutions, but the immediate need for heat makes the Coal Barons' offers difficult for some settlements to refuse. From the Gulf Coast, we have troubling news about a group called the Storm Riders. These raiders have adapted to the extreme weather patterns of the region, using the cover of hurricanes and severe storms to launch attacks on coastal settlements. They've developed light, mobile shelters that allow them to weather out storms in the open, giving them a significant advantage over static settlements. The Storm Riders are known for their use of wind-powered vehicles, allowing them to move quickly across the mudflats and swamps that now dominate much of the Gulf Coast. Settlements in the region are working on improving their early warning systems for both storms and raids, but the unpredictable weather makes this a constant challenge. In the Midwest, particularly around the former state of Nebraska, we've received reports about a group calling themselves the Silo Sentinels. This organization has taken control of several missile silos and bunkers left over from the Cold War. While they initially presented themselves as protectors, offering shelter in their underground fortresses, they've increasingly become oppressive, demanding more and more from the settlements under their protection. The Silo Sentinels' access to pre-impact military hardware makes them a significant threat. They've been known to use the threat of launching old missiles to keep settlements in line, although it's unclear if these weapons are still functional. Nonetheless, the psychological impact of this threat is a powerful tool of control. From the Four Corners region, we have news of a group known as the Dust Devils causing havoc. These raiders have adapted to the harsh, dry conditions of the post-impact Southwest, using sandstorms as cover for their attacks. They've developed vehicles and gear that allow them to operate effectively in zero-visibility conditions, giving them a significant advantage. The Dust Devils are known for their use of hallucinogenic weapons, possibly derived from mutated desert plants. These weapons can incapacitate entire settlements, leaving them vulnerable to raiding. Communities in the region are working on developing better air filtration systems and early warning networks for approaching storms, but the vast, open terrain makes defense a constant challenge. In the northern plains, stretching into Canada, we've received reports of a group called the Frost Giants. These raiders have adapted remarkably well to the extreme cold, developing insulated suits that allow them to operate for extended periods in temperatures that would quickly kill an unprotected human. They use this advantage to stage long-range raids, striking from distances that other groups can't manage in the bitter cold. The Frost Giants are particularly feared for their use of ice weapons, sharpened blades, and spears made of super-hardened ice that can penetrate most scavenged armor. Settlements in the region are working on developing their own cold weather gear, but the Frost Giants' head start in this arms race gives them a significant advantage. From the remnants of Alaska, we have news of a group known as the Aurora Clan. This organization has developed technology to harness the intense electromagnetic energy of the enhanced aurora borealis, a side effect of the impact's disruption of Earth's magnetic field. While they initially offered their energy technology to other settlements, they've become increasingly aggressive, using their power to disrupt electronics and communication systems of any who oppose them. The Aurora Clan's ability to knock out vital systems from a distance makes them a unique and dangerous threat. Settlements in the far north are working on developing shielding for their crucial electronics, but the Aurora Clan's technology is not well understood, making effective countermeasures difficult to implement. In the Caribbean, we've received reports of a naval group calling themselves the Hurricane Hunters. These experienced sailors have adapted to the new patterns of megastorms that now regularly batter the region. They use these storms as cover for raids on coastal settlements, riding the extreme winds to strike fast and retreat before the weather clears. The Hurricane Hunters are particularly dangerous due to their unpredictability. Their attacks are tied to weather patterns that are already chaotic and difficult to forecast in our post-impact world. Coastal settlements in the region are working on improving their storm shelters to double as defensive structures, but the power of the megastorms often leaves them vulnerable in the aftermath. Remember, survivors, that while these reports paint a grim picture, they also show the importance of unity and cooperation among peaceful settlements. Many of these hostile groups thrive on isolating and overwhelming smaller communities. By standing together, sharing resources and information, we can present a united front against those who would prey on the vulnerable. Stay vigilant, stay informed, and above all, stay united. Together, we can weather not just the endless winter, but the storm of human conflict that rages within it. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing changes in wildlife behavior. As animals adapt to our new ice age alongside us, understanding these changes could be crucial for your safety and survival. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered the activities of hostile groups, and now we're moving on to another crucial topic: changes in wildlife behavior. As animals adapt to our new ice age alongside us, understanding these changes could be vital for your safety and survival. Let's start with a report from the Rocky Mountain Haven settlement. They've observed significant changes in the behavior of mountain lions over the past year. These already formidable predators have grown larger and developed thicker fur to cope with the extreme cold. More alarmingly, they've begun hunting in packs, a behavior never seen before the impact. This cooperative hunting strategy makes them an even greater threat to humans and livestock. The Rocky Mountain Haven has had to adapt their security measures, implementing a buddy system for anyone venturing outside the settlement's walls and reinforcing their animal enclosures. They advise other settlements in mountain regions to be on high alert for these new, more social mountain lions. Moving to the former Yellowstone area, we have reports of fascinating but potentially dangerous changes in bison behavior. The Yellowstone geothermal community has observed bison using the park's hot springs and geysers to survive the extreme cold. These massive animals have learned to stand over the steam vents, allowing the warm, moist air to melt the ice from their fur. While this behavior helps the bison survive, it has led to increased human-animal conflicts as both species compete for access to these warm areas. The Yellowstone community has had to establish strict protocols for approaching geothermal features, as startling a bison in these areas can lead to deadly confrontations. In the Arctic regions, the Nunavut Ice Fortress reports that polar bears have become even more aggressive and are venturing much further south than ever before. These bears, already one of the few animals well adapted to extreme cold, have thrived in our new climate. They've been spotted as far south as the former state of Michigan, posing a severe threat to settlements unaccustomed to dealing with such large predators. Northern settlements to treat any large white animal as a potential polar bear, even if you're in an area where they weren't historically found. They've developed a system of polar bear warning signals that they're willing to share with other communities. From the Amazon basin, now a colder and drier region than before the impact, we have reports of surprising adaptations in river dolphin populations. The Manaus Canopy Colony has observed these typically freshwater dolphins venturing into the ocean as rivers freeze over. They've developed thicker blubber layers and have been seen breaking through thin ice to breathe, much like their Arctic cousins. While these adaptable dolphins don't pose a direct threat to humans, their changing migration patterns have disrupted local fishing practices. The Manaus colony advises riverine and coastal settlements to be prepared for unexpected competition for fish stocks. In Africa, the Serengeti Sky City reports that elephants have developed a new defensive behavior in response to the colder climate and increased predator activity. These massive animals have been observed, forming tight circular formations with their young in the center, using their bodies as windbreaks and their tusks as weapons against encroaching predators. While this behavior has helped elephant populations survive, it has made them more dangerous to approach. The Serengeti Sky City warns that these elephant fortresses, as they call them, should be given a wide berth, as the entire herd may charge if they feel threatened. From the Australian outback, now a cold desert, we have news of unexpected changes in kangaroo behavior. The Alice Springs Oasis reports that kangaroos have begun digging extensive burrow systems, a behavior never seen before the impact. These burrows provide shelter from the cold and have allowed kangaroo populations to survive in areas that would otherwise be too harsh. However, these burrow systems have created new hazards for vehicles and have undermined some structures. The Alice Springs community advises other settlements to be cautious when traveling or building in areas with kangaroo populations, as the ground may not be as stable as it appears. In the oceans, we have reports from the Pacific Coast Alliance of Orcas demonstrating new hunting techniques. These intelligent predators have learned to use floating ice sheets as tools, working together to tip seals and sea lions off the ice and into the water where they can be easily caught. More alarmingly, they've been observed using similar tactics against small boats and rafts. The Pacific Coast Alliance warns all maritime communities to be extremely cautious when orcas are spotted, as these animals now seem to view boats as potential prey platforms rather than threats to be avoided. From the Great Lakes region, now largely frozen over, we have reports of wolf populations developing new hunting strategies. The Michigan Vault Settlement has observed wolves using the ice-covered lakes as hunting grounds, working in large packs to bring down prey as large as moose. These wolf packs have become so successful that they're now one of the dominant predators in the region. The Michigan Vault advises all settlements near frozen bodies of water to be alert for wolf activity, especially during low visibility conditions when these predators are most active. In the Himalayas, the Sky Monastery Network reports that snow leopards, contrary to expectations, are struggling in the new climate. These solitary predators, once perfectly adapted to high-altitude cold, are having difficulty hunting in the deeper snows and more extreme conditions. As a result, they've begun venturing into lower elevations and closer to human settlements in search of food. While a snow leopard is less dangerous to humans than some other large predators, their desperation makes them unpredictable. The Sky Monastery Network advises settlements in mountainous areas to secure food stores and livestock, as these cats have become adept at slipping into human habitations in search of easy meals. From the Siberian tundra, the Yakutsk Bunker City reports that foxes have developed an unusual symbiotic relationship with large herbivores like reindeer. The foxes have been observed following these herds closely, benefiting from the larger animals' ability to dig through snow and ice to reach vegetation. In return, the fox's keen senses provide an early warning system for approaching predators. While this relationship has helped both species survive, it has made hunting these animals for food more challenging. The Yakutsk Bunker City advises hunters to be prepared for more vigilant and evasive prey when targeting these herds. In South America, the Andean cloud communes report that spectacled bears, once limited to specific altitude ranges, have become more widespread. These adaptable bears have developed thicker fur and are now found from sea level to the highest peaks. They've also become more aggressive, competing with humans for food sources in a landscape where vegetation is increasingly scarce. The Andean cloud communes warn that these bears should be considered a serious threat, especially as they've learned to associate human settlements with potential food sources. They advise communities to implement bear-proof food storage systems and to always travel in groups in bear territory. From the African savanna, now a cold grassland, we have reports of surprising behavioral changes in hyenas. The Nairobi Archaeology has observed hyenas forming much larger clans than ever before, sometimes numbering in the hundreds. These megaclans have become bold enough to challenge even the largest predators, including lions and the human settlements themselves. The Nairobi Archaeology warns that these hyena megaclans should be treated as a serious threat, capable of overwhelming most defenses through sheer numbers. They advise settlements to maintain constant vigilance and to use noise and light deterrence to keep these adaptable predators at bay. In the temperate forests of Europe, now much colder and more coniferous, the Black Forest Enclave reports that wild boars have developed new social structures and hunting behaviors. These highly intelligent animals have been observed forming large hierarchical groups that work together to dig through the snow and frozen ground for food. More concerning, they've begun actively hunting smaller animals and have even been known to challenge humans who venture into their territory. The Black Forest Enclave advises extreme caution when traveling through forested areas, as these new boar societies are highly territorial and more dangerous than their pre-impact counterparts. They recommend carrying noise-making devices to deter boar attacks. From the coastal regions of the former United States, we have reports of dramatic changes in alligator behavior. The Gulf Coast Confederation has observed alligators developing a layer of insulating fat and engaging in a form of seasonal hibernation, allowing them to survive much further north than their historical range. They've also become more aggressive and prone to hunting on land, posing a significant threat to unwary survivors. The Gulf Coast Confederation warns all settlements near bodies of water, even in regions where alligators were not historically present, to be on guard for these adaptable and dangerous reptiles. They advise implementing barrier systems around water sources and maintaining clear sightlines in areas where alligators might hide. In the skies, we have reports from various settlements of corvids, particularly ravens and crows, demonstrating remarkable adaptation and intelligence. These birds have been observed using human-made structures and objects in novel ways, from using car antennas as spears for hunting small prey to dropping nuts onto solar panels to crack them open. More significantly, they appear to be actively cooperating with wolves and foxes in hunting, distracting larger prey animals to make them vulnerable to attack. While not directly dangerous to humans, these highly intelligent birds can pose a threat to food security and have been known to steal small, shiny objects that might be crucial survival gear. Settlements are advised to secure food stores and important equipment, and to be aware that the presence of corvids might indicate larger predators nearby. From the equatorial regions, now much cooler and drier than before the impact, we have reports of surprising adaptations in primate species. The Congo Basin treetop settlement has observed chimpanzees and gorillas developing thicker fur and engaging in new social behaviors to cope with the cold. These primates have been seen huddling in large groups for warmth and even using simple tools to harvest insulation materials for their nests. While these adaptations have helped primate populations survive, they've also led to increased human-animal conflict as both species compete for limited resources. The Congo Basin settlement advises caution when encountering primate groups, as their increased social cohesion can make them more aggressive in defending their territories. In marine environments, the Great Barrier Reef Flotilla reports significant changes in shark behavior. Many shark species have developed a layer of insulating blubber, allowing them to tolerate much colder waters. More alarmingly, some species have begun hunting in coordinated packs, a behavior never observed before the impact. These shark packs have been known to attack small watercraft, posing a severe threat to maritime communities. Advises all seafaring settlements to implement shark detection systems and to avoid areas where pack hunting behavior has been observed. They also warn that traditional shark deterrents may be less effective against these more social and aggressive sharks. Remember, survivors, that as we adapt to our new world, so too does the wildlife around us. Understanding these changes is crucial, not just for our safety, but for our long-term survival as we learn to coexist with these evolved species. Always be alert, respect the animals you encounter, and never underestimate their ability to adapt and survive in our harsh new world. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing underground farming techniques, a crucial topic for many of our settlements struggling to produce food in our frozen world. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered the changes in wildlife behavior, and now we're moving on to a topic that's crucial for our long-term survival: underground farming techniques. As our surface world remains locked in endless winter, many of our settlements have turned to the relative warmth and stability of the underground to produce the food we need to survive. Let's start with a report from the Chicago Undercity, where they've made significant strides in hydroponic farming. Their lead agronomist, Dr. Emily Chen, has developed a system that maximizes space utilization by growing crops vertically. Using a combination of LED grow lights and a nutrient-rich mist, they're able to produce leafy greens, tomatoes, and even small fruit trees in tightly stacked layers. The Chicago team has found that certain crops, particularly leafy greens like spinach and kale, actually thrive in these controlled conditions. They're producing yields that are up to 40% higher than traditional farming methods. However, Dr. Chen notes that maintaining the delicate balance of nutrients and preventing the spread of plant diseases in these dense growing environments remains a constant challenge. Moving to the Montreal Metro farms, we have news of an innovative aquaponic system. They've converted several abandoned subway stations into a complex ecosystem where fish and plants support each other. The waste produced by tilapia and carp provides nutrients for the plants, while the plants filter the water for the fish. This closed-loop system is highly efficient, producing both protein and vegetables with minimal external inputs. The Montreal team reports that their biggest challenge has been maintaining consistent temperatures throughout their extensive tunnel system. They've developed a clever solution using the residual heat from their electrical systems to warm the water for the fish tanks, which in turn helps regulate the temperature for the plants. In the vast salt mines beneath Detroit, the Motor City Underground has taken a different approach. They're using the naturally sterile environment of the salt mines to grow mushrooms on a massive scale. The constant temperature and humidity of the mines provide ideal conditions for fungal growth. They've developed strains of oyster mushrooms, shiitake, and even medicinal mushrooms that are adapted to grow in near-complete darkness, using only minimal LED lighting. The Detroit team notes that while mushrooms provide a good source of protein and various nutrients, they're working on expanding their crop diversity. They're experimenting with salt-tolerant plants that can be grown in specially prepared beds of imported soil, laid over the salt floors. From the London Tube Gardens, we have reports of a successful underground orchard. Using dwarf varieties of apple, pear, and cherry trees, they've created a fruit-producing ecosystem in the vast underground network. The trees are grown using a combination of hydroponics and artificial soil, with specialized LED lights mimicking the changing seasons to induce flowering and fruiting. The London team has faced challenges with pollination in their enclosed environment. They've developed a creative solution by introducing colonies of bumblebees, which are able to navigate and pollinate effectively in the artificial light. This has had the added benefit of producing honey, a rare sweet treat in our post-impact world. In the former NORAD complex inside Cheyenne Mountain, the Mountain Core community has developed an impressive root vegetable farm. Taking advantage of the vast climate-controlled spaces, originally designed to withstand nuclear war, they've created huge beds of nutrient-rich soil, where they grow potatoes, carrots, beets, and other hardy vegetables. The Mountain Core team reports that their biggest challenge has been dealing with soil depletion. They've developed an extensive composting system, recycling all organic waste from the community to replenish the soil. They're also experimenting with crop rotation and companion planting to maintain soil health and maximize yields. At the repurposed Svalbard Global Seed Vault, now the Arctic Ark Settlement, scientists are doing groundbreaking work in adapting a wide variety of crops to low-light, low-temperature conditions. Using the vast collection of seed samples stored there before the impact, they're selectively breeding plants that can thrive in the challenging conditions of underground farms. The Arctic Ark team has had particular success with cold-tolerant varieties of quinoa, amaranth, and buckwheat. These nutrient-dense crops are well-suited to the space constraints of underground farming and provide a good balance of proteins and carbohydrates. They're working on distributing these new seed varieties to other settlements around the world. In the extensive cave systems of Kentucky, the Mammoth Cave Collective has developed a unique approach to underground farming. They're using bioluminescent organisms to provide light for photosynthesis, reducing their reliance on artificial lighting. Glowing algae and fungi are cultivated alongside food crops, creating an eerie but productive underground ecosystem. The Mammoth Cave team reports that while the light produced by these organisms isn't as intense as LED grow lights, many plants have adapted surprisingly well to these conditions. They're producing a variety of shade-tolerant crops, including lettuce, herbs, and even some fruit-bearing plants like strawberries. From the Sydney subsurface settlement, we have news of an innovative waste-to-food system. They've developed a process that uses methane from decomposing organic matter to power their grow lights and climate control systems. This not only provides a renewable energy source, but also helps manage the settlement's waste products. The Sydney team notes that this system requires careful management to prevent the buildup of harmful gases. They've implemented extensive air filtration and monitoring systems to ensure the safety of both their crops and their human inhabitants. In the former subway tunnels of Tokyo, the Tokyo Tunnel Towers have perfected a system of aeroponic farming. Plants are grown with their roots suspended in air, periodically misted with a nutrient-rich solution. This method uses even less water than traditional hydroponics and allows for extremely dense planting. The Tokyo team reports that this system is particularly effective for fast-growing crops like lettuce and herbs. They're able to produce a new harvest every few weeks, providing a steady supply of fresh vegetables to their community. However, they note that the system requires constant monitoring and precise control of humidity and nutrient levels. At the Carthage Underground in Tunisia, farmers have adapted ancient Roman cisterns into a network of underground gardens. These water storage structures, built thousands of years ago, now serve as controlled environments for growing a variety of Mediterranean crops. The thermal mass of the stone structures helps maintain stable temperatures, while carefully managed LED lighting provides the necessary light for photosynthesis. The Carthage team has had particular success with herbs and spices, producing flavorful crops that are in high demand for trade with other settlements. They're working on expanding their production of olive trees, a challenging but potentially very rewarding crop in terms of both food and oil production. In the vast network of tunnels beneath Paris, the Catacombs Collective has developed a unique system of fungal remediation and food production. They use mycelia, the vegetative part of fungi, to break down organic waste and contaminants in the soil, gradually transforming sections of the catacombs into fertile growing spaces. The Paris team reports that this process is slow but highly effective. Areas that have undergone fungal remediation are now producing healthy crops of vegetables and herbs. As an added benefit, the process also produces edible mushrooms, providing an additional food source during the remediation process. From the Zelina Underground in Slovakia, we have reports of a successful underground livestock program. They've adapted former nuclear bunkers to house small animals like rabbits, chickens, and quail. These animals are fed on a combination of hydroponically grown fodder and insects raised on organic waste, creating a nearly closed-loop food production system. The Zelina team notes that maintaining animal health in an underground environment presents unique challenges. They've developed specialized UV lighting systems to prevent vitamin D deficiency in their livestock, and they maintain strict quarantine protocols to prevent the spread of diseases in Kola, Russia. Scientists are experimenting with using geothermal energy to power their underground farms. The Kola Super Deep Borehole, once the deepest man-made hole on Earth, now provides heat and energy for a sophisticated hydroponic system. The extreme depth of the borehole allows them to tap into temperatures much higher than those typically used for geothermal energy, providing ample power for their growing operations. The Kola team reports that their biggest challenge has been managing the highly mineralized water that comes from such great depths. They've developed advanced filtration systems to make the water suitable for their crops, and they're experimenting with plants that can tolerate and even thrive in mineral-rich conditions. In the sprawling salt caverns of Wieliczka, Poland, the Salt City growers have developed a unique method of growing halophytic, salt-tolerant plants. They've created a series of terraced gardens within the salt caves, using carefully managed irrigation to control salinity levels. This allows them to grow crops like samphire, sea kale, and certain varieties of beets that actually benefit from saline conditions. The Wieliczka team notes that while their crop variety is limited, the plants they do grow are exceptionally nutrient-dense. They're working on expanding their range of salt-tolerant crops and developing processing methods to reduce the salt content in their harvests to make them more palatable. From the Plato's Cave community in Greece, we have news of an innovative use of natural light in underground farming. They've developed a system of mirrors and fiber optic cables to channel sunlight from the surface deep into their cave network. This allows them to supplement their artificial lighting with natural sunlight, reducing energy costs and providing a fuller spectrum of light for their plants. The Greek team reports that this system has been particularly beneficial for fruit-bearing plants, which seem to respond well to the natural light cycles. However, they note that maintaining and cleaning the mirror and cable systems in their dusty cave environment is an ongoing challenge. At the Buenos Aires Subte farms, agronomists have developed a sophisticated climate control system that allows them to create microclimates suited to a wide variety of crops. By carefully managing temperature, humidity, and air circulation in different sections of their underground network, they're able to grow everything from tropical fruits to alpine berries. The Buenos Aires team notes that this system allows for impressive crop diversity, but requires significant energy input. They're working on improving the efficiency of their climate control systems and developing crop varieties that can thrive in a wider range of conditions. Remember, survivors, that these underground farming techniques represent more than just a means of producing food. They are a testament to human ingenuity and adaptability, proof that even in the harshest conditions, we can find ways to not just survive, but to create and nurture life. Every leaf, every fruit, every egg produced in these underground farms is a small victory against the endless winter above. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing energy conservation and generation methods, crucial knowledge for maintaining the power we need to keep our underground farms and settlements running. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered underground farming techniques, and now we're moving on to another crucial topic: energy conservation and generation methods. In our post-impact world, maintaining a stable power supply is essential for our survival, powering everything from our heat sources to our underground farms. Let's start with a report from the Rocky Mountain Haven, where they've developed an innovative system for harnessing geothermal energy. Chief Engineer Sarah Thompson and her team have drilled a series of deep wells into the hot rock beneath their settlement. By circulating water through these wells, they're able to generate steam to drive turbines, providing a constant source of clean energy. The Rocky Mountain team notes that while the initial drilling was resource-intensive, the system now operates with minimal maintenance. They're working on refining their drilling techniques to make this technology more accessible to other settlements in geologically active areas. Moving to the Great Lakes Energy Collective, we have news of advancements in wind power technology. They've adapted wind turbines to function in our new climate, with reinforced blades that can withstand extreme cold and heavy ice buildup. More impressively, they've developed a network of turbines that can share the load when some are incapacitated by severe weather, ensuring a more consistent power supply. The Great Lakes team reports that their biggest challenge has been maintaining the turbines in harsh conditions. They've implemented a system of heated drones that can de-ice the turbine blades, allowing for operation even during the worst winter storms. In the Sahara solar fields, now a cold desert, the Cairo Oasis has repurposed pre-impact solar farms with remarkable success. They've developed solar panels with nano-textured surfaces that can capture light, even when covered with a layer of snow or ice. Combined with more efficient energy storage systems, they're able to generate and store enough power to sustain their community even during long periods of darkness. The Cairo team notes that keeping the vast solar fields clear of snow is an ongoing challenge. They've developed autonomous snow-clearing robots that continuously patrol the fields, ensuring maximum exposure for the panels. From the Amazon Basin Hydroelectric Cooperative, we have reports of innovative adaptations to hydroelectric power generation. As many rivers in the region now freeze over seasonally, they've developed systems to harness power from the movement of ice sheets. Specially designed turbines can generate electricity from the slow but powerful movement of glaciers and ice flows. The Amazon team reports that while this system provides less power than traditional hydroelectric dams, it's much more reliable in their new climate. They're working on ways to combine this ice flow power with traditional hydroelectric generation during thaws to maximize their energy production. At the Reykjavik Geothermal Institute, scientists have made a breakthrough in harnessing power from subglacial volcanoes. By drilling through the ice to access the heat and pressure beneath, they're able to generate enormous amounts of power. This technique not only provides energy, but also helps manage the risk of catastrophic eruptions by releasing pressure in a controlled manner. The Reykjavik team notes that this method requires constant monitoring and careful management to prevent unexpected eruptions or glacial floods. However, the potential power output is enormous, potentially enough to support multiple large settlements. In the vast underground complexes of the Beijing Hive, engineers have developed an impressive system for capturing and using waste heat. Every source of heat, from human bodies to electronic equipment, is factored into their energy calculations. Through a network of heat exchangers and thermal storage systems, they're able to recapture and repurpose much of the energy that would otherwise be lost. The Beijing team reports that this system has dramatically reduced their need for active heating, even in the coldest months. They're now working on miniaturizing the technology to create personal heat recapture devices that could be used by surface dwellers and scavenging teams. From the Sydney Harbour tidal generators, we have news of advancements in tidal power technology. They've developed turbines that can operate efficiently in partially frozen waters, harnessing the power of tides even when the surface is covered with ice. These new turbines are also designed to be less disruptive to marine life, which has become crucial as ocean ecosystems struggle to adapt to the new climate. The Sydney team notes that maintenance of underwater equipment in freezing conditions presents significant challenges. They've developed a team of specialized divers and submersible robots to perform repairs and maintenance without risking human lives in the dangerous waters. At the Colorado Springs Magnetic Research Facility, scientists have made promising advances in cold fusion technology. While still in the experimental stages, their prototype reactor has achieved energy-positive fusion reactions at much lower temperatures than previously thought possible. If successfully scaled up, this technology could provide nearly limitless clean energy. The Colorado Springs team cautions that there are still many hurdles to overcome before cold fusion can be practically implemented. However, they're optimistic about the potential of this technology to revolutionize energy production in our resource-strapped world. In the sprawling underground city beneath Montreal, the Quebec Power Collective has developed an innovative piezoelectric energy harvesting system. Special floor tiles and wall panels throughout the city generate small amounts of electricity from the vibrations and pressure of daily human activity. While each tile only produces a tiny amount of power, the cumulative effect across the entire settlement is substantial. That this system has been particularly effective in high-traffic areas, like central corridors and community spaces. They're now working on more efficient piezoelectric materials to increase the power output of the system. From the North Sea wind farms, maintained by the Nordic Alliance, we have reports of a new vertical axis wind turbine design specifically adapted for Arctic conditions. These turbines can operate in much higher wind speeds than traditional designs and are less susceptible to ice buildup. Their compact design also allows for easier maintenance in harsh weather conditions. The Nordic team notes that these new turbines have significantly increased their power output even during the worst storms. They're now working on floating versions of these turbines to harness the powerful winds far offshore. At the Atacama Solar Research Station, now one of the coldest deserts on Earth, scientists have developed photovoltaic cells that can generate electricity from a much broader spectrum of light. These new solar panels can produce power even from the faint auroras that are now common in many parts of the world, as well as from starlight and reflected light from the moon and snow. The Atacama team reports that while the power output is lower than traditional solar in full sunlight, the ability to generate electricity 24 hours a day makes this technology invaluable. They're working on ways to increase the efficiency of these broad-spectrum cells. In the Tennessee Valley, the Appalachian Power Cooperative has revived and adapted an old technology, small-scale hydroelectric water wheels. These simple, robust devices are being used in streams and rivers that are now too low flow for traditional hydroelectric dams. By deploying many of these smaller units across their territory, they're able to generate a significant amount of power with minimal environmental impact. The Appalachian team notes that these water wheels have the added benefit of being easy to maintain and repair with locally available materials. They're developing educational programs to spread the knowledge of this technology to other settlements. From the Siberian Permafrost Collective, we have news of an unconventional energy source, methane harvesting from melting permafrost. As the permafrost thaws, it releases large amounts of methane. The Siberian team has developed a system to capture this greenhouse gas and use it as a fuel source. This not only provides energy, but also helps mitigate the climate impact of the released methane. The Siberian team cautions that this is a temporary solution, as the methane will eventually be depleted as the permafrost thaws. However, they believe it's an important transitional energy source as we adapt to our changing world. At the CERN facility in Geneva, Now repurposed as a general energy research center, scientists have made progress in developing more efficient superconductors that work at higher temperatures. These new materials could revolutionize energy transmission, allowing for much more efficient long-distance power distribution with minimal losses. The CERN team notes that while they're still far from room temperature superconductors, their advances could make it feasible to create large-scale supergrid projects connecting distant power generation sites to where the energy is most needed. In the vast salt caverns beneath Detroit, the Lake Erie Energy Storage Project has developed an innovative compressed air energy storage system. During times of excess energy production, air is compressed and stored in the caverns. This air is then released to drive turbines when additional power is needed. The constant temperature of the underground environment makes this system particularly efficient. The Detroit team reports that this storage system has allowed them to smooth out the intermittent nature of many renewable energy sources, providing a more stable power supply. They're now working on scaling up the system to provide backup power for multiple settlements in the region. From the Panama Isthmus Tidal Project, we have news of a unique energy generation system that harnesses the power of water flowing between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Engineers have constructed a series of tidal lagoons and turbines that generate electricity from the natural sea level difference between the two oceans, which has become more pronounced due to uneven sea level rise post-impact. The Panama team notes that this project has the added benefit of helping to regulate water levels and prevent flooding in coastal areas. They're now exploring the possibility of using the system to power large-scale desalination plants, addressing both energy and freshwater needs. Remember, survivors, that these energy conservation and generation methods are more than just technical achievements. They represent our ability to adapt, to find new solutions in the face of unprecedented challenges. Every kilowatt we generate sustainably, every bit of energy we conserve, is a step towards rebuilding our world and reclaiming our future from the endless winter. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be sharing our popular Warmest Memory segment, where we recall the world that was and draw strength from our shared past. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've covered energy conservation and generation methods, and now it's time for our beloved Warmest Memory segment. In these cold, dark times, remembering the warmth of our past can provide comfort and hope for the future. Let's start with some memories shared by our listeners. Our first memory comes from Maria in the Chicago Undercity. She writes, "I remember a summer day at the beach, the sun beating down on my skin, the sand hot beneath my feet. The air was filled with the sound of children laughing, seagulls calling, and waves gently lapping at the shore. I can almost feel the warmth of that day, so different from our world now. But the memory of that warmth, that joy, keeps me going." Thank you, Maria, for sharing that beautiful memory. It's a vivid reminder of the world we once knew, and the one we hope to see again someday. Next, we have a memory from Jay in the Seoul Metro Shelter. Jay writes, "My warmest memory is of my grandmother's kitchen. The smell of kimchi and simmering stew, the steam fogging up the windows. My grandmother would sing as she cooked, and the whole house felt alive with warmth and love. I miss those days, but cooking for my community now, I try to recreate that feeling of warmth and belonging." Jay, thank you for that heartwarming memory. It's a beautiful reminder of how food can connect us to our past and bring comfort in the present. From the London Underground, we have a memory shared by Oliver. He writes, "I remember the last music festival before the impact. Thousands of people gathered in a field, the music pulsing through the air, everyone dancing and singing together. The energy was electric, and for those few days, it felt like anything was possible. Now, in our underground concerts, I try to recapture that feeling of unity and hope." Oliver, thank you for reminding us of the power of music and community. Even in our current circumstances, we can still find ways to come together and uplift each other. Sarah from the Australian Outback Oasis shares this memory. "I remember the night sky in the desert, before the dust clouds blocked out the stars. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light. and the silence was so complete you could almost hear the starlight. Now, when I look at our artificial night sky in the Oasis Dome, I think of that vast, open expanse and dream of seeing it again. Sarah, thank you for that beautiful imagery. Your memory reminds us of the wonders of the natural world and gives us something to strive for as we work to clear our skies. From the Andes cloud communes, Miguel shares this warm memory. I remember the harvest festivals in my village. The entire community would come together to bring in the crops. There was music, dancing, and so much food. Children would play in piles of leaves, and the air was crisp with the scent of autumn. Now, tending our hydroponic gardens, I think of those festivals and hope that one day we'll celebrate abundance like that again. Miguel, thank you for sharing that vibrant memory. It's a powerful reminder of the cycles of nature and the importance of community in times of plenty and times of hardship. Ava from the New York Subway Nation writes, my warmest memory is of a snow day, ironically enough. School was canceled and my whole family stayed home. We built snowmen, had snowball fights, and then came inside for hot chocolate. The world was quiet and white, but inside it was all warmth and laughter. It's strange to think that now every day is a snow day, but without the joy and coziness of that memory. Ava, thank you for that poignant memory. It's a bittersweet reminder of how our relationship with snow and cold has changed, but also of the warmth we can create, even in the coldest times. From the Svalbard Seed Vault Settlement, we have a memory from Dr. Eric Larson. He writes, I remember the greenhouses where I worked before the impact. Row upon row of plants, all reaching for the sun. The air was humid and alive with the scent of growth. Now, working in our underground farms, I close my eyes sometimes and imagine I'm back there, surrounded by life and possibility. Dr. Larson, thank you for that inspiring memory. Your work in preserving plant life is crucial, and it's heartening to know that the memory of those greenhouses guides your efforts shares this warm memory. I remember Eid celebrations with my extended family. The house was full of people, the air thick with the scent of spices and sweet treats. Everyone was dressed in their best clothes, and the children ran around with excitement. The joy and love in that house felt like it could warm the whole world. Now, in our smaller celebrations, I try to recreate that feeling of warmth and connection. Amira, thank you for sharing that beautiful memory. It's a powerful reminder of the importance of traditions and family in keeping our spirits warm, even in the coldest times. From the Pacific Coast Alliance, we have a memory from Kai. They write, I remember surfing at sunrise, the sky painted in pinks and golds, the water cool and clear. Sitting on my board, watching the sun come up, I felt completely at peace. Now, looking out at the frozen ocean, it's hard to imagine it was ever like that. But the memory of that peace helps me face each day. Kai, thank you for that serene memory. It's a vivid reminder of the beauty and tranquility of the natural world, something we strive to preserve and eventually restore. Nikolai from the Moscow Metro writes, my warmest memory is of a sauna visit with friends. The intense heat, the smell of cedar, the shock of jumping into a cold pool afterwards. We'd sit and talk for hours, sharing food and drinks. The warmth wasn't just physical, but came from the friendship and camaraderie. In our underground home, we've recreated a small sauna, and those moments of warmth and friendship are more precious than ever. Nikolai, thank you for sharing that memory. It's a powerful reminder of the importance of friendship and physical comfort in maintaining our well-being. From the Reykjavik geothermal haven, Freya shares this memory. I remember the midnight sun. Days that never ended, the sun just skimming the horizon before rising again. The whole city would be alive at all hours, people enjoying picnics in parks at midnight, the energy electric and joyful. Now, in our endless night, I hold onto the memory of that endless day, and hope that one day we'll see it again. Freya, thank you for that unique and beautiful memory. It's a reminder of the diverse experiences our world once offered, and the hope that we might see such wonders again. And now, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to share one of my own warmest memories. I remember an autumn day in a small town, years before the impact. The trees were ablaze with color, red and gold leaves drifting on the breeze. I was walking down a quiet street, the sunlight warm on my face despite the crisp air. The scent of wood smoke and apples filled the air, and I could hear the distant laughter of children playing in a park. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of peace and connection to the world around me. It wasn't an extraordinary day by any means, but it was perfect in its simplicity. Now, in our harsh new world, I often think back to that day. It reminds me of the beauty our world once held, and the beauty it might hold again if we persevere. These memories, shared by our listeners and myself, are more than just nostalgic recollections. They are beacons of hope, reminders of what we're fighting for. In each memory of warmth, of joy, of connection, we find the strength to face another day in our frozen world. We hold on to these memories not just as comfort, but as a promise to ourselves and future generations that we will feel that warmth again. Remember, survivors, that every act of kindness, every moment of joy we create in our current circumstances is a defiance against the cold. We carry the warmth of the past within us, and together we can use it to thaw the endless winter. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing education in our new world, exploring how we're adapting to teach the next generation the skills they'll need to thrive. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've just shared our warmest memory segment, and now we're moving on to a crucial topic for our future: education in our new world. How we teach the next generation will shape the future of our species and determine our ability to not just survive, but eventually thrive in this changed world. Let's start with a report from the Chicago Undercity's Education Center. Dr. Maria Chen, their head of curriculum development, has implemented a fascinating new approach to education. They've developed a system that combines traditional academic subjects with practical survival skills. Children learn mathematics by calculating resource ratios and studying physics through the mechanics of their life support systems. History lessons focus on understanding how past civilizations adapted to major climate changes, drawing parallels to our current situation. Dr. Chen reports that this integrated approach has led to higher engagement and retention rates among students. They're not just learning abstract concepts, but immediately seeing the practical applications of their knowledge. The Chicago Undercity is now working on creating educational materials that can be shared with other settlements. Moving to the Australian Outback Oasis, we have news of an innovative outdoor education program. Despite the harsh conditions, educators here believe it's crucial for children to have direct experience with the surface world. Under careful supervision and with specialized protective gear, students regularly venture outside the oasis for lessons in geology, meteorology, and ecology. The Australian team reports that these excursions have a profound impact on the students. Many of them, born after the impact, have never known a world without endless winter. These trips not only educate them about the realities of our current world, but also inspire them to work towards its restoration. In the vast underground complexes of the Beijing Hive, educators have developed a virtual reality system to supplement their curriculum. Using salvaged and repurposed technology, they've created immersive educational experiences that allow students to visit historical sites, explore biological systems, and even conduct virtual chemistry experiments. The Beijing team notes that while VR can't fully replace hands-on experience, it allows them to expand their educational offerings far beyond the physical limitations of their underground setting. They're now working on networking their VR systems with other settlements to allow for virtual cultural exchanges. From the New York subway nation, we have reports of a unique apprenticeship program. Recognizing the critical need for practical skills, they've implemented a system where every child, starting from age 12, spends part of their day working alongside adults in various crucial roles. This might involve helping in the hydroponic farms, assisting with equipment maintenance, or working in the medical facilities. The New York team reports that this program not only ensures the transfer of vital skills, but also gives the children a sense of purpose and contribution to their community. They've noticed improved morale and a stronger sense of community cohesion since implementing this system. At the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, now a thriving settlement, educators have developed a specialized curriculum focused on botany and agriculture. Every child learns the basics of plant genetics, cultivation techniques, and seed preservation. This knowledge, crucial for their community's survival, is seen as a sacred trust to be passed down and expanded upon. The Svalbard team reports that this focus has led to several innovations in cold-resistant crop development, often sparked by questions or observations from the students. They're now working on creating a network of young botanists across different settlements to share knowledge and ideas. In the Andes Cloud communes, educators have taken a unique approach to language education. Recognizing the importance of maintaining global communication, every child learns at least 3 languages: their local language, English as a global lingua franca, and a third language of their choice. This polyglot approach is integrated into all aspects of their education. The Andean team reports that this emphasis on language has facilitated better communication and knowledge sharing between different settlements. They're now working on developing a standardized sign language that can be used for long-distance visual communication in situations where radio silence is necessary. From the Reykjavik geothermal haven, we have news of an education program heavily focused on environmental science and geothermal engineering. Even the youngest children learn about heat transfer, geological processes, and the principles of sustainability. This knowledge is seen as crucial not just for their community's survival, but for the long-term goal of planetary restoration. The Reykjavik team notes that this focus has led to a high level of environmental consciousness among their youth. They've seen student-led initiatives to improve energy efficiency and reduce waste within their settlement. In the Toronto Underground, educators have implemented a creative arts program that they believe is crucial for maintaining humanity's cultural heritage. Students study music, visual arts, literature, and performance, with a particular emphasis on works that explore themes of survival, resilience, and hope. The Toronto team reports that this program has had a significant positive impact on community morale. Regular student performances and exhibitions have become important community events, providing much-needed moments of beauty and reflection in their challenging circumstances. A unique maritime education program has been developed. Every child learns the basics of oceanography, marine biology, and nautical skills. This knowledge is crucial for a community that relies heavily on the sea for food and other resources. The Cape Town team notes that this program has led to several innovations in sustainable fishing practices and marine resource management. They're now working on developing curricula that can be shared with other coastal settlements. From the Moscow Metro, we have reports of an education system with a strong emphasis on physics and engineering. The harsh conditions and limited resources of their underground world require constant innovation, and the next generation is being prepared to meet these challenges. The Moscow team reports that this focus has led to several student-driven projects to improve life in the metro, from more efficient air filtration systems to novel ways of insulating living quarters. They've implemented a program where promising student projects can receive community resources for further development. In the Hawaii Island Refuge, educators have developed a curriculum that places a strong emphasis on cultural preservation alongside practical skills. Students learn traditional Polynesian navigation techniques alongside modern meteorology, and ancient agricultural practices are studied in parallel with current hydroponic methods. The Hawaiian team reports that this approach has helped maintain a sense of cultural identity and continuity in their radically changed world. They've seen students successfully applying ancient wisdom to modern challenges, creating innovative solutions that honor their heritage. At the Sahara Oasis Network, a group of interconnected settlements in the now cold Sahara, educators have implemented a nomadic education system. Students regularly travel between settlements, learning different skills and perspectives at each location. This not only broadens their education, but also helps maintain connections between the scattered communities. The Saharan team notes that this system has led to a high degree of adaptability and resilience among their youth. They're now working on expanding this program to include exchanges with settlements outside the Sahara region. From the Antarctic Haven, one of the few surface settlements in continuous operation since the impact, we have news of an education program heavily focused on climate science and adaptation strategies. Students here are on the front lines of understanding and documenting the changes in our world. The Antarctic team reports that their students have contributed to several breakthrough studies on post-impact climate patterns. They've implemented a program where student research projects can be submitted to a global database, contributing to our collective understanding of our changed world. In the Amazon Canopy Collective, a network of settlements in the upper layers of the now frozen rainforest, educators have developed a curriculum that combines ecological studies with practical treetop survival skills. Students learn about forest ecosystems while also mastering the techniques needed to navigate and survive in their unique, elevated world. The Amazon team notes that this education has led to a deep respect for their environment among the youth, along with remarkable physical capabilities. They're now working on programs to preserve and study the unique biodiversity of the canopy ecosystem, which has become a refuge for many species in the cold world. At the Gibraltar Gateway, a settlement controlling the narrow strait between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, educators have implemented a program focused on trade, diplomacy, and intercultural communication. Recognizing their strategic location, they're preparing the next generation to be bridges between different survivor communities. The Gibraltar team reports that this focus has led to several student-initiated projects to facilitate trade and communication between settlements. They're now working on developing a standardized system of trade and diplomacy that can be taught and implemented across different communities. From the Bering Bridge settlement, straddling the narrowed strait between Alaska and Siberia, we have news of an education program that places heavy emphasis on Arctic survival skills and ice engineering. Students here learn to read ice formations, construct ice structures, and navigate the treacherous frozen seascape. The Bering team notes that their students have developed several innovations in ice-based architecture and transportation. They're now working on creating educational materials to share these crucial cold weather survival skills with other settlements. Remember, survivors, that education is more than just the transfer of information. It's the passing of the torch of human knowledge and culture to the next generation. In our harsh new world, every bit of knowledge gained, every skill mastered, is a victory against the endless winter. Our children are not just students, they are the architects of humanity's future. By adapting our educational approaches to our new reality, we're not just ensuring our survival, we're paving the way for our descendants to thrive and eventually reclaim our world. Every lesson taught, every skill passed on, is an act of hope and defiance against the darkness that surrounds us. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing governance in survivor communities, exploring how we're adapting our social structures to meet the challenges of our new world. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've just covered education in our new world, and now we're moving on to another crucial topic: governance in survivor communities. As we've adapted to our harsh new reality, we've had to rethink how we organize ourselves and make decisions that affect our collective future. Let's start with a report from the Chicago Undercity. They've implemented a unique system of rotating leadership, where different sectors of their vast underground complex take turns in governing roles. This ensures that all parts of their community have a voice in decision-making and prevents any one group from accumulating too much power. Dr. Emily Zhao, their current lead coordinator, reports that this system has led to more equitable distribution of resources and a stronger sense of community cohesion. However, she notes that it can sometimes slow down decision-making in crisis situations. They're working on refining the system to allow for quicker responses when needed, while still maintaining its democratic nature. Moving to the Rocky Mountain Haven, we have news of a governance system based on expertise. Their community is led by a council of specialists, each responsible for a crucial area, such as agriculture, energy, security, or health. Leadership of the council rotates among these experts, ensuring that decisions are always informed by relevant knowledge. The Rocky Mountain team reports that this system has led to highly efficient resource management and rapid technological progress. However, they've had to implement checks and balances to ensure that technical considerations don't overshadow humanitarian concerns. In the vast network of the London Underground, they've adopted a federal system of governance. Each station has its own local council to handle day-to-day affairs, while a central governing body made up of representatives from each station handles matters that affect the entire network. The London team notes that this system allows for a great deal of local autonomy while still maintaining overall cohesion. They've found it particularly effective for managing their extensive trade networks and coordinating large-scale projects that span multiple stations. From the New Orleans Flotilla, a community of interconnected ships and platforms, we have reports of a unique maritime democracy. Major decisions are made through a system of signal flags and lights, allowing all ships in the flotilla to participate in votes even when gathering in one place isn't feasible. Captain Maria Duran reports that this system has fostered a strong sense of unity among the disparate vessels. However, she notes that it can be challenging to implement during severe storms when visibility is low. They're working on developing backup systems using sonar and radio to ensure governance can continue in all conditions. At the Svalbard Seed Vault Settlement, they've implemented a governance system that they call generational stewardship. Leadership roles are filled by pairs of individuals, always one from the older generation and one from the younger. This ensures a balance of experience and fresh perspectives in all decision-making. Dr. Magnus Larsson, one of the current co-leaders, reports that this system has been particularly effective in managing their long-term projects, such as crop development and climate restoration efforts. It also provides a structured mentorship system, ensuring crucial knowledge is passed down effectively. In the Sydney subsurface community, they've developed a consensus-based system of governance. Rather than voting on issues, they work to develop solutions that all stakeholders can agree on. While this can be a time-consuming process, they believe it leads to more robust and widely accepted decisions. The Sydney team reports that this system has been particularly effective in managing their limited resources, as all parts of the community feel their needs are being considered. However, they've had to develop special protocols for emergency situations where rapid decisions are necessary. We have news of a governance system inspired by the complex ecosystems they inhabit. Different groups within the community are assigned roles based on ecological principles, with leadership flowing through the system, much like nutrients through a forest. Dr. Sofia Pereira, their lead ecologist, reports that this system has led to highly efficient resource distribution and a deep sense of interconnectedness within the community. However, she notes that it can be challenging to explain to outsiders, which has occasionally caused difficulties in inter-settlement relations. In the Sahara Oasis Network, a series of interconnected settlements, they've implemented a caravan-based governance system. A governing council travels continuously between settlements, spending time in each to hear concerns and make decisions. This ensures that no single settlement dominates the decision-making process. The Sahara team reports that this mobile governance has been crucial in maintaining unity across their widespread community. It's also served as an important information distribution network. However, they note that it can be challenging to maintain in extreme weather conditions. At the Anchorage Ice Fortress, they've developed a unique system they call crisis-tested leadership. In addition to regular governance structures, they periodically simulate crisis scenarios. Performance in these simulations plays a major role in determining leadership positions. Commander Sarah Takak reports that this system ensures their leadership is always prepared for the worst. However, she notes that they've had to be careful to prevent these simulations from causing undue stress in the community. They're working on ways to make the process more transparent and inclusive. From the Bangalore Tech Hub, we have news of a governance system heavily reliant on artificial intelligence. While major decisions are still made by humans, they use advanced AI systems to model the potential outcomes of different choices and to manage resource distribution. Dr. Arjun Patel, their lead programmer, reports that this system has led to highly efficient decision-making and resource management. However, he stresses that they've implemented strict ethical guidelines and human oversight to prevent over-reliance on the AI. They're constantly working to refine the balance between technological assistance and human judgment. In the Toronto Underground, they've implemented a lottery-based governance system. Leadership roles are randomly assigned to qualified individuals for set terms. This prevents the formation of entrenched power structures and ensures a diverse range of perspectives in governance. The Toronto team reports that this system has led to high levels of community engagement, as everyone knows they might be called upon to lead. However, they've had to develop comprehensive training programs to ensure that those selected are prepared for their roles. At the Cape Town Coastal Bastion, they've developed a tide-based governance system. Different aspects of community life are managed according to tidal cycles, with leadership roles and community responsibilities shifting like the ebb and flow of the ocean. Marine biologist Dr. Thabo Nkosi reports that this system has created a deep harmony between their governance and the natural rhythms of their environment. It's been particularly effective in managing their marine resources. However, he notes that it can be challenging to coordinate with other settlements that operate on different schedules. From the Moscow Metro, we have reports of a station-based federal system. Each station in the vast metro network operates as a semi-autonomous unit, with a central council handling interstation affairs. Leadership at both the station and central levels is determined by a combination of expertise and popular support. The Moscow team notes that this system has been crucial in maintaining order in their sprawling underground world. It allows for rapid response to local crises while still maintaining overall unity. However, they've had to work hard to prevent interstation rivalries from developing. In the Hawaii Island Refuge, they've implemented a governance system that blends traditional Hawaiian concepts of leadership with modern democratic principles. They have a council of elders who provide guidance and cultural continuity, working alongside an elected governing body. Kekoa Kalani, one of their community leaders, reports that this system has been effective in maintaining their cultural identity while adapting to the challenges of their new world. It's been particularly useful in managing conflicts and ensuring that short-term needs don't overshadow long-term sustainability. At the Antarctica Haven, one of the few surface settlements in continuous operation since the impact, they've developed a governance system based on scientific expertise and environmental stewardship. Leadership roles are filled based on a combination of relevant scientific knowledge and demonstrated commitment to the settlement's long-term survival. Dr. Elena Petrova, their current lead coordinator, reports that this system has been crucial in managing their harsh environment and advancing their climate research. However, she notes that they've had to work to ensure that the focus on scientific expertise doesn't lead to neglect of other important aspects of community life. From the Gibraltar Gateway, controlling the strait between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, we have news of a governance system focused on diplomacy and trade. Their leadership council includes representatives focused on relations with other settlements, resource management, and cultural exchange. Ambassador Jamal Fahim reports that this system has been effective in maintaining their position as a crucial link between survivor communities. However, he notes that balancing the needs of their own community with their role as intermediaries can be challenging. They're working on developing more robust systems for managing these, sometimes conflicting responsibilities. Remember, survivors, that these governance systems are more than just administrative structures. They're the frameworks through which we come together to face the challenges of our harsh new world. Each community's unique approach reflects not just their specific needs and circumstances, but also their values and vision for the future. As we continue to adapt and evolve our governance structures, we must remember the lessons of the past while remaining flexible enough to meet the unprecedented challenges we face. Every decision made, every policy implemented, shapes the kind of society we are building from the ashes of the old world. In our isolated communities, good governance is not just about efficiency or fairness, it's about survival itself. But beyond that, it's about preserving the best aspects of humanity, about building societies that don't just endure, but flourish, even in the face of unimaginable adversity. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing signs of improvement in our global situation. While our world remains harsh and challenging, there are glimmers of hope on the horizon. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas. Continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall, we've just covered governance in survivor communities, and now we're moving on to a topic that I know many of you have been eagerly awaiting: signs of improvement in our global situation. While our world remains harsh and challenging, there are glimmers of hope on the horizon that I'm excited to share with you. Let's start with a report from the International Space Station, where our small but dedicated crew of astronauts continues to monitor Earth's atmosphere. Commander Elena Volkov reports that they've observed a subtle but significant decrease in the density of particulate matter in the upper atmosphere. Over the past 6 months, they've recorded a 5% reduction in atmospheric opacity. While this might not sound like much, it represents a major shift in the right direction. This gradual clearing is allowing more sunlight to reach the Earth's surface. It's a slow process, but it's the first positive change we've seen since the impact. Commander Volkov cautions that we're still far from pre-impact conditions, but this trend gives us hope that our planet's natural systems are slowly beginning to recover. Moving to the ground, we have exciting news from the Rocky Mountain Haven. Dr. Sarah Chen, their lead climatologist, reports that they've recorded the first above-freezing temperature in over 2 years. For a brief period during midday, the temperature reached 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius. While this warm spell was short-lived, it's a significant milestone in our journey back to a more hospitable climate. Dr. Chen notes that this event correlates with the atmospheric clearing observed by the ISS. She cautions that we shouldn't expect rapid warming, as the process will likely be gradual and uneven. However, this event has energized their research team, and they're doubling their efforts to understand and potentially accelerate these positive changes. From the Amazon basin, we have reports of unexpected but welcome ecological developments. The Manaus Canopy Colony has observed the first new plant growth on the forest floor in years. Dr. Joan Silva, their lead botanist, reports finding saplings of several hardy species breaking through the snow cover. These plants appear to be hybrids of pre-impact species, showing signs of rapid adaptation far from its former state. This new growth suggests that life is finding ways to adapt and thrive even in our harshest conditions. Dr. Silva and his team are carefully documenting and nurturing these new species, seeing in them the potential seeds of a renewed Amazon. In the oceans, the Sydney Harbour Research Station brings us news of a surprising recovery in coral populations. Marine biologist Dr. Emma Wright reports that certain species of cold-water corals are expanding their range, colonizing areas where tropical corals once thrived. While the vibrant colors of the old Great Barrier Reef are still a distant memory, these hardy corals are creating new habitats for marine life. Dr. Wright notes that this expansion of cold-water coral is supporting a variety of fish species, some of which were thought to be extinct after the impact. This resilience of marine ecosystems gives us hope for the gradual recovery of our oceans. From the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, now a thriving research station, we have exciting developments in agricultural science. Dr. Magnus Larsson reports successful open-air cultivation of several crop species. Their new strain of frostwheat has produced the first surface-level harvest since the impact. While the yield is small compared to pre-impact agriculture, it represents a huge leap forward in our ability to cultivate food in our new climate. Dr. Larsson stresses that we're still far from abandoning our underground and indoor farming operations, but this success opens up new possibilities for expanding our food production. They're now working on adapting other staple crops to surface conditions. In the realm of energy production, the Iceland Geothermal Collective brings us news of a major breakthrough. Chief Engineer Freya Jonsdottir reports that they've successfully tapped into a new geothermal reservoir, dramatically increasing their energy production capacity. This excess energy is now being used to power large-scale atmospheric processors, which are helping to remove particulate matter from the air at an accelerated rate. While this technology is currently limited to areas with significant geothermal activity, Jonsdottir and her team are working on ways to adapt it for use in other regions. This could potentially accelerate the global atmospheric recovery process. From the medical front, we have promising news from the Geneva Medical Research Hub. Dr. Adrienne Durand reports successful trials of a new treatment for cold adaptation syndrome. a condition that has affected many surface dwellers in our post-impact world. The treatment helps the human body acclimatize more effectively to prolonged cold exposure, reducing the risk of hypothermia and frostbite. While Dr. Duran cautions that this isn't a cure-all for our cold weather challenges, it represents a significant improvement in our ability to operate in surface conditions. This could be crucial for expanding our scavenging and exploration efforts. In transportation news, the Nordic Alliance brings us reports of a successful test of their new ice-breaking cargo ship. Captain Lars Pedersen successfully navigated the vessel through the now frozen North Sea, establishing a new trade route between settlements in Norway and Scotland. This achievement opens up new possibilities for inter-settlement trade and resource sharing. Captain Pedersen notes that while the journey was challenging, it proves that maritime trade is possible even in our frozen world. The Nordic Alliance is now working on expanding their fleet and establishing more extensive trade networks. From the realm of communications, we have exciting news from the Bangalore Tech Hub. Dr. Aisha Patel and her team have successfully reactivated a network of pre-impact communication satellites. By using salvaged equipment and ingeniously repurposed technology, they've managed to establish a global communication system that's more reliable and far-reaching than our current radio networks. While the system is still limited and somewhat unreliable, it represents a huge step forward in reconnecting survivor communities around the world. Dr. Patel and her team are now working on expanding the network's capacity and improving its stability. In wildlife news, the Serengeti Sky City reports observing the first major animal migration since the impact. Dr. Kwesi Osei, their lead zoologist, has documented large herds of cold-adapted ungulates moving across the snow-covered savanna. These animals, evolved from various antelope species, have developed thick fur coats and other adaptations to survive in the new climate. Dr. Osei notes that this migration suggests the formation of new ecosystems and food chains adapted to our changed world. While very different from the pre-impact Serengeti, this new wildlife pattern offers hope for the resilience of Earth's biodiversity. From the Antarctic haven, we have reports of a surprising discovery. Glaciologist Dr. Chen Wei and her team have found microscopic life forms thriving in newly exposed rock formations revealed by receding ice sheets. These extremophiles, possibly dormant for millions of years, show remarkable adaptability to our current conditions. Dr. Chen believes that studying these ancient life forms could provide insights into how life persists in extreme conditions. This knowledge could be crucial as we continue to adapt to our changed world. In the field of atmospheric science, the Rocky Mountain Observatory brings us news of the first recorded rainbow since the impact. Dr. Michael Standing Bear captured images of this phenomenon during a rare break in the cloud cover. While brief, this event indicates that our atmosphere is slowly returning to a state capable of producing such optical effects. Dr. Standing Bear notes that while a single rainbow doesn't signify immediate climate recovery, it's a powerful symbol of hope and a testament to the gradual healing of our skies. From the Sahara Oasis Network, we have reports of unexpected hydrological changes. Geologist Dr. Fatima Al-Mansour has documented the formation of new oasis lakes in areas that were bone dry even before the impact. It appears that the changed climate patterns have led to increased precipitation in some desert regions, slowly transforming the landscape. While Dr. Al-Mansour cautions that these changes are likely to be unstable and unpredictable for some time, they offer new possibilities for expansion and resource gathering in previously inhospitable areas. In the field of physics, the CERN Underground Research Facility reports a breakthrough in fusion technology. Dr. Hans Mueller and his team have achieved a stable fusion reaction that produced more energy than it consumed. While still experimental, this technology could potentially provide virtually limitless clean energy, which would be crucial for powering large-scale climate restoration efforts. Dr. Mueller stresses that we're still years away from practical application of this technology, but the breakthrough has energized the scientific community and opened up new avenues of research. From the medical field, the Montreal Biological Research Center brings us news of advancements in human cold adaptation. Dr. Sophie Tremblay has successfully identified genetic markers associated with enhanced cold tolerance in certain populations. This discovery could lead to new treatments to help humans better withstand our harsh environment. Dr. Tremblay notes that while genetic engineering is still controversial, this knowledge could be crucial for our long-term adaptation to the changed world. Her team is now working on developing therapies that could enhance cold tolerance without permanent genetic modification. In astronomical news, the Atacama Space Observatory reports the first clear night sky observation since the impact. Lead astronomer Dr. Javier Reyes and his team were able to conduct a full night of stellar observations, gathering crucial data on how the impact and subsequent climate change have affected Earth's atmosphere and its interaction with cosmic radiation. Dr. Reyes notes that while clear nights are still rare, this event allows for the resumption of important astronomical research. Understanding our planet's place in the cosmos remains crucial, even as we fight for survival on its surface. Remember, survivors, that each of these developments, however small they might seem, represents a step towards the recovery of our world. They are testament to the resilience of both humanity and the Earth itself. While we still face enormous challenges, these signs of improvement give us reason to hope and to continue our efforts to not just survive, but to restore and thrive on our changed planet. These glimmers of hope should inspire us all to redouble our efforts. Whether you're a scientist working on breakthrough technologies, a farmer coaxing life from the frozen soil, or simply someone working to keep your community alive and together, your efforts contribute to the gradual healing of our world. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be discussing the importance of maintaining human connections in these isolated times. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Starfall. We've just covered signs of improvement in our global situation, and now we're moving on to a topic that's crucial for our mental and emotional survival: maintaining human connections in these isolated times. In our harsh new world, where physical distance often separates us, finding ways to stay connected is more important. Chicago Undercity, where they've implemented a fascinating system of connection pods. Dr. Emily Chen, their lead psychologist, explains that these are small, cozy spaces equipped with communication devices that allow for private, one-on-one conversations with people in other parts of the vast underground complex. These pods provide a sense of intimacy and privacy that's often lacking in the communal living spaces. Dr. Chen reports that the use of these pods has led to a significant improvement in mental health metrics across the community. People are forming deeper connections, sharing their fears and hopes, and providing emotional support to one another. The success of this program has inspired other underground settlements to implement similar systems. Moving to the Pacific Coast Alliance, we have news of an innovative approach to long-distance communication. They've revived and adapted the ancient art of heliography, using mirrors to flash coded messages between settlements. This method allows for communication even when radio silence is necessary due to the presence of hostile groups. Captain Sarah Martinez, who oversees the heliograph network, reports that beyond its practical uses, this form of communication has taken on a symbolic importance. The flashes of light between settlements serve as a visible reminder that they're not alone in the vast frozen landscape. In the Andes Cloud communes, they've developed a unique system of story chains to maintain connections between their scattered settlements. Each week, a story is started in one commune and then passed on to the next, with each community adding to it before passing it along. By the time the story returns to its origin, it has become a collaborative epic, reflecting the experiences and imaginations of the entire network. Cultural coordinator Miguel Sanchez reports that these story chains have become a cherished tradition, fostering a sense of shared identity across the physically separated communes. They're now working on compiling these stories into a book that will serve as a record of their collective journey through these challenging times. From the Australian Outback Oasis, we have news of the Long Walk Initiative. Once a month, weather permitting, representatives from different sections of their vast underground complex embark on a surface journey to a predetermined meeting point. These journeys, while risky, allow for face-to-face meetings between people who might otherwise never meet, due to the compartmentalized nature of their settlement. Expedition leader Anika Patel reports that these walks have become much more than just administrative meetings. They've evolved into important cultural events, with participants sharing stories, skills, and even small gifts from their respective sections. The shared experience of braving the surface world together has created strong bonds between different parts of the community. In the New York subway nation, they've revived an old tradition with a new twist: mail art. People create small artworks on durable materials and send them through the internal mail system to randomly assigned recipients. This practice not only encourages creativity, but also creates unexpected connections between strangers. Art coordinator David Kim reports that this program has been a huge success, with thousands of pieces circulating through the subway system at any given time. Many people display their received artworks in their living quarters, creating a distributed gallery that spans the entire settlement. From the Svalbard Seed Vault settlement, we have news of their Seed Pen Pal program. Residents are paired with people in other settlements around the world, and along with their letters, they exchange seeds from plants they're cultivating. This not only fosters personal connections, but also helps distribute potentially valuable plant varieties. Dr. Ingrid Larson, who oversees the program, reports that it has led to some exciting botanical discoveries as people share their cultivation experiences. More importantly, it's created a global network of friendships, reminding participants of the wider world beyond their immediate surroundings. In the vast underground complexes of the Beijing Hive, they've implemented a system of virtual windows. These are large screens placed in communal areas and private quarters, linked to cameras on the surface. They provide real-time views of the outside world, helping to alleviate the claustrophobia that can come from long-term underground living. Psychologist Dr. Wei Zhang reports that these windows have had a significant positive impact on community mental health. People gather around them to watch sunrises and sunsets, creating impromptu social events. There's even a program where children from different sections of the hive can play together through these windows. From the Madagascar Coastal Network, we have news of their Bottle Library initiative. Books are sealed in waterproof containers and sent floating between coastal settlements, each community adding new books before sending the library on its way. This not only circulates reading material, but also creates a sense of connection along the coast. Librarian Aina Rasolofo reports that finding a bottle library washed up on the shore has become an exciting event in coastal communities. The books often contain notes and marginalia from previous readers, creating a sense of dialogue across vast distances. In the Toronto Underground, they've developed a unique form of nonverbal communication to maintain connections in their often noisy environment. They've adapted elements of sign language and interpretive dance to create a new form of expression they call gestural poetry. This allows for complex emotional and conceptual communication, even in conditions where speaking is difficult. Culture coordinator Zain Patel reports that gestural poetry has evolved beyond its practical origins to become an art form in its own right. Regular performances draw large crowds, providing a shared emotional experience that strengthens community bonds. From the Reykjavik Geothermal Haven, we have news of their Steam Whisper network. They've adapted their geothermal vents to produce specific tones, creating a system of long-distance communication. Different combinations of tones convey different messages, allowing for communication across the volcanic landscape. Engineer Freya Johnsdottir reports that learning to read the steam whispers has become an important skill in their community. Beyond its practical applications, listening to the whispers has become a meditative practice for many, providing a sense of connection to both the community and the geological forces that sustain them. In the Sahara Oasis Network, they've revived the ancient tradition of desert navigation by stars, adapted for their new circumstances. Regular star meetings are held, where people from different oases gather under the night sky to update their star maps and share news. These meetings have become important social events, maintaining connections across the vast desert. Astronomer Amina Farid reports that these meetings have fostered a deep sense of connection, not just between communities, but with the cosmos itself. The shared act of looking up at the stars provides a powerful reminder of our place in the universe, even in the midst of our earthly struggles. From the Amazon Canopy Collective, we have news of their mycorrhizal mail system. They've cultivated a network of fungal threads running between their treetop settlements, and they use these to transmit chemical signals. While limited in the complexity of messages it can convey, this organic telegraph creates a literal connection between communities. Botanist Clara Rojas reports that maintaining and reading the mycorrhizal mail has created a heightened awareness of the interconnected nature of the forest ecosystem. It serves as a powerful metaphor for the connections between their communities. In the Houston Space Center Enclave, they've implemented a program called Mission Control Buddies. Residents are paired up and encouraged to check in on each other daily, mirroring the communication protocols used in space missions. This creates a structured system of social support, ensuring that no one feels isolated. Psychologist Dr. James Chen reports that this program has been particularly effective in helping newcomers integrate into the community. The clear guidelines provide a framework for building relationships, which can be challenging in their high-stress environment. From the Antarctica haven, we have news of their aurora gatherings. During the long polar night, they use the patterns of the aurora australis as a timekeeper for regular community meetings. These gatherings combine practical discussions with storytelling and shared meals, creating a rhythm of connection through the darkest part of the year. Community coordinator Elena Petrova reports that these gatherings have become the emotional heart of their settlement. The shared experience of witnessing the aurora together serves as a powerful bonding experience, reminding them of the beauty that still exists in their harsh world. In the Gibraltar Gateway settlement, they've developed a unique form of music, specifically designed to carry across long distances in their windy environment. This long music uses specific tones and rhythms that can be heard and understood from far away, allowing for both communication and shared cultural experiences between distant parts of the settlement. Music director Jamal Fayed reports that composing and performing long music has become an important art form in their community. Regular concerts are held, with musicians positioned across the landscape, creating immersive audio experiences that bring the entire settlement. These initiatives are more than just ways to pass information or alleviate boredom. They are the threads that weave the fabric of our remaining human society. In a world where physical closeness is often impossible or dangerous, these creative forms of connection remind us of our shared humanity and our collective struggle. Every story shared, every seed exchanged, every gesture of long-distance support strengthens our resilience and our resolve. We may be separated by frozen wastes or underground barriers, but our human need for connection continues to find a way, adapting and evolving just as we have. As you listen to this broadcast, remember that you are part of this network of humanity. Your struggles, your triumphs, your very survival is a thread in the grand tapestry of our species' story. Reach out, in whatever way you can, to those around you and to other settlements. Share your experiences, your knowledge, your hope. In doing so, you keep the flame of human connection burning bright against the endless winter. Stay tuned, survivors. Up next, we'll be wrapping up our broadcast with a summary of key points and a look ahead to our next transmission. This is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright. Keep listening to Station Starfall, your lifeline in the endless winter. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Starfall, and we've reached the final segment of our transmission. We've covered a lot of ground in this broadcast, and I want to take a moment to recap some of the key points before we sign off. We began with a crucial update on our current food situation. Remember, rationing remains in effect, but our agricultural teams are making steady progress in increasing yields from our underground farms. The development of cold-resistant crop varieties, particularly the frost-hard wheat from Svalbard, offers hope for expanded food production in the future. We then discussed water purification techniques. In our frozen world, safe drinking water is just as critical as food. Always treat snow and ice before consuming, and maintain your filtration systems diligently. Remember, the risk of waterborne illness is ever present and can be deadly in our current circumstances. Our segment on shelter construction focused on igloo building techniques. While many of us live in underground settlements, knowing how to quickly construct a snow shelter could save your life if you're caught on the surface. Practice these skills whenever you have the opportunity. We covered insulation techniques for existing structures. Proper insulation can mean the difference between survival and freezing, so take the time to check and improve the insulation in your living spaces. Remember, every bit of heat we can conserve reduces the strain on our limited energy resources. Our discussion on safe heating methods emphasized the importance of proper ventilation and the dangers of carbon monoxide. Never compromise on safety when it comes to heating. A few minutes of warmth isn't worth risking your life. We talked about recognizing and treating frostbite. Early detection is crucial, so regularly check yourself and others for signs of frostbite, especially after any exposure to the surface conditions. Remember, frostbitten areas should be warmed gradually and carefully to avoid further damage. Hypothermia prevention was another critical topic. Layering your clothing, staying dry, and avoiding overexertion in cold conditions are key to preventing this potentially fatal condition. Always be aware of the symptoms in yourself and others. We discussed the challenges of maintaining mental health in isolation. Remember, feelings of depression and anxiety are normal responses to our abnormal situation. Reach out to others, maintain routines, and don't hesitate to seek help if you're struggling. Your mental health is just as important as your physical health in our fight for survival. We shared news from nearby settlements, reminding us all that we're not alone in our struggle. From the Detroit Underground's vertical farming breakthroughs to the Chicago Skybridge community's expansion, these reports show the resilience and ingenuity of survivors across the globe. Our segment on essential roles in the community emphasized that everyone has a part to play in our survival. Whether you're a scientist, a farmer, a teacher, or simply someone willing to learn and work hard, your contributions are vital to our collective future. We covered recent scavenging missions, highlighting both the resources recovered and the dangers encountered. Remember, while scavenging is crucial for our survival, it comes with significant risks. Always prioritize safety and never scavenge alone. We discussed high-priority scavenging items and where to find them. Medical supplies, water purification equipment, and cold weather gear remain top priorities. Be creative in your search, as valuable resources can often be found in overlooked locations. Our update on scientific efforts to clear the atmosphere brought a glimmer of hope. While progress is slow, the gradual reduction in atmospheric particulate matter suggests that our planet's natural systems are slowly beginning to recover. This is a long-term process, but every small improvement brings us closer to reclaiming our world. We covered advancements in cold-resistant crops, a crucial area of research for our long-term survival. The successes in developing plants that can thrive in our new climate conditions offer hope for expanded food production, and eventually, the restoration of surface agriculture. Our segment on recent avalanche incidents served as a stark reminder of the dangers that persist in our frozen world. Always be avalanche aware when traveling in mountainous or hilly terrain, and never underestimate the power of moving snow. We discussed the activities of hostile groups in various regions. While it's a grim reality of our new world, staying informed about these threats is crucial for the safety of our communities. Remember, unity and cooperation among peaceful settlements is our best defense against those who would prey on the vulnerable. Changes in wildlife behavior were another important topic. As animals adapt to our new ice age alongside us, understanding these changes is crucial for both our safety and our potential to coexist with, and eventually utilize these new ecosystems. We explored underground farming techniques, showcasing the ingenuity of various settlements in producing food in subterranean environments. From hydroponic systems to fungal cultivation, these methods are key to our current survival and offer valuable knowledge for our future. Energy conservation and generation methods were discussed, highlighting innovative approaches to powering our settlements in a world of scarcity. From geothermal energy to advanced recycling of waste heat, these technologies are vital for maintaining our way of life and potentially restoring our world. Our warmest memory segment provided a touching reminder of the world we once knew and the experiences that continue to inspire us in our struggle. These memories are more than just nostalgia. They are fuel for our determination to reclaim our world. We talked about education in our new world, exploring how we're adapting to teach the next generation the skills they'll need to thrive. Remember, every lesson taught, Every skill passed on is an act of hope and defiance against the darkness that surrounds us. Governance in survivor communities was another crucial topic. The diverse approaches to organization and decision-making showcase our adaptability and the ongoing evolution of human society in response to our changed circumstances. We shared encouraging signs of improvement in our global situation. While we're still far from reclaiming our pre-impact world, these glimmers of hope remind us that our efforts are making a difference and that recovery, however slow, is possible. Finally, we discussed the importance of maintaining human connections in these isolated times. From innovative communication methods to shared cultural experiences, these efforts to stay connected remind us of our shared humanity and strengthen our collective resolve. As we conclude this broadcast, I want to remind you all of the emergency protocols. In the event of a communications blackout, switch to the backup frequency we've previously shared. If you can't reach us, maintain shelter, ration your supplies, and know that we'll be doing everything in our power to re-establish contact. Looking ahead to our next broadcast, we'll be discussing advancements in medical treatments for cold-related conditions, updates on efforts to re-establish global communication networks, and sharing more news from settlements around the world. We'll also be introducing a new segment on rediscovered technologies from the pre-impact world that could be crucial for our rebuilding efforts. Remember, survivors, that every day we endure is a victory. Every seedling that sprouts, every innovation we create, every connection we maintain, is an act of defiance against the endless winter. We have faced the unimaginable, and we're still here, still fighting, still holding on to hope. As you go about your days, working to survive and rebuild, know that you're not alone. Across the frozen world, in underground bunkers, in mountaintop refuges, in repurposed city ruins, your fellow humans are fighting alongside you. We may be separated by vast distances and insurmountable obstacles, but we remain united in our struggles, high and in your minds sharp and your hearts warm. Support one another, share your knowledge, and never lose sight of the future we're fighting for. A future where the sun breaks through the clouds, where plants grow under open skies, where our children can walk freely on the surface of our recovering world. This is Atlas, signing off from Station Starfall. Stay safe, stay strong, and keep listening. We'll be here, broadcasting hope across the endless winter. Until next time, remember that even in the darkest winter, humanity's flame burns bright.